Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Alas, Andoran. What's the crack? It's your boy Tereyak'S back at it again for some more madness, baby. You know what it is. You know how it is. One sec, I've been a bit behind. I was too focused on the debates. But yeah, let me dig up the wheel and all that stuff. But chat, how's you? How are things with you? Let me know. Pretty good night, I think, in the VK as well. Pretty spicy topics. Alright, one sec. Oh, okay, I think this will be. I'm gonna stick on the dating one. So each week I'm gonna start off with a different theme. So this week it was dating, just to make sure that the just about to paste that in the wrong section. Oh my lord, my savior. But we're back into the wheel, as they say. But also, let me get the thing. We got this. We spin this ahead of time. Make sure we give the chat something a bit of tastiness. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we're going straight onto the face tattoos. Just remind us all as well. Spin bank is at $0. We do have the use it or lose it policy now in terms of the spin bank. Like I said, just add a bit of excitement towards the end of the show, because like people kind of say, oh, there's like 30 or 40 there, I'll kind of leave it for the next show and all stuff. It's like, nah, use it this show, bruh. Get the topics flying. Supposed to be madness, baby. But yeah, in terms of that, like I said, we have like the song request. I think is another great idea. I can't really can't say enough about it because I think there's been 2 videos so far. I think it's been done 4 times. We've already made 2 videos of it. So again, it's a pretty good one there. But other than that, let's see, is there anything else we need to go through? I'm just checking my notes. One sec, chat. One sec. But yeah, just to remind you, in terms of the move list that you see in front, it should be scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And don't worry, I got banners for it as well, folks. So first of all, we have like the standard. Let me go through the standard moves first. If you want one of the particular meme clips, and you might say, what is the meme clip?
Amazing!
Those amazing memes like that, you can request the meme clip yourself for $5. If you want a specific topic or a song, it's only $20. So if you wanted to replace this topic, if you're like, I don't like face tattoos, let's talk about one of the prompts that was on VK. You can literally just spend $20 and say, we're talking about this now, Tarek, and that's what the question will change to. Okay. We also have the open panel. It's not part of the Wheel of Madness because it's already open panel, of course. We do have the goal of 200 as well. So if you want to swap into the Madness wheel, just to explain that one as well, because we do have spinning the wheel is only $10, changing the wheel is $25, and locking the wheel is $50. And what do we mean by changing the wheel, folks? It means changing the theme. So we have basically, 5 main themes, which is pop culture, dating, religion, philosophy, and politics. If you want to kind of like think of it, it's like pop culture is the easiest, politics is probably the most difficult, or philosophy is kind of in there as well. So in terms of like if you want to change out the theme, if you say, I don't want to do any of this dating Tarek, I want to talk about philosophy, or I want to talk about religion, or I want to continue talking about politics, all it costs is $25 in order to do that, folks. Wait 1 second, what they're screwing up the thing. We also have, so we've done the main clip, we've done the lock wheel, we've done the change wheel, we've done the specific topic or song. If you want to boot a panelist, right? Let's say you're like, I don't like X, Y, or Z, right? You can pay $100 and you can kick that person off the panel and say, I don't want them. I don't want them here. And they're banned for 24 hours unless someone pays £100 to bring them back. Okay? If you're like, Tarek, I can't afford the $100, don't worry. We have a $5 for 5 minutes to put them backstage as well. So that's a possibility too. Let's say you don't like someone. It's like, you can even do for the backstage. You can also do it for me as well. It's like, Tarek, I'm sick and tired of looking at your ugly mug. You're going backstage. $5 for 5 minutes. And we also have the PayPal or Ko-Fi, folks. If you donate through PayPal or Ko-Fi, you get 50% more. And what do we mean by this? This means that if you donate $10, right, through the PayPal or Ko-Fi, it counts as 15. So if you have $10 in your bank account and you say, right, I'm going to spin the wheel, and you do it through the super chat, you get your spin wheel, okay? But if you were to have done it through the PayPal or Ko-Fi, for the same $10, you could get a spin the wheel and you get a meme included in that as well, because that's $15. Okay. Same thing with the if you wanted to, for example, do the for whatever reason you wanted to change the wheel and do something else with it, you get 50% extra with your money. Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, just letting you know in terms of all the moves there. Is there anything else I need to go through? Just let me double check, make sure we're all 100%. Yeah, we're good to go. And without further ado, let's start the show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. So yeah, like I said, we're going to be going into dating here. And like I said, in terms of the face tattoos, right? Because here's the thing, like men and women aren't the same. They're different. Okay, it is what it is. No matter what way we feel about that, it is what it is, folks. Okay. And because men and women are different, I'd argue that a man could get away with like face tattoos and all this kind of stuff. But even then, in because like in terms of like face tattoos, you're thinking it's like it's aggressive or it's yeah, like dangerous, like a lot of those kind of like words or images get thrown in terms of the face tattoos, which is not always the case. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not always the case. But And like that does tend to generally go with men more. Like you think of like the typical thing of like prison convicts getting letters and in prison by women, all this kind of stuff. It's this whole thing of like the most dangerous man in the room is not like a turn off to a woman, because the most dangerous man in the room can protect the woman. You know what I mean? Like that's how it kind of how it gets rationalized. Which again, there's a lot of rationality to it. So that's what I'm saying in terms of like with men, you could possibly make the argument there. When it comes to women, I don't think so. Like I'd be hard pressed to find a woman that would be like, you know what, she would look better with a face tattoo. You get what I'm saying? And we got the raid incoming. Welcome in, folks. Let me play the clip. Let me play the clip.
My fucking man!
My man. What can I say? Yeah, no worries. Take your times. We got 6 hours. We got a 6-hour show here, folks. You know what I mean? We got plenty of time, you know? I think it's like in another couple hours, Vant will be waking up, be cooking his breakfast, he'll be on. You know what I mean? We got Vintage probably lurking somewhere, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, take your time. Pull up a drink. Get nice and cozy, boys. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I was saying, in terms of like the face tattoos themselves, like we could pick any woman, really. Like in terms of Hollywood, like would she look better with a face tattoo? And overwhelmingly, it would be no. You know what I mean? Whereas when you look at like the men in Hollywood, would a face tattoo, you know what I mean? Like maybe one of those teardrop tattoos or whatever. You know what I mean? And again, a lot of people say, "Oh no, that's mahogany, Tareyak. You're not allowed to do that, Tareyak."
That is mahogany.
But it is what it is. Men and women are different. You know what I mean? And in terms of the what works and what doesn't work, unfortunately, it like these are the breaks. You know what I mean? So in terms of the dynamic that we're seeing unfold as well, like even the like if you look at like the OnlyFans chicks and all this kind of shit, like how many of them have like the full face tattoos and all this kind of shit? And even from then, what ones are actually going to have a long-term relationship from that? Do you know what I mean? Because like when we're talking about dating, like there's an explicit difference between a one-night stand and dating. Like you wouldn't say that, oh, like the friends with benefits is dating. Or would you? Because to me, when people are talking about dating, like they're talking about with intent. Like what is the intent here? You know what I mean? And like in terms of what would be the best way to say it? In terms of like the general principle of dating, you wouldn't specifically like wine and dine a friend with benefit kind of like situation. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is like in terms of the if we look at from the traditional point of view where the man is leading and the woman is following kind of thing, if the dude is just using her for the friends with benefits, or if it's understood in the relationship that it's just friends with benefits, the dude's not going to be saying, let's go to a $1,000 a night hotel and $200-$300 dinners and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And welcome in, Raiders. Let me play the clip.
Yeah! Look at that bull! Look at that! Get it! Now respect it.
Man, welcome to the show. Welcome. Shout out to Easy for the raid again. Thank you very kindly, folks. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're talking about the Wheel of Madness, baby. Like I said, just go through the moves once again. So, folks, you might see a menu scrolling along the bottom of your screen, little ticker, as they call it. This is the moves of the show. So we have our standard moves, which is the meme clips. So if you want any of the funny memes that you just seen, $5. If you want the specific topic, or you want me to read out a song, maybe in a funny accent, it's $20. The open panel only applies to the film room, and the other one doesn't apply because obviously Wheel of Madness is already an open panel. If you don't like a particular guest on the stage as well, you can take them down either $5 for 5 minutes, or you could drop the full 100 and just say, come back tomorrow, buddy. If you use the PayPal or the Ko-Fi, you get 50% more. So if you were to spend $10 to spin a wheel through the Super Chat, you just get the spin wheel. If you were to spend $10 through the Ko-Fi, you get a spin wheel and you get a meme off your choice. And then we also have the specific moves, the Wheel of Madness, which is spinning the wheel. It costs $10, but we do have a spin bank. So if you like, if collectively chat like 5 people from chat through and $2, that would reach $10 for the spin bank, and that would get us a spin of the wheel. We also have a change wheel for $25. And what do we mean by change wheel? It means the theme of the wheel gets changed. Meaning, as you see below, there's 5 specific themes. So pop culture, dating, religion, philosophy, and politics. If you want to look at it as an incremental difficulty as well, so pop culture being the easiest, politics being the most difficult. You can do that if you so choose, folks. You know what I mean? So again, like I said, I want to give you as much options as possible. And then finally, we have lock wheel for $50 if you want to troll and make sure we only talk about this one particular prompt that comes up. $50 and then $50 to unlock as well, folks. Other than that, I'm pretty sure that's everything. You know what I mean? Play it again. Let's start the show. Exactly. Let's start the show, folks.
Let's start the show. 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 Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. So yeah, like I say, folks, if you want to continue on the politics talk, it's only going to cost you $25. But until then, we're on the dating thing. This whole thing of what we see ourselves in the modern dating sphere, this shit show that we find ourselves in. Just for everyone from the raid as well, like I said, my main thoughts on this is it's different for men and women. What I mean by that is that, like, with men with a face tattoo, you're thinking kind of like, ooh, that's kind of like danger, or that's not like danger, or kind of like aggression, or attitude. Like a lot of those kind of words or those kind of images come to mind when you think of like a face tattoo on a guy. Which does not go against men when it comes to the interactions we see between men and women. Like, there's plenty of women that will write, convicts in prison. You know what I mean? So when you talk about like aggression or intimidation or like that kind of like attitude, it's almost like a more advantageous thing. Now again, just because someone has a face tattoo doesn't mean that they're tough at all. Like, they could be a complete bitch and all this kind of shit. I mean, I'm just saying in terms of the perception that one would have, or that, let's say, a woman would have to a man, all this kind of shit. Now, there's plenty of women as well that, like, it's an instant turn off if there's any ink on them whatsoever. But I'm saying in terms of the average or across the board that we see here. Now, if we were to flip the script and to say to women having face tattoos, you'd be hard pressed to find any man who would say, no, a face tattoo actually improves a woman's look. You know what I mean? We got Starship Alien saying, love the Hodge twins. Even my parrot says hello when I play him. By the way, my parrot's name is William. Hey, what can I say? What can I say? I've seen you say that before. That's awesome. 100%. And chat, don't forget to like and sub as well. We're getting close to 2K. I'm saying if we get to 2K, we might be doing a 24-hour stream. You know what I mean? A little bit of spice, maybe. But yeah, like, that's where we're at, chat. That's where we're at in terms of the face tattoos. But let me know what you think. Do you think that it's like, if your son or daughter came home and was like, yeah, my partner has a face tattoo, would you be like, we need to have a word? Or would you be like, okay, this could possibly work? Because again, as a father, from that perspective, as a father, and your daughter's getting with a guy with a tattoo, face tattoo. And again, this is all like, like first look or first impression kind of thing. This is not, like this is all we have to go by, is the cover. So I don't want to hear any of this. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I understand that. I get that. You know what I mean? Because even this whole thing of like, oh, I had like a nefarious past or something like that. Like that's part and parcel of the aspect too, but it's like the dilemma that a lot of gay men find themselves in. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Milo. Milo was out and proud and all this kind of shit, and now he's doing the whole like pray the gay away, right? Which is, if that's what he wants to do, that's what he's going to do, right? No matter what way you look at that perspective, whether you think he's right or whether you think he's wrong. When Milo's talking about that he would like to get a wife and have children, all this kind of stuff, his past is going to have an effect on what way like women view him, or his potential partner would view him. You know what I mean? In terms of decisions that he made. And it's the same thing with the face tattoo. You know what I mean? You genuinely could have changed, but people are still going to hold that against you. You know what I mean? So getting into the meatier part of the question, the automatic no part. Like, an automatic no means all situations would say no. It's automatic. Think of it like a gun. If a gun's automatic, you're not gonna have to manually load unless the automatic has failed. You know what I mean? So in terms of that light, tough one. It's a tough one. But that's why the phrase like this give a lot of different perspectives, a lot of dynamics to it. You know what I mean? We got Starship saying he's still awake. I just can't say your name or I'll start. 10:49. Oh shit. Getting late in Australia. Getting late down under, mate. I'd have slapped Zara if she came home with her on her face. See? Shazzy saying nah. I can't see a justification for women. You know what I mean? Like, if any dude says to me, it's like, oh, I love a girl that has a face tattoo, I'd be like, bruh, why the fuck are you lying? You know what I mean? Be on me chair doing me dance.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop your fucking lying.
You take any woman, you put a face tattoo on her, and like I said, objectively less beautiful. Starship says a lot of right wingers could not accept Milo in the beginning. He's more accepted now, I think. Well, Milo's on the warpath against the gay. You know what I mean? This is why we got this ingenious moment.
Are you gay? Were you gay? Like, what is gay?
That's from the Tucker Carlson Milo interview. You know what I mean? We going for the memes. Starship says, oh, it's still early here. It's Saturday night. We're just starting here in Oz. Oh, yeah. Like, technically, it's 11 a.m. Or, sorry, it's just going midday here in Europe land, as they say. But yeah, like, definitely for women. I think definitely for women. If a woman has a face tattoo, it has to be an automatic no. Yeah, like I genuinely cannot picture it. Like, you know what I mean? And there we got William saying, welcome to a Madness of the Mods edition of the Wheel of Madness, where all our mods plus one official mod can spin the wheel for free. That's correct. At any stage, William could just say, spin the wheel, Tareyak. Or Jack could say, spin the wheel, Tareyak. Or Shazzy could say, spin the wheel, Tareyak. You know what I mean? You gotta stay on your toes for these ones. You know what I mean? Starship says, yes, but they are, but Milo is not a liberal or a Democrat. I get that, but it's like the same thing with like Dave Rubin. Like, when you're talking about like a conservative Christian, it's like, yes, like we're allied with these people in terms of XYZ goals. But in terms of like their practice or behavior is still not an ideal. You know what I mean? And then of course we can get into the whole thing of like, well, whose behavior is ideal, et cetera, and that's when you point to a monarchy or like some sort of like national family that people can point to and say, this is who instills our values, this is who instills our culture, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? Women face tattoo, shit. Even I would run. Exactly. You know what I mean? And it's like I'm coming at it from the perspective of like trying to give as much different kind of like areas or avenues or angles that we can attack this in. And in terms of the men having a face tattoo, it's not a big of a deal per se. Now the counter, which I think Shazzy brings up a good point here, is that it's like my tattoos are hidden. Whereas like if a woman does have a face tattoo, she constantly wears makeup, you're never going to know. It'll be very rare to actually see it. Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of one advantage that goes to the women. Whereas like if the dudes are wearing makeup, you're like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know what I mean? So, like I said, it seems like there's not a lot into this one, but there actually is. There actually is, folks. I think the reason why people doesn't seem like there's a lot is because most people don't have face tattoos, which is another thing to it as well. But even with the whole tattoo thing, like I can understand someone getting a tattoo that's proper sentimental or something like that. But you have a lot of people, like for example, like Americans who've never even been to Asia are getting like these like Chinese character tattoos and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Or the same thing with like the tribal tattoos. You know? Because if you're getting something because you think it looks cool, bro, fashion comes in seasons. Changes. So I can guarantee you what you think looks cool when you're 25 ain't going to be so when you're 55. You know what I mean? When that skin starts to sag a bit. You know what I mean? The old cellulite's coming after you. All that kind of shenanigans. You know what I mean? So, in terms of... Now, here's the caveat. Alright? In some cultures, like for example, like the Indian culture, they have like the red dot thing in between their eyebrows. Some of them get that tattooed. So in that culture, that face tattoo wouldn't be seen as a negative. That would be seen as almost mandatory. And when we're talking about automatic no, it's a difficult one. It is a difficult one. You know what I mean? Because generally speaking, you know what I mean? Like in terms of a generality, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule, etc., etc. So depending on what way you want to kind of like take it is where you could go with it. You know what I mean? But folks, like I was saying, we have the link pinned, or is the link working? Did I fuck up the link again? Is it one of those things? Did we do one of those things again? Make sure I have the right one. Yeah, that is the correct link, and it is working. Beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, let me know, folks. I'm just gonna go down and take a quick pee. Oh wait, William's saying, "No, shut the fuck up, bitch. Bitch, shut the fuck.
Shut up, bitch!
And spin that wheel, Teriyak." And this one again. I believe for both sides, this should be an important thing. So in terms of major debt, dating red flag. I think for both men and women. Because if she's got like massive debt, bro, it don't matter like what kind of like vibe or connection you have or ideals that you could talk about. You're putting a huge price tag in terms of trying to make that family work. And at the end of the day, the most common thing argued about in married relationships is the finances. So that's one aspect to it. Oh shit. My bad. My bad, guys. I do apologize. 1 sec. Let's do the 5 again. Let's do it for an hour. Let's see how we go. 1 second. Let me put this down to 5. Beautiful. So again, I do apologize. My mom took the Tylenols. Don't worry, chat. But yeah, like I was saying, in terms of the major debt, let's go on terms of the male side to it as well. If the man has major debt, again, it depends on if it's actually debt, because technically, Donald Trump was gone to a bit of a sweats over the whole thing of like, oh well, you declared a loss this account, and that's how you avoided taxes. So in terms of being able to accrue debt can actually be a move in which the elites or the billionaires or the millionaire, whatever you want to group you want to call them, that's how they're able to manage so many assets, because they go into so much into debt and then for the assets, and the assets is going to be able to pay off the loan essentially. So major debt for a man is not necessarily a bad thing. But if we're just to take it on the face value off, like he's $500,000 in debt or $100,000 in debt, and it's let's say your daughter or your sister or whatever, you would be saying you're basically going into poverty. You know what I mean? Because when you put it in perspective, right? A homeless dude versus a dude that's $100,000 in debt, the homeless dude technically has more money than the dude that has $100,000, or that has the $100,000 of debt. Because the homeless dude has zero, whereas the dude that has the $100,000 debt is negative. He owes 100,000. You know what I mean? So before he can actually make anything that the homeless dude can, he has to pay off 100,000. So again, it's something that it's like you need to make sure that you're coming at, both from a male and female perspective, but then also in terms of like, what are we talking about exactly when it comes to major debt? Like, is this debt a loan, or is this debt, you know what I mean, we've lost the house kind of thing? You know what I mean? But folks, I do need to take a pee. I do apologize. So like I said, let's take a quick view off the intro. I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
And we are back, folks. Like I said, quickest pee break I've ever done in my entire life. But yeah, back to the debt. When we're talking about debt, because like if you're showing up to the first date and you're telling her, yeah, I've got all this debt and all this kind of shit, wouldn't she be looking at you saying, bro, you're supposed to be the provider, the protect and provision? Like provisioning debt ain't exactly what women typically have in mind for men. We got Starship Alien saying, oof, back in the day, if I if a guy I met told me he had major debt, that is a red flag for sure. I've kept exes before a long time ago, but I wouldn't do it now. Be careful, men, too. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing, like when you say to like the feminists, it's like, oh, we want men and women to be equal and all this kind of shit. We don't want unfair standards on men, like that whole speech. You know what I mean? Like that's like, oh, that's because men invented the system and it's men who are telling you that you have to, as a man, you have to pay and all this kind of shit. When you look at like the actual outcome, right? In terms of the typically defined gender roles, it's like, okay, man makes the money, woman makes the people. You know what I mean? Same way that they say, you know, all these things that you see in the world that have been built, they were all built by men, right? A lot of people say, that's mahogany, that's sexist, all this kind of shit. But that is no more sexist than to say every single human that you see on the planet was birthed by a woman. just a fact. You know what I mean? So when we look at the relationship in terms of, okay, what are you getting and what are you getting and versus what he's or offering, right? You're basically saying to the man, you get all this kind of, like, you get the kids, you get the wife, the house, and all this kind of shit. You get all this, and your expectation of to actually provide for this, we don't have that expectation. Okay. Then what is the guy bringing to the table? You know, the whole question that's going around, like the dating podcast, all this kind of stuff. What you bring to the table as a man? Because bear in mind, like she's doing the, like, you know, boss girl, kind of like she's like the boss babe. She's earning her own salary. She's an independent woman, all this kind of shit. What exactly you're supposed to do as the guy? Like, what are you bringing to the relationship? Other than feelings. You know what I mean? And bear in mind, this is the outcome that the feminists would want. You know what I mean? And then versus the traditional outcome where it's like, you bring the provisioning, you bring the capital and all this kind of stuff, you make the things, and in return, she makes the people. The balanced scenario. You know what I mean? Whereas the feminist scenario is like, okay, you're just going to, like, as a woman, why would you do that? Like, why would you ever accept like that deal where you work all day, you're the one that's like taking the time off to actually give birth, like you're making the money and you're making the people. In terms of that, like, equation, that's an imbalanced equation. You know what I mean? That's why, like, this whole thing of like the feminism, all this kind of shit, it's like the logic does not work. It will not work. And Starship saying, I was brought up by a mother who took my dad's pay, but she worked part-time and was a feminist of the 70s who did not understand a man's worth. Took me a while to realize my dad was everything. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Starship, when it's like, when you're in the environment where, you know what I mean, the man has everything locked down in terms of, like, from a financial point of view, you're not worrying that you're going to lose the house. You're not worrying, like, is there going to be gas in the car? You're not worrying, is there going to be heating in the house when it comes winter? All this kind of stuff. If the dude has that locked down, you know what I mean? There's a danger that complacency sets in. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is when you look at the West as a whole right now, we've had decades of peace, or in terms of like official war, seems like we're about to go back into a war if we're not already in one. But in that environment, there's been a lot of complacency that has set in across the West, and we can point towards that for just with the birth rates alone. Okay, when we look at all these countries in the West, they're all in a birth rate crisis. You know what I mean? All except one, and that is Israel. Israel has like 2.1 replacement rate. And a lot of people say, oh, that's because the Jays fixed it and all this kind of shit. No. Israel shares characteristic with any country. Sorry, there's a characteristic that's shared by Israel and any other country that's not in a population decline or is below birth replacement rates, is because they're constantly at war. The women in Israel can't like do this whole song and dance about, oh, I'm oppressed and oh, my rights, when they see bitches across the street in burqas. Do you get what I'm saying? Like the West has gotten to a certain point where, like, a lot of people they're calling shit like that's just like basic shit is oppression. You know what I mean? Because I can't do whatever the fuck I want, that's oppression. You know what I mean? Speaking about oppression, William coming in hot. He's saying, enough of this shit, Terry.
Oh shit, I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit, right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. Get it.
His name is William, and he says, "Spin that motherfucking wheel." Do you date crazy girls on purpose? Crazy girls, the crazy ones. They're often a man's weakness, as seen before.
It's fine. Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. Do you know what I mean? I will accept I'm in a unique situation. I have a different problem to the rest of them. You know? It is what it is. As long as you meet someone on your level, e.g., you both work, you both have a bit of debt, it's no issue. Wait, what? No. Like, if a better outcome for the woman is if she doesn't work and he does work. In terms of debt as well, like two people that are massively in debt shouldn't be getting together. You know what I mean? Like, you need to, like, what I'm saying is that it needs to come around like some form of balance. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Shiva. Welcome in. William as well, and is now. Like I said, folks, there's plenty of moves. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Starship saying as well, I don't date girls, but I do feel sorry for men now. You have to vet girls before you can take them on. Exactly, Starship. That's why I do the whole thing. She's paying for the first day. People say, Tarayak, you're crazy. It's like, modern problems require modern solutions. Okay? So, this whole kind of thing that we've seen emerge, and like I said, it's not every woman. I know it's not every woman. And like, we shouldn't paint in broad brushes and all this kind of stuff. But when you look at social media and seeing what's being unfolded by like these, what the fuck do you call, like these girlo advice streams, panels, shows, whatever you want to call them. Like, the advice that they're giving these young ladies is, you know, get your bag, realize what you're worth. Don't be letting them take you on like cheap dates. Make sure you because if he's not willing to spend like every penny that he earns on you, then he's not worth your time. Like, this whole mentality. The only way to counter that is if men start equally going, okay, if you want to go low, if you want to hit below the belt, we'll start hitting below the belt. Because let me tell you, folks, there's plenty of videos where it's like a woman like takes out her phone and she's scrolling through the contacts, and there's one dude that's called Taxi, another dude that's called Uber Eats, another dude that's called Pizza Hut or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? So, in terms of the dating market, like all is fair in love and war. That old reliable. You know what I mean? Like, how many times must we see, either or, like man or woman, that like literally devotes their life to their partner, and their partner tosses it aside as if it's nothing. You know what I mean? Tragedy, but hey, that's life, you know. Starship saying, I don't date girls. Oh, sorry, I already read that one. We got William. Welcome in, Shiva. Starship saying, that's hard now though, Tareyak. Not all women go to uni straight from school. A lot of women have to fend for themselves and live until a man comes along. A lot of crazy girls out there right now. Yeah, no, 100%. And like, this is what I'm saying. Like as a dude, like the temptation, right, is to be like, yeah, it's all like the lefty women. You know what I mean? So if there's any woman that's like, lefty, socialist or feminist on stuff, instant blacklist. I'm like, okay, that's great. But what are you going to do to the girls that realize that's coming and they just change their script? You know what I mean? Because the main problem is if your partner is following a script. What I mean by that is, like, your partner is not thinking for themselves. They're just following whatever the crowd does. They're just a sheep. You know what I mean? And especially as a woman, like, if you're with a dude that's a sheep, you're fucked. It is what it is, right? Like, you need an actual leadership. Otherwise, they're not going to step up when you really need it to be. You know what I mean? So, when it comes to the dynamic, I guess you could say, like of men and women across the whole and all this kind of shit. I don't know. It's not to a woman's advantage to go to college. Because when you compare, let's say, an 18-year-old to, let's say, 23, 24-year-old, there's not a massive difference per se, but the woman that spent like her 4 or 5 years at college has basically wasted 4 or 5 years she could have spent living at home with her parents and trying to find a good man, a man again. What is a good man? A man of his word. When he says he's going to do something, or if he says leave it with me, it gets done. Yeah, like you're basically saying it's like you spend 4 years, and like the other thing as well is a lot of guys take the whole like, oh, I've went to university to I spent 4 years to go off and do what God knows kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? That's a whole dynamic to it as well, which like you see, like that's the reason why Pikachu was using that in Andrew's debate. It's like, oh, like these secular women come into college and they just bang the whole football team. That's why you need to marry your cousin, because she won't leave you. Like that was basically his whole thing, and like that's where the mask slips and you see Sharia law for what it is. You know what I mean? Well, hey, it is what it is. To right, if you're a 16-year-old female and you've been brought up by a strong woman, it takes at least 10 years to reverse that propaganda from the females in the family. That's the problem. Well, like that's the thing as well. And there's some families where it's like, you know, there's like 6 sisters and like 1 dude. You know what I mean? Are you telling me that that's going to be a household that like recognizes masculinity as a positive force? Is that going to be a household that says that masculinity is toxic? Balance of probability. You know what I mean? And like that's the whole thing that we see is like this whole kind of like sisterhood thing. And it's not just a family thing, like we've seen it multiple times on the whatever podcast. And then like we're starting to see something interesting unfold as well, where we're seeing this dynamic play out where I think it was on the last show that we're doing with the whatever, I think it was like last Tuesday or on in the week. Like some of these girls, like they're starting to go like, yeah, no, let's actually fucking burn some of these bitches down. Like the whole kind of like Salem witch trials, but like metaphorically. You know what I mean? Like I said, the women that are like want to burn the liberal women, the whole kind of like quote unquote trad women, like they're no better than the actual lefty women. You know what I mean? Like when you look at like Laura Loomer, for example, do you think that like Laura Loomer is like doing the whole like trad wife thing or whatever? Maybe Laura Loomer's not a good example, but one of those women, they're all kind of like, you know, standing beside Trump and doing the hoorah and all this kind of shit. Like, are you telling me that like they're genuinely like all for conservative values and they're not just following a different script? We've even seen it in the likes of like when Pearl Davis debates. You know what I mean? It's a script. Because like anytime Pearl is thrown kind of like wrenches or spanners in the works, she's not able to deal with them. You know what I mean? And like that, like even like Pearl admit, it's like, yeah, like Anna beat me in the debate. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying in terms of the dynamics that you see play out. It's like somebody could be giving you the right knowledge, the right information, but they're just reading a script. They're just reading a teleprompter. They might as well be reading a teleprompter. You're not actually hearing like their actual internal workings. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. Look at the prompt though. Dating crazy girls on purpose, presumably for sex only, is that good for men? Should they just watch porn? Is that bad? Or should men seek a potential wife at 2022? That's the thing. This is the conundrum we find ourselves in. that like the red pill, and again, like there is no such thing as a monolith and all that kind of shit, but like a lot of the red pillars are saying, nah, fuck Andrew Wilson and fuck all these Christians. We're just gonna play the game to win, whatever the fuck that means, right? Which means use them and abuse them, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So something's gonna have to give. Because otherwise you just go into population collapse and then the economy's up. The fucking like external countries sense the weakness. It's like a shark tasting blood in the water. All terrible shit happens. You know what I mean? But yeah, like in terms of like shoulds or oughts, a man should be looking for a wife as soon as possible. But here's the issue. In terms of the current economy, what kind of a man at 20 years of age actually is able to lock down a salary to actually provide for a family? Like there's fucking shelf stacking jobs in Tesco or Walmart. I'll give you the American example. In Walmart, like a shelf stacker, it's like a degree is like required for that shit nowadays, apparently. You know what I mean? And it's not necessarily that like you need a fucking degree to stack shelves. It's more so that the employer is like, we're just going to put in the college degree so we can filter out and we get more competent employee, et cetera, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like an artificial standard that gets put in place. I don't actually need a degree to fucking stack shelves, but because everybody has a degree now, there needs to be some sort of filtering process, et cetera, et cetera. So when you go back to, pre-World War II, the average dude, like again, like a single salary dude could support, and again, like you fucking like working on a construction site or an apprenticeship, or like there were ways where one dude could actually afford a household. Nowadays, ain't happening. A 20-year-old, what kind of a salary, and then let alone the mortgage he's going to fucking sign, which is basically just like sign yourself up for slavery for the rest of your life, and you're probably not even going to end up owning the house. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the economics, in terms of like being able to like actually afford a house or actually buy your own house, that's an impossibility if we are to continue the way things currently stand. Now, if we're to flip the script and we're to say something along the lines of I'm trying to put this in terms of a digestible way of phrasing it. If we're to flip the script from egalitarianism and to go into meritocracy and say only the best person for the job should get the job, then what you should see across the workforce is an overwhelming majority of men getting promoted over women. All right. And again, like, why is that the case? Because a lot of these women are going to need to take time off because they're going to get pregnant, all this kind of stuff. They all want to be mothers, right? And say if we could flip the switch right now and have that cultural shift that's needed, where women all of a sudden start appreciating families and babies and all this kind of stuff as a collective, as a whole, like the sisterhood starts becoming pronatal rather than antenatal, as well as men are actually like, they want, like they're looking for maturity, they're becoming more mature and all stuff. By the time they're 20, they're not basically just like fucking like teenagers, even though like they're 25 and all this kind of shit. If that mentality was to pass, and all of a sudden we have like a mass exodus from women from the workforce, then all of a sudden these guys are earning massive, like they're basically, their salary doubles. If half the workforce leaves, then you need to pay the other workforce what would be like basically the balance from it. Do you know what I mean? Because that money's got to go somewhere. So in terms of the like overtime and all this kind of shit, many ways you can actually make this work. But yeah, like I said, like this is the main thing that we find, the shit show that we find ourselves in, where we have like the feminists are saying, no, we want to do more women's rights, we need to do all this kind of shit, to the point where you're just going to erode like what a relationship even is. Like there's nothing that like there's nothing there in terms of like building something with that other person. You know what I mean? Like you want to be the independent woman, meaning you don't need no man. So then why do you want to be in a relationship? That is the key question. And then on the flip side to the men, it's like a lot of these men, like, if you want to end up with these crazy bitches, go ahead, but you're going to get your car keyed. You're going to get fucking your whole fucking apartment ruined, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Crazy bitches are crazy bitches for a reason. Do you know what I mean? So if all you want the sex, man, get used to STDs. That's all I'll say. We got Starship saying, what gives? We have a population collapse now, hence mass migration, but it seems men and women are deferring marriage. Stats prove it. Men for sex, women for degrees. What's the answer in these times? That's what I'm saying. Like firstly, you need to a massive culture shift, which you're starting to see across the board now. Like I was saying, even in terms of the mouthpiece, like when you look at like Hollywood as a mouthpiece, you see like Barbie talking about pregnancy. You're seeing Taylor Swift talk about having the whole block look, have a couple kids and have the whole block looking like you. Talking about the white picket fence. She's talking about the basketball hoop in the driveway. You know what I mean? Nicki Minaj is on stage, TP USA, talking about we need, to save the Christians in Nigeria and all this kind of stuff. Like, boys can't be girls and girls can't be boys. You know what I mean? You are going to see that culture shift. But the next question then becomes, what about the economical? Like you can't say to me that it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sign a 40-year mortgage when I'm 20. Do you know what I mean? Because at that stage, what's the difference between that and just a slave contract? You know what I mean? It is what it is. Well, at least men could look at AI partners. That's already happening. Are men willing to seed women running businesses? Admin only, of course, but it won't fix the family first problem. It's dying. Well, like that's what I'm saying. Like the women's, or what I should say is like the feminists think that they hold all the cards. They think, oh yeah, like because like we decide the whether or not like we reproduce or not, or we have like the sexual choice. We're gonna sit here on our hands and demand crazy shit for it. You know what I mean? What they don't realize is that like men can just say, well, fuck it, we'll just jump off the cliff. Then what, ladies? Then what? You know what I mean? Also, like we're kind of saying with the AI, it's like not only AI, but also the robotics and then the bioengineering, this whole artificial womb stuff that's going on. The whole, what was that movie called? The Island, I think, with Ewan McGregor and shit. What happens if they start doing that, ladies? You know what I mean? Also, shout out to William and the mods as well. Creator Witch saying, is it my fault my phone is too polite and don't know? Hey, it is what it is. Typos happen, people. Phones are replacing people, but I prefer to argue with myself for my part, not my phone. True. But AI can also help you develop ideas. You know what I mean? Also, verbal combat can help you develop ideas. Shout out to Abe. Welcome in. William saying, I was wondering when you would show up, buddy. What can I say? It was okay till the door knocked, which just had a wee panic attack. Got my summons. Oh shit. Tell him to fuck off, Shazzy. Give him the 2 fingers. Tell him to go fuck themselves. You know what I mean? But yeah, tying it back to the question though, like I said, there is a lot of problems with the whole kind of dynamic that we're seeing between men and women play out. But like I said, this is why there's a common conflict. It's unavoidable. One could call it necessary. It is what it is. But to get to men in particular, and this is an issue because like ladies or the women's, or I guess you could just call it sex in general, it can be a voice to a lot of men. Just think of Helena Troy. I mean, that bitch shattered an empire. You know, a Jezebel in the Bible. If you wanna go biblical with it, and like this whole thing of it's like a voice of men that's letting it run rampant. Because to me, if like you're one of these red pill dudes and you're like, yeah, why bother getting married? Let's just play the field. There's plenty of crazy girls with like great sex, all this kind of shit, and it's like, yeah, but what is it for? What's it amounting to? You know what I mean? Like fundamentally, Like the same thing like when you go to the gym. Like, what is the actual goal here? Like, why are you building muscle? Because if you don't have a goal, you're never going to know like when to stop or when to like, okay, this is the limit, or this is all I want, or this is all I need. You know what I mean? Same thing with the crazy women's and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Starship saying, spin the fucking wheel. We're getting deep too early in the show. What can I say? What can I say, folks?
Spin it! Spin it! Spin it!
We're getting philosophical. This is the love show. Tareyak. Is dating a coworker a bad idea? Oh shit, folks. And also just to let you know as well, we still have 10 in the bank as well, because it's only 10 to spin, and with 20 we get 10 for the spin, and then we have 10 left over as well. Like, let me sure I put that in. But yeah, dating co-workers. Is it a good? Oh, William already beat me to the punch. My man. My man. Hey, creative saying it's like, you know what? What's up me dating? Men of today make me want to stay single. Why? What is that? Let's actually try to see if we can bridge the divide. Because I'm guessing, I'm going to take a guess and say it's because most men nowadays, they don't even know what they want. You know what I mean? They're playing games. The Love Show. Oh, yeah. This is KMF Soul Central, and you're with the Love Doctor. Oh, yeah. I think I need to play with like get one of those mic add-ons, and then it's like, you know, that changes puts the filter on the voice. You know what I mean? Just Barney, we've already started the ball wrong for next move, so don't panic. Exactly. It's like a game of chess. Because some men play games, the others want control. So yeah, in terms of they're just in it for the sex. They actually have no goal, they have no ambition or whatever. That's one thing. And then the dudes that do have ambition are coming in like motherfucking Zeus and expecting you to bow and worship and all this kind of shit. That's the other half to it as well. Because the way I look at it is, right, the goal has to be the nuclear family. It has to be the family. Because when mommy and daddy has a disagreement, they have to realize what is better for the family. That's what should always take precedent. You know what I mean? And when you look at kind of like a lot of modern day men, especially with the last question of the crazy chicks, oh, I just want the sex. Then as soon as the sex runs dry, then the relationship's dry. Equally, when it comes to a lot of the men who just want like full total control and all this kind of shit, would they be willing to put their own pride or their own ego aside for the sake of the family? That's the main thing it comes down to. You know what I mean? Because like we always do this whole thing of like, this is the way it should be, or this is the way I thought it would be. But if something's working, you know what I mean? Because like when you fundamentally look at like a nuclear family, there's going to be necessities, or there's going to be particular things that would be more conducive to the family, and things that would be more destructive to the family. So, for example, like when we're tied back to the whole dating a coworker and a bad idea kind of thing. Even a simple thing of like, should a woman work in a nuclear family, or should it just be the dude who works? Well, now all of a sudden she's taking commands from another dude who's not the husband, all this kind of shit. And it's like, yeah, well, he's my boss. Okay, I can grant that. But on the flip side to it, what happens if he starts doing the whole work husband, work wife kind of situation? That's another thing that you're going to have to put up with, I guess, as a partner or a spouse. And it works both ways as well, of course. I mean, I gave the think it was last show or the show before, where I was giving the example of, okay, let's say you're a rock star. What then? You know what I mean? Because it's the same situation where it's like this dude is going to have groups of women throwing themselves at him every single night that he goes to play. Is that something that your relationship can withstand? You know what I mean? Which says, I followed the traditional family route. I ended up in an abusive relationship with the belief families stick together no matter what. That's the conundrum that like often gets thrown towards the people that are for like traditional and all this kind of stuff. Is what happens if the dude, like she submits to the husband, but the husband is doing all this nefarious shit? It's like, oh, well, then you shouldn't submit to him. But then you're telling me that there's an independent standard or there's an objective standard that I'm supposed to submit to, not necessarily the husband. Like, and I think that's what creative's trying to get at here. Where it's like these dudes that are saying that they're doing it for the family and all this kind of shit, they're given a noble reason, but all they really want is power and control over your life. That's tyranny. You know what I mean? So if women are to submit, they need to submit to a standard, not to a person. People change their mind, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? People are fallible. They can be wrong. You know? Like, this is oftentimes, it never gets broached up or talked about in a lot of these red pill or manosphere, whatever the fuck you want to call them. That's why, like, if it's no surprise that a lot of these dudes in the red pill or whatever, like, they are pro Sharia law, they are pro Islam. You know what I mean? That is no coinky dink. We got Starship saying, sex is sex though. The hard part is recognizing when it is just sex for both. Women don't just have sex with men they really like. Then you know if he does, yeah, pissing him off. Wait, what? The hard part is recognize when it's just sex for both. Women don't just have sex with men they really like. Then you know if he does, you piss him off. Are you saying like you intentionally piss him off if you realize he's just in it for the sex? I'm not sure. Please be patient. My mom does take Tylenols, okay? I can't read too good. I didn't go to a learning center. I went to a leering center. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I followed the right way, got hit every turn, and the hits keep on coming. Like, that's what I'm saying as well. You can follow like the quote unquote the way, the perfect way, and things still end up like a shit show. What then? You know what I mean? Because like this is what I'm saying in terms of is there a perfect way? I think that we all have our individual quirks. You know what I mean? Starship saying, I started a promotion in a head office and instantly liked the look of a higher rank guy in the new offices. We flirted and had ciggies in the alcove. It took a while as our bosses were tyrants. Unless girls want sex too, but women are different. If they sense the guy just wants to hit it and they don't, piss him off. Oh yeah, I get that. You know what I mean? But like this whole kind of like work husband, work wife kind of shenanigans. Because like things can develop, like if we were to go back, let's say 50, 60 years ago, like this whole online dating thing wasn't a thing. Like the common way that people met was through friends, family, and then, you know, work was probably another one as well. You know, I think of like the high school romance, like any of these kind of group things that we do as a society. So like schooling or education in general, you know, work, like it is going to be it is going to be one of those things where it's going to cause a lot of built up, for lack of a better word, it's just going to build up shit. Like pressure's just going to build. You know what I mean? Because from like reverse the roles, like from like as a wife, like do you think it's an okay thing? Like as a woman, do you think it's an okay thing that your husband is calling some other woman in the office his work wife? You know what I mean? Greater Witch is saying, I've had a work relationship, don't recommend it, and would never do it again. Like, that's the thing. Because, like, breakups are tough enough. And now it's like businesses involved in that shit as well. I don't know, man. I think the whole kind of like the line between business and pleasure is a sacred line. You know what I mean? So, I would have to agree. Because like even if you were to like marry this person, all this kind of stuff, it's like you're with them 24/7 in the house, and then when you're at work, it's like you're basically with them 24/7. You know what I mean? You wake up, they're beside you right in bed. You both wake up, you both get ready to go to work, you're both at work. Then you come home from work, you're both in the house. You know what I mean? You need to have some private time. You know what I mean? Starship saying, same with men too, though. It's not just a female thing. Well, yeah, like I said, like there's plenty of men. There's plenty of crazy women out there as well. Starship, that like men are like, man, I can't get rid of this
fine.
bitch.
Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so don't no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. You know what I mean? You gotta have some tricks up your sleeve to repel. You know what I mean? Because and this is a danger that not a lot of men understand. You know what I mean? Like how do I describe this? Like sometimes you can sense if someone is very interested in you, despite the fact that they haven't really said anything towards you. It's just like the way they're acting or the way that they're moving. So it's like, let's say you're on a group night out, or whatever. Like they're constantly around you, or they're constantly in the same group that you're sitting with, or the same table that you're sitting at, kind of thing. Oftentimes, like a lot of people just say to him, "It's like, oh, just tell him no, like stop leading him on, stop being a tease and all this kind of shit." And it's like, well, there are some dudes out there that it's like when they get told no, they get a bit stubborn. And they get fucking, their ego takes over and all this kind of shit. And then they get offended, they get angry, and that just makes the situation worse. So as a woman, like, what's the best way to get rid of this? The only way is to repulse them. You know what I mean? Because like it's not the same thing for men. You know, like no man has ever, well, I wouldn't say no, there's always exceptions to the rules. But generally speaking, men are not like worried for their safety when it comes to women. But the opposite is true. Like women do worry for their safety and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? Although he wouldn't say the same as he still contacts me. Oh, God damn. God damn. You know? One of you could get another job. Yeah, but Creed, this is what I'm getting back to in terms of like the co-worker shit and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Even if they did get another job, and now they're on a different offers, and then they start doing like my work husband or my work wife was telling me this and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not only saying it's like not only dating your coworker, but it's like not even dating a worker, like as a man. But to compound that problem that we spoke about earlier, it's tough enough trying to get a mortgage with two earners in a household. With two people making an income in a household, it's hard enough getting a mortgage. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. It's like the ideal, the traditional is saying it's like, yes, the man should be the sole income in the house. That's how you avoid all this work husband. That's how you avoid all this nonsense. Right? Great, Gucci. The economics will not allow for this. Equally, with the feminists, they say, I want to be a strong, independent woman. I don't need no man. Okay, well then you're going to die alone. Do you know what I mean? It's like both sides have not factored in the whole equation. At least it seems. You know what I mean? Creative Witch UK says he has been with someone about 10 years. And God damn. Oh my God. Ladies. If your man is texting texting an ex, oh my God. Ugh. This is where, like, you know, like divorce and all this kind of shit, it's like that's clearly infidelity. You know what I mean? Like, why are you thinking about an ex if you're with me? You know what I mean? It is what it is. Starship saying, back in the day, a workplace was where people met, not now. HR will get you. Yep. Usually against the man who are harassing females. Well, that's the whole thing in Always Sunny, where Dennis gives the whole like sexual harassment seminar, and he's like, it's always difficult to tell, you know, whether or not something's harassment or not. Basically, it depends on whether or not you're ugly. If you're ugly, then it's sexual harassment. If you're not ugly, then it's not sexual harassment. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Creed. Welcome in. Greater Wish says, the problem is now people are working long hours, so their only chance to meet someone is at work. Yep. And then like we're kind of saying there with the whole HR thing, that just adds on another fucking layer of difficulty to it as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, even just the HR department being called human resources. When did we make that switch to humans are just resources? You know what I mean? Power propaganda. Yes, I got another job. Based. It can happen both ways. Where is the fucking trust? Like, that's what I'm saying. And like, you can often tell. You know what I mean? Like, not necessarily in terms of your own relationship, also, I get that, but even just being involved in like friends groups and all this kind of shit, you'll notice that like some people like would be saying, oh yeah, like at work, you know, like my work husband, the blah 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 blah, or my work wife, blah blah blah. But then when they're sitting right next to their spouse, they never talk about that person. That to me is like, that's your own mind telling you what you're doing is wrong. You know what I mean? Chat, we need 4 super chats. There's less than 14 minutes to do it though. Oh shit, yes, chats. Shit, the show is flying by. Hang on a second. Where the fuck are you motherfuckers? Did everyone just wake up today and they were like, you know what? We're gonna make Tareyak do the Wheel of Madness solo. Tareyak's been saying that he designed the show that it can be done solo. Let's put this to the test. Folks, I have no issue with that. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Well, maybe I have a little bit of an issue because it does get a bit lonely up here, I'm not gonna lie. But I technically can. I can waffle for a long time. You know what I mean? But yeah, we've 14 minutes left on that going. Do you want the premium meme or not? Like I said, we got good ones. We got Joey. We got Andrew. We got Rhythm with Tism. We got the Black Preacher. We got the Hodge Twins. Whatever you want, folks. Street saying, yeah, life in 2026. A man talks dirty to a woman when it's sexual harassment. A woman talks dirty to a man. It's $19.95 a minute. $19.95 a minute. Well, Creed, $20 is $20, right? But no, like that, oh man, like that whole thing. Like I don't think I could ever pay for an OnlyFans thing. Not because like it's like the morality of the situation, all this kind of shit. Although that is a high priority. Don't get me wrong. Right? The main thing for me is that like it's a scam. It's a fucking scam. Do you know what I mean? There's no way in hell you're actually talking to that bitch. You're talking to fucking Parajit in fucking Bangladesh. That's who you're talking to. You know what I mean? William saying, chats, we need the super chats. We need the grift break. We need to get the grift going, chat. We need to get the grift going and the panel too. So, chat, unless we get some donations, we shall not return. Arrivederci.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
And we're back. And we're back. I don't know, William. We might need to do a thing where it's like if we don't get a single guess for like the first 2 hours, like for the first third of the show, we say fuck it. We're right into right into JS, and just be like, right, folks. If you don't want the madness, then we don't give the madness. You know what I mean? Give him a little bit of a pushback. You know what I'm saying? But as they say, I got thankfully have some fresh water as well. That's the nice thing about the breaks too. They do let me take a piss, refill the water, all this stuff. But then William says,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
we don't care. We just want to spin the wheel. The beautiful, magical wheel. Would you date someone who hates your friends? This one, like I said, and I hate to say it. I hate to say it because it is one of the no words, but it does depend. Okay. Now, what does this depend on? Trusted protection. No, it depends on like, are your friends actually a good influence on you? Do you know what I mean? If like, for example, if all your friends are dudes that is like they like all they do is they look forward to Friday and getting shit faced on the weekends, all this stuff. Like they have a job, like they work on an construction site, they're a mathematician or whatever the fuck, right? Whatever they have to lock down job and stuff, but that every single weekend they're just going out on the tear and they're dragging you along with them and stuff. That ain't conducive to being a father. Do you know what I mean? So it would be justified for the wife not to like those friends. Conversely, let's look at the opposite way as well. Give it the male dynamic. If a man like does not like his wife's friends, and all his wife's friends are single. Like, what is it called? The woo girls, like it was said on How I Met Your Mother, the whole like woo girl phenomenon. It's like, actually, let me get a video of that one. We have the time. We have the time. Let's be specific. So if we had, for example, we had one of these scenarios.
Dear, she's a woo girl.
What's a woo girl? Let me explain. A woo girl is a type of young woman who, like the cuckoo bird or the whippoorwill, gets her name from the signature sound she makes. Now,
so like these are all your wife's friends. I could say most husbands should not like these friends. Is that too much to ask, ladies? Let me know. Am I coming in too hot? Is this a hot take? Because, like I said, I'd hold the same standard. It's like if the dude's mates are all like that, the wife shouldn't like them. You know what I mean? Because friends like that is a detriment to the family. It is what it is. Starship saying, "Oh, another problem. Eek. My friends have always been temporary. So I would go with the date, but I dated a rich person once whose family hated me. That's a toughie." Ooh, family. I might need to edit this question then, because like bringing up family is different. That's a really good point here, Starship. Like when we're talking about friends, like when we're talking about friends is one thing, but when we put family into the mix, oof, that is a tough one. Because like obviously when it comes to family, like there can be massive disagreements, while the shared goal is to continue the family and all this kind of thing. Obviously people will have different theories into what would be the best course of action for that family, which would cause disagreements, which cause arguments and rows, and then all of a sudden lines are drawn and then people stop speaking. So again, I hate to use the word, but even in the family situation, it would depend. You know what I mean? Again, trusted protection, folks. I'm pretty sure the reason why we do that is because of Creative Witch, isn't it, William? She's the one that done the whole depend thing. But oh god, yeah. As well, I lowered the I lowered the threshold and everything for you. Okay, and I think I gave you 2 hours for this one too. So yeah, I doubled the amount, and I doubled the time and I halved the amount. Well, I actually reduced the amount by 60%. I mean, yeah, good point. I've always traveled a lot for work. That's why friends were temporary, but the family thing was a class issue. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. So how would you handle that situation? Because like obviously like there would be the situation where it's like the family is like the woo girls. Well, then the family's not thinking in terms of family, and you like it basically like that's kind of like the exception, or like that's not the. Oh, sweet auntie! Shout out to sweet auntie, absolute legend. You know what I mean? Gotta have that trusted protection. Gotta have that trusted protection, folks. But like that's the thing. Do you know what I mean? You can, I suppose, like you can cut like family off the same way you cut friends off and all this kind of stuff, but. It does add an extra layer of difficulty, and like I said, with the friends thing, when it comes to like if the main goal is the actual family, what is best for the family? Like friends, you can hand wave them out of the inner circle of the family, because it's like the most innermost circle should be the family, and then outside that should be, let's say, like the family friends and like the really close friends and all that kind of shit. So like in the innermost of circles, that's where you're gonna have a huge divide, I think, or a lot of issues. when it comes down to this. But William saying, hit him with the Jews. What would the Jews think?
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. No, sir. And people say, Taryak, per favore. Why do you talk about the Jews, but you don't talk about the Christians? Well, we have the Christians too, though, my friend. Do not worry.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
That propagation is necessary, folks, okay? This show is fan-funded, and I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
The show ain't free. You know, so see, like this whole saying, me and William are on the exact same wavelength. I didn't even need to see it. As soon as I seen the Jews clip, I know exactly where we were going. We were going straight to the shower. Wait, hold up. Edit that one out, William. Edit that out. Anyway, Creed saying if they started liking her, something was defiantly wrong. Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, my fam seems to hate everyone. So something I guess she is just going to have to deal with. Started liking her, something was definitely wrong. True. That is another dynamic to it as well. It's like being able to play to your advantages, or to be able to play the field essentially. So it's like if your family are a bunch of cunts, you can use your family as a test to see if they get along, then she must be a cunt. Do you know what I mean? Quick maths. I kid. Starship saying, I do get that though. Families should look after each other. Not always the case, but potential mates for you should always accept family if they want you. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It does need to be a thing where, as the partner, let's look at the perspective of the partner in the situation. Well, the partner that's not part of the family or not part of the friends. So first, in terms of the friend situation, like I said, there is a dynamic where, if there is an issue, like if the partner comes into it and they already don't like the friends before even meeting them and all this kind of shit, that can be tolerated or that can be allowed. Because like I said, you have the whole woo girls or the woo guys, whatever the woo guys the equivalent would be for the woo guys. You can have that dynamic, but when you look at like the actual family itself, unless that person is a black sheep of the family, like you would have to then, because if again, like the person of the family is going to hold similar family beliefs, and if they're not, then they're considered what's called like a black sheep of the family, to which even that person themselves would recognize that because they're a black sheep to the family themselves, it's not important that their partner would have to get along with the family. But if the person's not a black sheep of the family and they're a quote unquote representative of the family, that means that the partner wouldn't necessarily have to get along with the family, because the person that they're necessarily getting with is reflecting those values or those views. You know what I mean? So that's definitely something that is a stark difference between friends and family in terms of this question, at least. You know what I mean? Family can be a bunch of cunts. Correct. But like I said, if you're a black sheep to that family, then it's not important that your spouse or your partner is going to have to get along with the family. You know what I mean? And that's why we have to use the forbidden word. Depends. Creed says, yeah, kind of weird fam life, rich and tough asses. They're yeah, kind of weird fam life, rich and tough asses. They are so have many faults. Oh, so they have many. Okay, I get you. Creed. Again, please be patient. My mom took Tylenols. Starship says, I was willing to take on my rich ex-family, even though they hated me, and as I was working class, as I adored him, but he would lose his inheritance, so I moved on. Yeah, I have to decide. Well, like that's the thing as well. I mean, when those types of shenanigans are being put on the table, you know what I mean? Because, like, obviously, like that's a massive amount of pressure, and even like in the dynamic, the the dynamic that Starship's saying, it's like the temptation would be, it's like, oh well, our love is true, ergo it can stand the test of time, all this kind of stuff. But like, would you go along with your partner losing their inheritance? It's a tough task. Do you know what I mean? I think Starship probably chose the noble path. Because sometimes you got to take decisions out of people's hands and just say, I'm going to walk away. I'm not going to let you, fucking. I would say hurt yourself or harm yourself, but in terms of like not having inheritance, that's not necessarily hurt or harm. But like, I'm not going to let you like go through something very negative just for the sake of me. What partner would I be to let you do that? You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a tough one. Fucking tough one. He says, one brother is an ex-Navy SEAL now hooked on meth, so no one should stick around them. So the parents that raised him, so the parents that raised that, we all effed up. Yeah, what? This is definitely you guys. One brother is an ex-Navy SEAL now hooked on meth, so no one should stick around him. So the parents that raised that, we all fucked up. I don't know what that last part means. I'm not going to lie. So no one should stick around him. So the parents that raised that, we all fucked up. I'm trying to like do like different pauses to see if it changes the meaning and shit. You know what I mean? So no one should stick around him. So the parents that raised that, we all fucked up. Like, are you guys using text to speech or something like that? Is that what's going on here? So I'm telling you, like, the whole text to speech shit, I never got in terms of that because it was like, nah, because I'm going to start forgetting how to spell words, and even the autocorrect is bad for like the spelling of words and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Do you know what a killer on meth looks like? No, I'm saying the last part, Creed. You're saying so no one should stick around them. So the parents that raised that, we all fucked up. Like, full stops and commas, like, go a long way, people. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Bit of punctuation never goes amiss. Also, shout out to William for the Discord, folks. I forgot to say this actually. I knew there was something I was supposed to say, folks. We have decided on a name for chat. Okay, chat is now known as TAREYAK'S Little Leprechauns. They're now known as the Little Leprechauns or Lil Leprechauns. Okay. We've also changed the Discord to reflect that as well. So the Discord is now TAREYAK'S Little Leprechauns. We got ourselves a new logo. Top left-hand corner. You guys might have noticed. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, I think you've... Like, you not to get too grammatical here, but like you've used the word so too many times. The word SO too many times. One brother's an ex-Navy SEAL, now hooked on meth. So, no one should stick around him. Full stop. Like, that's where the full stop should be. So, the parents that raised that, we all fucked up. Because then it's like, the sentence would be, so, the parents that raised that, meaning the brother who's now hooked on meth, we all fucked up. That's where, like, the confusion is, Creed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, our family's messed up. We're who grows up wanting to become and honestly becomes a Navy SEAL. It take a kind of type of person. Yeah, I understand. Like, your main thing is that the family's fucked up. I get that. But what I'm saying is, like, the second half of your sentences, Creed, are not making any sense. You know what I mean? Fucking dating depend. Wait. Sec. We got a $20 donation. Was that on the Ko-Fi or PayPal? Uno momento, por favore. Was it on the Ko-Fi? Was it on the PayPal? Oh, you're just talking about the super chats from Starship. Let me know. Let me know. Yes. We've gotten one. Oh, yeah. Actually, the madness goal's not working. Good spot, William. That's a really good spot. Yeah, it's not updating. Why is it not updating? Uno momento. Uno momento. Por favore. Por favore, Tareyak. Why is your dono bar not working, Tareyak? I don't know. Okay. So then if I click this button, bada bing, bada boom, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. See, firstly, William needs the eagle eye to spot that the donut bar ain't working. And then your boy clicks a few buttons and bam, presto. We're back in it. We're back in it. Yeah, Starship was saying, fucking dating depending on your, fucking dating. Depending on your life, that's why I love my parrot. He doesn't work though. Next debate, single women with no kids are useless unless we can use their taxes to bring up our kids. Ugh. Like, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, if we say, okay, yes, we need to prioritize single mothers, fuck the single women, right? Well, then all these single women who are, let's say, are feminists or whatever, it's like the temptation is then, okay, well, I'm just gonna get knocked up, not give a fuck who the father is and all this kind of shit, just get shit faced, drunk, and all this kind of stuff. Get like, or even just do artificial insemination, whatever way you wanna use it, right? They do that, so then they can just claim the benefits. You know what I mean? So the danger, and again, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying here, Starship. Like, what I'm saying is like the actual implementation or the execution of like said policies or taxes needs to be done in a way where you're promoting the nuclear family. Because, like, for example, like this was a big thing in like the black community and all that stuff, where it's like they incentivized single mothers to not have the father around the house. They get basically, bottom line, they get paid more they get paid more benefits monthly to not have a father in the house than to have a father in the house. So as an independent woman who don't need no man, and a lot of them do, like, they lie about it, like their boyfriend's living with them, but they claim that they're not and all this kind of shit. I get that. But we just find ourselves in a situation like that. You know what I mean? Like, we need actual mothers to raise these kids. You know what I mean? Like, that's the unfortunate thing. That's what I'm saying. There needs to be a culture shift. You know what I mean? Does your parrot pay for the first date? Hey. Leave Starship's parrot out of this, okay? But no, like if you want to come up and debate that for examination, I'm all ears. I'm all ears, baby. Exactly. William's working. Send us the super chats. Fi favore, chat. Fi favore.
Per favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, chat. Vi prego. And isn't it interesting? Never mind. But that'll be getting into politics. That'll be getting into politics. Kokomo with the cry, saying, please be patient. TAREYAK'S mom took Tylenol. Okay? It is what it is. Yes, because I have no friends. Yeah, but GT, this is what I'm saying. Right? In the dynamic of the dude, or like, yeah, right? If his partner has a bunch of woo girls, has a bunch of women that are constantly going out to the clubs and all this kind of shit, doing the twerk and all this kind of shit, like, that would be like, you would want to date the dude that is repulsed by the woo girl. You know what I mean? So in that dynamic, I can see it making sense. Conversely, right? let's say whatever the male equivalent of a woo girl is, a woo guy, right? Whatever the woo guy is, you know, like these dudes that are, again, they're just constantly going out to clubs and all this kind of shit. They're all bachelors. Like the woman's not going to like those guys. You know what I mean? So in terms of the friends option, that ain't necessarily a bad thing or a red flag or any of that. Like it really does depend on whether or not the friends are a good influence or a bad influence. If the friends are a good influence, so let's flip the script again and say, okay, he's a male feminist, she's traditional conservative, let's say Catholic. She's Catholic, conservative, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, she's not going to like his friends and he's not going to like her friends. And I would say they shouldn't date. Do you know what I mean? So there's two sides to every coin. Two sides to every coin. Re-examination says parrot was called. I want to debate the parrot. Hey, what can I say? What can I say? Do you know what I mean? Or we're supposed to like get a little, make a little miniature headset for the parrot, so you can. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? It would make for an interesting sorts of reason. Re-examination versus parrot. Winner takes all. We got Starship saying our governments want singles tax money, but we're the only ones that get nothing. Okay. Our governments want singles tax money, but we're the ones that get nothing. Okay. I didn't choose to get married, but banks didn't choose to give me loans as a single female, me pay for your kids. But yeah, no, like that, like that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of like a collective as a society, we should be putting funds towards the nuclear family. We shouldn't be allowing organizations like BLM put out on their charter that they want to destroy the nuclear family. You know what I mean? Anybody who has that on their charters or like that is their intentions, they need to be dealt with in one form or another. You know what I mean? We got Creator Witch UK coming in with the big £2. That's £2, folks. That's the Monarch's money. Okay? Dropping in a quick super chat before I have to drop out. Appreciate you, Creator Witch UK. Thank you very kindly for the 2. And folks, that's 1 out of 5 for the Dono Goals. If you want some premium memes, he's got an hour and a half left. Only 4 donations left. And love to see it. You love to see it, folks. William the parrot is asleep now. Call me in 12 hours. He will scream at you. Nice. You love to see it. You love to see it. I think it's actually re-examination that's saying that he wants the 1v1 on the parrot. You know what I mean? Oh no, I think William. I think Starship is saying William the parrot, as in like because the parrot's name is William. So re-examination. If you want William the parrot to debate you, call back in about 12 hours. Parrot would pawn most lefties. I bet. Just saying. Well, we already know that the chair is undefeated when it comes to lefties. What is the lefty going to say to the chair? I don't think they would be able to say anything to the chair. I'm just saying. But yeah, like in terms of the question itself, just kind of wrap this up before we go on the first official grift break. In terms of like dating someone who hates your friends, in terms of like my friends, to be honest, like that to me would be a red flag, but that's because I'm very, very careful on who I would like welcome into my circle of friends kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like one of these dudes that like wants like, 30 people that like call themselves like friends or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? I'm happy enough just to have like one person I call a friend. You know? So that's me personally. But again, like I said, there's a lot of different dynamics that are at play here. And depending on who's being asked the question, it is what it is. We have High Plains. Grifter says most women are red flags. Possibly. Modern women maybe, but is that not just female nature? And if that's female nature, then it's always has been that way. You know what I mean? Like we can go back like Jezebel in the Bible. You know what I mean? So And this whole thing of like people being cunts, like that's basically what it comes down to. If your friends are a bunch of cunts, then why are they your friends to begin with? You know what I mean? Food for thought. But anyway, folks, we're going to be moving on to I'm gonna go with the religion wheel. Okay, folks, because I think I might be able to entice a couple of people, a few lurkers in chat, to get up off their ass and get on panel. So, folks, I'll see you in about a minute. Enjoy the song. We will be back with the religion wheel next.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One on one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
And folks, you know, at the end of each third of the show, we do a little grift break and we do get a free spin the wheel. This is the religious theme. Let's get it. Gentlemen and ladies, is there life after death? And this is a key question because what does that mean, life after death? What is life? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. You know what I mean? Because here's where I would like diverge from the Christian teaching. The concept of heaven and hell doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Because before Christianity came along, does that mean that everybody went to hell? That's number one. Secondly, technically that's the second one. The first one would be like what evidence or what proof do we have in terms of a life after death, or in terms of a heaviness, or wait, is it not working? Oh, it's not, William. You're right. What the fuck? Wait, I think I need to. Do I need to update? Is that it? Oh, this is going to be annoying. This is going to be annoying. One sec. Let me exit this and see what happens there. Okay, that exits out of everything. And then if I go... Okay. They should be logging in now. Yeah, no worries. Take your time, re-examiner. Take your time. I think Jack is also on his way up as well. I think he's going for a nap or something like that. Or he's getting a bite to eat. Something along those lines. Okay, so we have this back. And then if I do... hit this thing above, it goes to... Okay, interesting. Yeah, we got the £2 from Creative Witch UK. Now we're up to 23. So if I go and I reset it again, fi favore, chat, fi favore. Then I do this, hit this, and then I click this again. It should go up to 20. Perfect. And then if I do bada bing, and then say this goes up to 22. Okay, perfect. So again, if anybody could just throw like a $1 donation or $2 donation or something like that, probably $2 donation because then it would count towards the dono goal. Just to see if this dono, the dono bar is bugged, if it's bugged, boys. But yeah, just keep an eye on it as well. But yeah, in terms of this whole concept of the life after death, like firstly, like how do you even prove that there is a concept of a heaven and a hell? That's number one. You know what I mean? Is heaven and hell physical? All this kind of stuff. That's number one. Because like people would make the case, oh, you're going to be burning in hell, like in terms of the eternal life, all this kind of stuff. Okay, but then am I like actually physically experiencing pain, or like what way does that work? Okay. The next priority would be, is life after death a metaphorical way of explaining things? So like this whole thing of like, well, you have your physical death, and then you have like your metaphysical death. It's like there's you actually physically dying, and then there's when people stop talking about you. Hey, GT with the big 5 says testing 1 2 testing, and it does work. I think I just needed to X out and then to log back into it. So again, massive shout out to GT. Thank you very kindly. Let me play you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Shout out to you, sir. Thanking you kindly. But yeah, so it's all working. We're all there's no more fuck ups. Okay, we're going to be super serious. We're legit now. Okay, but yeah. So in terms of like that aspect of life after death, where you know what we do in life is echoed through the ages. This whole thing of like history and all this kind of stuff. I think of Napoleon, Alexander the Great. Like all these people are still alive today because they're alive through history. They're still spoken about, etc., etc. So there's that aspect to it. And then, like I said, which kind of comes in to the first point as well, in terms of like the heaven and hell aspect. Like I can understand reincarnation. And what I mean by that is, nothing can be created nor destroyed, or energy cannot be created or destroyed. Right? So in that aspect, you are not just your physicality, you're also your metaphysical. And like another way to phrase that is, you are not just your actuality, like your physical body, like what you actually are, you're also your potential. You know what I mean? And when you look at like your potential, where does your potential come from? You know what I mean? It must have always existed. But folks, we finally, 2 hours into the show, we finally have a guest backstage. Let me introduce.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Reexamination. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, Tareyak. Congrats for getting so far last night, but avarice is avarice, which makes me, I'm pretty sure I would have had no chance even if I got in the further rounds. Did you get to see my debate early on or no?
Which one was this?
Death, as usual.
Oh no, I was still asleep at that stage.
That's fine. Okay, cool. So there's a couple of ways you could prove life after death. If you prove through the transcendental argument for God in terms of Christianity, by doing that religion speed run I did a couple of Swords of Reason ago, I think that was on the Reverend Russ VK after panel. So if you want to look at that, I mean, I don't have time right now. I got to get somewhere pretty soon, but I wanted to jump in. So if you use a transcendental argument for God, where the God of the Bible is necessarily true, then the scriptures are necessarily true about the Bible. But another way I could do this, and I've never heard anybody use this argument before, so it'd be cool if you could try and poke holes in it. You're a moral realist, right? You believe that there's a real objective right and wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, so you believe justice is a real moral thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So if the nature of the universe comes from a good God, and this good God is just and provides a grounding for the concept of justice to be real, then let's imagine that one of his creations decides in their free will to sin, right? And so that sin is on their record. And because God is just, he must deal with their sin. So if that sin is not dealt with, then justice can't exist. And so if a person lives their whole life graping and stabbing and all this kind of stuff, then that racks up their guilt. And then so if they just die after having the life of madness that they want and evil, then they just get away with it perpetually forever and ever into eternity. They might have still died, but so does everybody. And then they got to live the life they want of evil, and God has nothing to say. So it's like they cheated God, which means it nullifies justice. Does that help?
Yeah, so like in terms of when you personify God like that, yes, you have the problem of evil. But when you're talking about like Heraclitus's form, where it's like I'm willing to call it God because it's like the highest power that you would agree to, it's not personified, meaning I don't have the problem of evil.
But okay. Here's the weird part that I always keep getting back to. If God is not, I wouldn't call it personified, because personified already assumes that it's not a person. But I mean, that's your worldview, and that's fine. But let's. How do you be accountable to something that's not a person? Like, can I be accountable to empty space?
No.
What's the relationship between humans and non-person entities?
What you mean? What's the relationship?
Okay, so if we as humans are made in God's image, as the Bible tells us, then not only are we accountable to him, not only should we follow him and exemplify him and be like him, but we deserve all of an eternal hell and wrath for offending all of an eternal God who gave us life in his image. And so, and if there's going to be anything that's going to offer us forgiveness for making that infinite gulf because we sinned against him, then the only one who can cross that is someone who is both fully God and fully man, who is Jesus Christ the righteous, who died in our place so that he took our punishment in our place. And that's why when he dies and he's buried and he resurrects again, that is him taking the substitution and dying in our place for our sin. But how can there be any such thing as right or wrong? As you admitted, you're a moral realist. How can there be anything right or wrong if there is no person to offend, if it's just like some kind of energy?
Yeah, so like in terms of the aspect, like if God is a person and if evil exists, then evil only exists because God wants evil to exist.
Well, first of all, I think you already had a debate with Jim Bob, which I didn't watch, but Jim Bob probably already alluded to the how evil is a privation of good and that doesn't have an ontology in and of itself, because I've seen him do that.
Yeah,
before.
This is how we got to the whole like there's no such thing as chaos. It's just all order and all this kind of stuff. And like I'm saying, like you're not dealing with perception in that case.
Well, is perception? When you say perception, do you mean like, well, I believe this, and you have to deal with the fact that I believe differently than you, and because I believe differently than you, then therefore it is a justified belief? I'm trying to figure that out.
Like when I look at, let's say, hieroglyphics, it's like I can eventually understand the order to it, but to me, like on my first the first time I observe hieroglyphics, it would seem like pure chaos. It's just random imagery. You know what I mean? So to say that doesn't exist is then to say, oh well, then technically evil doesn't exist. You just haven't perceived that it's actually good yet.
I would argue you wouldn't think it's pure chaos in the sense that you could tell it was made by human hands, because otherwise you couldn't tell hieroglyphics from the erosions of any other rocks. I think you can tell when there's human hand involved.
But what I'm saying is that there's no meaning to it. You would perceive that there would be no meaning.
But you perceive that there's meaning to right and wrong on an objective level, that we are accountable for our deeds. Because otherwise, if there's no right and wrong, there's no such thing as accountability. And if we're not accountable to a person, then we're not accountable. We can't be accountable to electricity or the force or, anything like that.
Yeah, but you can be accountable to yourself.
No, well, if you're accountable to yourself, then everything you do is approved as long as you approve it.
No. You can have independent standards. So for example, like if I wanted to, I don't know, put on 50 pounds of muscle, right? Mm-hmm. I have to hold myself accountable, put on that 50 pounds of muscle.
Yeah, but if Jeffrey Dahmer is self-accountable, then he can put on 50 pounds of muscle from pure human meat.
Oh, for like the whole cannibalism and all this kind of shit.
Yes, I'm using extreme to make an example. It's like self accountability. I think is in a world where we're all no, it's pretty much a contradiction in terms. It's almost if it's not a contradiction in terms, it almost is, because to be self accountable is to say I like to do what I like to do, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do, which doesn't really leave.
No.
Yeah, because
no, that's holding yourself like you're not able to hold yourself accountable in that situation because there's not an objective standard you're holding yourself to.
We're not objective standards. We disagree on things. Objective means binding universally. We can't be the binding universally of reality. We didn't always exist.
You know, but this is why we have like laws of gravity, laws of physics, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? What I'm saying is that there's objective, there's objective standards or there's objective measurements.
But you agree that the law of gravity is measurable with physical means, but you also agree that the law of any moral laws are not physically observable.
But like gravity is not gravity is not physically, like you can observe the outcome.
Yeah,
and
but
you can measure the outcome.
Okay, but in one case you defend your life and your assailant is dead, or you kill somebody unjustly, you murder them, and whoever you killed is dead. If I isolate the only factor to somebody died, then you have identical outcomes, but you have different moral weight to each of that. In one case, you did the right thing to defend yourself or your others, and in the other case, you did the wrong thing by taking a life that didn't belong to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the same result, but it is two different things on a moral scale.
I'm not sure, like in terms of like the outcome itself, like that. This is what I'm saying. Like in terms of the measurement, you can measure the outcome to unjustified killing versus justified killing.
Yep. So you unjustified killing and you got justified killing. And the only way to know that is to know morality. And the only way to have morality is for it to be universally binding across humans, for the sake of this conversation.
Yeah. But like what I'm saying is that like when you're tying that to a personal God, you will have the problem of evil. Why does evil exist?
I don't think the problem of evil is a problem for the God of the Bible, because we already know. I like to cite Revelation 13:8. It talks about the lamb slain before the foundation of the world. So the choices to go evil were all part of God's plan. If you look at Jude 4, there were people who before time were I'm gonna misquote the verse, but God can choose how people's fates go, and he can direct them however they want. And I believe in free will, but I also believe in predestination. I think there's a mystery there that we can't quite solve. I think you can also relate to mysteries when you were talking about, say, how you believe we're accountable, but we're not accountable to anybody but ourselves. I think that's more of a contradiction. You would probably think that's more of a mystery, but I don't see how you can have a God without predestination, and I don't see how you can have moral accountability without free will. So I believe I'm experiencing both, and we're all experiencing both daily. And so I can accept both, but what I can't accept is being accountable to yourself and then still having to be punished by somebody else.
Yeah, so like in terms of like accountability, right? Like when someone's holding themselves accountable, they are holding themselves accountable to some sort of what would be the good word? Like some sort of
outside of
you. Like an expectation or like some sort of standard.
Yep.
An objective standard. Do you know what I mean? Because that's how you're able to measure it, right? So what we're saying is like, we're only accountable to ourselves.
Yeah.
Like what we're doing in that case is holding ourselves to account to some sort of like objective standard. Otherwise, it's all subjective, and the like accountability, justice, all of it just falls flat in its face. It's all meaningless.
Okay, so what came first? What came first? Our own self-determined standard, or the responsibility to have standards?
It's not a self-determined standard. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the
so you'd say it's objective.
Yes.
Okay, but then objective would mean that our own personal accountability would be we wouldn't have to regard that, because it's not that what matters, but it's what is morally true that matters.
You know, but that's why I gave the example of the bodybuilder trying to put on 50 pounds of muscle. Like if they could all of a sudden say, I'm just going to treat fat as if it's muscle. but then they're not putting on 50 pounds of muscle. They're no longer like doing the actual standard that they put in place. They're not holding themselves accountable.
Yeah, but that enterprise in and of itself is neither morally one way or the other. Let's talk about like if you deceive people in order for personal gain and their loss. We know that that's morally wrong, objectively. No matter. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that like in terms of this discussion, a lot of people would say, "Oh no, but like morality isn't objective, all this kind of shit." And this is what I'm saying. It's like those people when they say, "Oh well, I'll hold myself accountable," but like you're also admitting there's no objective standard that you're going to hold yourself accountable, which means you're not holding yourself accountable. I mean, what I'm saying is there is like I'm a more realist. There is an objective standard that like we should hold ourselves accountable to, and like that's what I'm saying. We hold ourselves accountable. But there's an objective standard there.
How can that objective standard exist without a mind?
I'm not saying it exists without a mind.
Okay. Well, I thought when you said personification, what I understood you to mean was that God is not a person. So forgive me. That's what I picked up. So if you want to clarify, go ahead.
Yes, it's in like human. And that God has human characteristics and emotions and all this.
I don't believe. So I don't believe that God. I believe that the second person of the Trinity, Jesus, has taken on human flesh, but that not that God is human or is like Zeus or Thor. Like the polytheism position is self-defeating because in a pantheon of polytheistic nonsense, you actually don't know what the truth is because now they're just like superheroes and they die and they have sex and they sin and they get drunk and they make mistakes. And it's like, okay, well, if they're just like superheroes and they're not actually God, they're not actually the foundation of reality, they're not actually set apart from everything else in existence, then okay, what is truth? We're still on the truth path. Why is anything the way it is? Oh, also Creed Dog. I'm sorry, Tareyak. I see Creed Dog commenting here. So Creed Dog's asking, where does accountability come in? What is the reason behind it? God owns everything, and He made us, and He tells us our purpose, and He invites us to come to Him to be saved. And if we reject that, and if we continue in our sins, we die in our sins for all of eternity, because it would only be just to, if you offend all of an infinite God, to be punished with all of an infinite punishment. And that's one of the ways we know that Jesus is God, because if He is going to pay for that punishment, He has to be infinite Himself, because only an infinite being can take all of an infinite punishment in a finite amount of time. Creed Dog says, so where does accountability come in? What's the reason behind it? Yeah, so He owns us, He made us. What weight do you put on anything if not derived from a God? That's what I'm trying to find out. I haven't really heard any argument that gives weight to anything without God, because otherwise we're just autonomous. That's my perspective on that. But really quick before I go, because I gotta get ready for something.
Yeah, 100%.
If you go to Jude chapter 4. Sorry, it's not. Jude has one chapter. If you go to Jude, verse 4, which is the last book right before Revelation in the canon here, for there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Jesus Christ. So the idea is, even the fates of men are decided by God. And at the same time, we're also accountable and have an invitation to come to God. And that's all in that verse too. It says ungodly people who pervert the grace of our Lord God into a license for immorality in your version. So they'll say, well, God forgives, therefore I'm just going to hang up that on the phone until maybe I pick it up later, maybe I don't. And because God forgives, I'm going to abuse that. And then that their condemnation is just, right? They have, like, we don't deserve Jesus Christ coming down and dying for our sins, right? And then raising up again and giving us a path to heaven back to Him. We don't deserve forgiveness at all. I mean, the very nature of forgiveness is being undeserving, right? So God tells us we have sinned. We need a savior. We're going to die someday. That's one thing you and I, Tareyak, agree on. We're going to die someday. Now, we might have different ideas of what that's going to look like, but we do realize that we can do things that are wrong. We're going to die someday, and justice is real. And so the reconciliation of that is, even beyond death, justice wins. So I'll be quiet now. I got to get ready. Tareyak, thank you so much for letting me talk and having me on. It's always cool talking to the Irish brother.
100%, bro.
Have a good one.
You too, bro. But yeah, like this is the kind of distinction that separates me from like a lot of the like whack jobs. Like you probably see me on Easy's panel there when Ghosty and Vigilante and all those people were on. I was like, these motherfuckers draw you up the fucking wall. Because like I'm not saying that there's not a divine intellect or a divine mind. The only thing that makes sense is if there is. That's why I point to motion, and then I give the whole physical argument, where it's like, how can you explain emotion? Emotion. How can you explain motion being constant, and motion is change? You know what I mean? And like that's how I justify it. When it gets down to, like I said, the personification. Like and this is where a lot of kind of difficulty comes in, because there's a lot of what you're saying in terms of like, well, like the Christian God is not Zeus and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, like I agree with like that aspect, but when it comes to like the whole kind of like pantheon and all this kind of shit, like there was that. What would be the best way of describing it? Like the stories where, for example, like gods would try to swallow up the rest of the other gods across all different pantheons. They'd try to swallow up the rest of the gods and stuff and have that one god and all this kind of shit. And they went down that line. And like I said, throughout history, it's like this is why you've seen like, you know, basically all these pantheons basically end at least in the West once Judaism comes around and starts to take over and all this kind of shit. And this is the whole like monotheism versus polytheism thing that went on, all this kind of thing. But like my whole thing of it is when you try to personify it and say like that God is not God is not an it, God is not a what, God is a who. You welcome in this problem of evil. Like firstly, because to say that God doesn't, what is the thing? I think it was like an ancient Greek dude that said it or something like that. Yeah, Epicurus. So it goes the Epicurean paradox. We do love paradoxes, and this is from like ancient Greece. So before Christianity came around, this is Epicurus questioned how an all-powerful and all-good God can coexist while suffering, creating the Epicurean paradox. If God can prevent evil but doesn't, he's not good. If he can't, he's not powerful. If he can and wills to, whence evil? So, like, basically, it's like if he can prevent evil but doesn't, then he's evil. If he can't prevent evil, then he's not all powerful. And if he can prevent evil and wills to, and he's willing to prevent evil, then why is there evil? Why does evil exist? You know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of like my rationalization of like, oh well, then Tarek, you're a moral relativist, or you think morality subjective. That's not what I'm saying either. Like to me, what I point to, or what I've been trying to get across is that it's like you have to be able to point to an observation to prove the fact, or to prove the claim. So if we are to make the claim that morality is objective, we need to point to some sort of phenomenon, some sort of observable phenomenon that would prove this or would point towards this. And my argument would be demoralization. There are certain actions that humans do or are done to them that make them lose the will to live. Ergo, there must exist if there's actions that can decrease the will to live, there must also exist actions that increase the will to live. Hence, moral or immoral and moral. You know what I mean? That's how I rationalize it down. Now, again, that there's when we get into like comparing, let's say, the Christian God versus, you know, let's say an ancient Greek God or whatever, there's a lot that gets into it, like this whole thing of like omnipotency and omniscience and all that. And I can even explain the whole kind of like omniscience, omnipotence and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That if God is the creator of all, then everything that exists was created by this God. Ergo, God is all powerful. Simple enough thing to explain. In terms of, and we know that with motion, all motion was caused. Ergo, the cause of all motion is all powerful. We check the box. Simple as, right? Omniscient, which means ever present, is everywhere. Motion is ever present. Change is ever present. Everything that exists is in some sort of flux, or is in some sort of change, or is in some sort of motion. You know what I mean? Even when you look at a picture of the rock on the ground, the atoms are still technically spinning in the rock or vibrating or whatever the fuck they do. You know what I mean? And that rock is on a planet that's spinning around the solar system, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? So that's God is all ever present. Motion is ever present. Okay? Then we get to all knowledge. Whatever created all would be the source of all knowledge. And again, this is even the scientists. They agree with this, even though they say they won't. You know what I mean? The mere fact that they study science is the study of the world, study about reactions, study about physics, physical phenomenons. You know what I mean? Biological phenomenons. You know what I mean? These are all truths that we study, we observe, and we get insight. We gain knowledge. We gain truths. You know what I mean? So that's my way of justifying it. But when we get into like this whole problem of evil, that's where it's like, okay, you're making the claim that God is both a person, but then also is all powerful, all knowing, and all present. And that's where you get the problem of evil. Like, because in terms of like my aspect, evil can be an objective phenomenon, but it's not that it's quote unquote some sort of personified God that's willing this. This is just like is a volcano explosion. Is that evil? You know what I mean? That's where we get into it, you know? So again, like, and this is where, like, beautifully done, I must say, where Andrew Wilson goes against like these lefties and basically does the whole Dr. Evil thing. It's like, we're not so different, you and I. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you call me the authoritarian. You call me the fascist. Take a look at the mirror, Mr. Lefty. You would force people to do what you want, so why can't I force people to do what I want? And then it falls down to force doctrine, and they don't have an answer to force doctrine. I have a little bit of a gambit that could get around the force doctrine, but like I said, I refuse to help these fucking weirdos. That's what they are. They're fucking weirdos. We got starships to catch up with chat. Like I said, I do apologize for shit talking and all stuff. So good night, Teriyak mods and everyone in chat. It's coming to 1 a.m. in the land of Oz, Australia. I wish you all good night and the best wishes for you all. Love yous. See y'all on next stream. See you next stream, Starship. Thanks for stopping by. GTGT says, personification of the source of creation is all religion is. Well, is Buddhism a religion? Because Buddhists would disagree. They don't personify. And I've tried to have these discussions with Shiva where we get in terms of like the Dharma, and then like it usually ends up like the whole kind of free will discussion with Shiva, where he basically says, well, what about contingent will? And then he explains, I was like, yeah, like that's what I'm talking about. He goes, okay, yeah, that. But in terms of like free will, I'm like, well, it depends on what we define our terms as. You know what I mean? Pete saying, thanks for coming up and laying it all out. Re-examination show. Always love to. Appreciate you re-examine. GT says, that is the only way the mind can attempt to grasp the concept of source of creation. The divine intellect? With the divine mind? Gentlemen? Re-examination says, oi, Teriyak! I will have to address Epicurus next time. Have to get ready to go somewhere. No worries. Like I said, I'm always here. Fridays and Saturdays, baby. Wheel of Madness. I'm also here on Mondays and Tuesdays for the film room. And if we get $50 during that show, we open up the panel. So, again, it's up to you. We got Creed saying Teriyak. He's saying Teriyak. Psalms 100. I didn't even know Psalms went to 100. But we'll check it out. It says, And let me know if this is the right one. A psalm for giving grateful praise. Shout for joy to the Lord, all the earth. Worship the Lord with gladness. Come before him with joyful songs. Know that the Lord is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people, the shepherd of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name, for the Lord is good, and his love endures forever. His faithfulness continues through all generations. Ah, damn. The Bible's got like, that's the one thing as well that like I love throwing at the atheists as well. I say, does the Bible not contain wisdom? And they say, no, of course not. It's all propaganda. It's all fugazi. It's all bullshit. Okay. So if you're telling me that's all bullshit and it's all made up, why are the red pillars all doing the whole fucking proverb shit when it comes to women? Just to briefly touch on the dating. Back to the dating, just briefly, because we are technically on a religion, because I'm using the Bible quotes here. Why are all these Wait, wasn't that let me? What the? Okay. Yeah. So, 1 sec. Tell me, chat, if this sounds familiar. Oh my god, all the scrolling I have to do. Holy. So, my son, pay attention to my wisdom. Turn your ear to my words of insight, that you may maintain discretion and your lips may preserve knowledge. For the lips of the adulterous woman drip honey, and her speech is smoother than oil. But in the end, she is bitter as gall, sharp as a double-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps lead straight to the grave. She gives no thought to the way of life, her paths wander aimlessly, but she does not know it. Now then, my sons, listen to me. Do not turn aside from what I say. Keep to a path far from her. Do not go near the door of her house, lest you lose your honor to others and your dignity to the one who is cruel, lest strangers feast on your wealth and your toil enrich the house of another. At the end of your life you will groan. When your flesh and body are spent, you will say, how I hated discipline, how my heart spurned correction. I would not obey my teachers or turn my ear to my instructors, and I was soon in serious trouble in the assembly of God's people. Drink water from your own cistern, running water from your own well. Should your springs overflow the streets, your streams of water in the public squares? Let them be yours alone, never to be shared with strangers. May your fountain be blessed, and may you rejoice in the wife of your youth. A loving doe, a graceful deer, may her breast satisfy you always. May you ever be intoxicated with her love. Why, my son, be intoxicated with another man's wife? Why embrace the bosom of a wayward woman? For your ways are in full view of the Lord, and he examines all your paths. The evil deeds of the wicked ensnare them, the cords of their sins hold them fast. For lack of discipline they will die, led astray by their own great folly. That's basically the red pill saying, why are you wasting all your money on these women? You're paying 200 here, 300 here for first dates and all this kind of shit on these women, and you haven't stacked any wealth yourself, and you're throwing money away to these trollops that aren't even going to end up as your wife. You know what I mean? Food for thought, gentlemen. Food for thought. GTGT says, the problem is the mind isn't capable of grasping the idea of the source of creation, aka God. The best it can do is personify it, which is what religion does. Okay, I think you were kind of halfway through it, and then you say I should look into Buddhism. Bible does contain, 100%. Any man who says the Bible does not contain wisdom is a liar. He's a liar. When you hop up on the chair and you do the old Teriyaki dance, you know what I'm saying? You hit him with one of these.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop your fucking lying.
And we got Creed coming in saying, still think everyone is reading Isaiah 45:7 wrong, but hey, that's just my take on it. Isaiah 45:7. One sec. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. Often interpreted to mean God creates calamity, disaster, or hardship. The Hebrew word raha, not moral evil, which is sin, asserting his ultimate sovereignty over all aspects of life, both good and bad, to bring about his purposes such as discipline or judgment, even while he remains good. Modern translations often use words like disaster, calamity, or woe instead of evil to clarify this distinction, showing God's power over all circumstances for his foreign will. But like again, this is a key thing where it's like if they back in those days when the common folk or the commoners, peasants, whatever you want to call them, the uneducated, whatever, when anytime they seen a natural catastrophe or calamity, they would literally be like, This is the gods telling us what we're doing is wrong. Like that's literally what the kind of the angle they would take. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, the elites or the higher ups know, oh no, this is just an earthquake, or this is a landslide, or this is a volcano explosion, or whatever. The common folk with the peasantry, and that's how the elites were able to manipulate them and all that stuff. They played on the superstition, all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Organized Insanity, Life After Love. Is that the Cher song with the terrible? Do you believe in life after love? Down, 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 down. You know what I'm saying? You should look into Buddhism. Buddhism is gay. Oh no, it's just gay, straight up gay. It's not even gay. Creed says, it have much wisdom of all time. GT says, there's a lot of wisdom mixed in with history, mixed in with fairy tale, mixed in with propaganda, etc. It's a mixed bag. But this is the thing, right? A lot of people would say to Donald Trump or to the right wingers, oh, that's what the Yahtzees would. Oh, fuck this! I'm not using this mods. I'm not using this bullshit. I'm just going to use the proper terminology. That's what the Nazis would say. You're a Nazi. If you're going to take that point, it's like, well, yeah, the Nazis also believed that 2 + 2 = 4. Okay. So if we're going to say that, like, oh, if they had this belief, that meant that belief is evil, it's fucking retarded. Do you know what I mean? Everything is a mixed bag. Truth comes from lies. Okay? Actually, we're gonna walk down through this quote because I don't even know if he's no. I don't even know if he is no. Okay. Let's sec. No, I have to do the L quotation because the video probably get me copyright as well. So Dr. Howe's quote, like I think it's in like the first season he says this. Yeah, truth begins in lies. Okay? So everybody lies, the only variable is about what? And then truth begins in lies, a key variation often used in response to his team and questioning why he focuses on lies. So like this whole thing of like, firstly, it's like the key distinction that's like everybody lies or they will lie about something, etc., etc., etc. So like think of it like a state secret. You're going to have to lie. If you're going to be trusted with any state secrets, you have to be a very, very good liar. Okay, so this whole thing of like, I want to live in a world where there are no lies. Okay, we're getting rid of Santa, we're getting rid of movies, we're getting rid of stories, we're getting rid of the fiction section, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? See how it doesn't work? It is what it is. But like this whole aspect of like what House is like the reason why they're lying is that there's a truth behind that reason. Do you know what I mean? So truth comes from lies. Do you know what I mean? Because otherwise, why would they be lying? Creed says, to sum it up, you cannot make a whore into a housewife. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Theosis, says Ryan Lopez. The wisdom parts found in the Bible doesn't make the fairy tale part and the propaganda part true. I never said it did. I never said it did. I'm saying the truth comes from the lies. Say it's all propaganda. Which wager did Scott Adams make? Let me do that one. Great Scott. Scott Adams. Wager. Scott Adamson. Oh yeah, so this is Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager, where it's like, what have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? Re-examination says John 1:3 is true, and it's the day, and in the days of creation, evil was not created. Therefore, evil has no ontology. Yes, you're saying evil doesn't exist. That's what basically what you're saying when you says evil has no ontology. You're basically saying evil doesn't exist. Saying something has no ontology means it lacks a fundamental nature, definition of existence, or place within a structured reality. Often used in philosophy or computer science to describe concepts that aren't defined as real things, existing objects, or parts of a conceptual framework. So if you had to say evil has no ontology, you're to say evil doesn't exist, which means raping children, fucking bone cancer in children, like all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And I don't think you want to make that claim. I'll grant that the Bible isn't clear. Good thing I have a church to interpret. Well, that's the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like the founding fathers thought they absolutely hit a banger, you know, with the Constitution, with the Bill of Rights. But interpretation is a bitch. You know what I mean? And that like that's the funniest thing as well. Like when it's like, oh, like sola scriptura, I can interpret it myself. It's like, bro, okay, interpret the fucking First Amendment. We seem to have major issues with that, let alone the Second Amendment. You know what I mean? Holy shit! I seen a video of I think it was like a state trooper or something like that, and like one of these like Minnesota congresswomen came in, and she was like, "I'm gonna get my viral moment," and all this kind of shit. And then the dude was just basically like, absolutely roast her. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, what are my rights? What are my rights? Like, yeah, what about your Second Amendment right? Don't seem to like that right, do you? Like that's literally how ice cold he was with her, and she was like, I'm just not even gonna tolerate this conversation. She walks away. She walks away, chap. Truth is older than lies. Matthew Henry. Yeah, I don't disagree. 2,000 years of scholarly study. Well, actually, it depends on what you define as a lie. You know what I mean? Because is uncertainty lies? Or do lies exist in uncertainty? Now we're getting into like, what is ontology? What is? Oh, bro, let me tell you, I was going over like, because like when I smoke, I get like if you think I get deep on cam, like you should, or deep on panel, you should see me like when I'm fucking like just in my thoughts and all this kind of shit. Like the best way to describe like how I act like off camera when I'm not live is basically like think of like Sherlock Holmes. You know what I mean? Kind of like that. Me just like going around my room, my robe, and all this kind of shit, like thinking about crazy shit. But yeah, like I'll literally look up like what is the definition of what. You know what I mean? Like define what means. Like even like typing out the questions, you're like, Tareyak, you're a fucking asshole. You're a retard. Why are you even doing this? You're making my brain hurt. But if we go, what does the word what mean? And this is where we got to the what does is mean? You know what I mean? So it's like there's not like a clear fucking definition. Like, what is a versatile English word used to ask for information about things, actions, or identities, functioning as a pronoun? What is that, adjective or adverb? And also also to express surprise, demand, repetition, or defer that which. You know what I mean? But like, what is like the actual like word? It's based just like inquiry. It's like the like this is where like I'm losing, like I'm on like the edge of what fucking meaning is when you start to question like these. I was about to say what these words mean, but like what is technically the word that we're trying to look for? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, holy, how am I supposed to wrap my fucking head around this? Do you know what I mean? Well, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. You know what I mean? Ryan Lopez says 2,000 years of scholarly study. Well, that's the only thing as well. This is why I say, right? Like the atheists that come along and say, "Oh, I got my own fucking my no harm principle," or whatever the fuck they're trying to push nowadays. Bro, you're ignoring 2,000 years of history. Like, that these words have survived for 2,000 years. You know what I mean? That you can't say that has no value. That people died to preserve these stories, like that has no value. Okay, that's first of all. Second of all, and this came up on the Verbal Combat earlier on, the whole notion around Rome, or like government, or what is the best form of government, what way should we govern, etc., right? Policies, politics, etc. Why are we not looking to the empires that have lasted the longest to determine what the best governance should be? Do you know what I mean? Because when you look at tyranny will always fall. It will always fail. Do you know what I mean? Now it can last a long period of time. Or something. You look at like Iran, like past 50 years, they've been under the tyrannical thumb of Sharia law, and the mullahs and Khomeini and all these cunts, right? But eventually that breaks. That does not last. When we look to the grounding of like why it's important, or why the Orthodox Christians will say it is utmost important that you ground this in God, because God is unchanging, and anything that you ground in God will be unchanging. So if you set this principle, the standard, to an unchanging standard, it will exist for eternity. You know what I mean? But if you come along with your fucking no harm principle, that shit ain't gonna last 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Sorry to catch up on chat. I do apologize, gentlemen. Re-examination says Acts 17:11 lets people know what the Bible is understandable upon reading and study. Acts 17 lets people know what the Bible is understandable upon reading and study. Wait, are you doing Sola Scriptura now, re-examination? One sec. Acts 17:11. Oh, one sec. Acts 17:11. Now the Berean Jews were of more noble character than those in Thessalonica, for they received the message with great eagerness and examined the scriptures every day to see if what Paul said was true. Even the apostles must take it back. So are you saying Sola Scriptura then? Is that what you're saying, Re-Examiner? Give me the. I do apologize though, because I know you said you're busy or you need to do shit and all stuff. So I'm just genuinely curious, as they say. I went to Oxford. How old is that? Hey, what can I say? What can I say? They still use it today to misuse, distrust the words containing the claim God is evil, and claim that God is evil. But like, this is the thing. It's like, as a Christian, would you not say that Allah is evil? Do you know what I mean? And vice versa, that the Muslim would say that the Christian's God is evil. Do you know what I mean? That needs to be collapsed. That needs to like come to a head, and there needs to be some sort of resolution to that conflict. Do you know what I mean? Ryan Lopez says disciples made mistakes. Well, yeah, all humans are fallible. That's what Paul wrote. That's Paul wrote whole letters, or that's why Paul wrote whole letters. Ontology is the nature of being of something. Yeah, but if you're to say that there is no ontology to evil, you're to say that evil does not exist. You know what I mean? It's a privation of a thing. No, if you're to make the claim that evil has no ontology, then you're to say it doesn't exist. Because like ontology literally means what exists. And again, if I'm getting this wrong, let me know. Like I said, please be patient. My mom did take Tylenol. You know what I mean? Oh shit, I'm really far behind in chat. Creed says, yet wickedness still happens, so yeah, evil is real. Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, evil is undeniable. Evil is privation of good, like darkness to light and cold to heat. Yeah, but would you say, re-examine, that cold has no ontology? Because to say that it's an absence of something is still to say that it is something, or that it exists. Ryan Lopez says, for instance, man has a capacity for evil. It doesn't mean his nature or being is evil. Yes, but what I'm not talking about man. I'm talking about evil itself. Re-examination saying evil does not have an ontology, meaning evil does not exist. You know what I mean? Depends on what you define as a lie. Bill Clinton, probably. This guy. But that's what I love about the chat. The chat trolls me just as hard as they troll anyone else. You know what I mean? You want the beauty, a literal painter, grant evil is real. Yeah, but if you grant evil is real, then you can't make the claim that evil has no ontology. There is honestly no right to protest in the first or fourth. It's just merely the right to assemble. Yeah, but to express yourself. Express yourself. Express yourself. But like, but what I was getting at with the whole First Amendment of the Fourth Creed is that it's like, even what you're saying there, exactly. Like there needs to be some sort of interpretation to it. Do you know what I mean? It's like with some of the messages that I've seen here, like you put a comma or a full stop in a different place, and all of a sudden the sentence means something completely different. Do you know what I mean? And that's just punctuation. You never think Hitler seen beauty or good? Good point. We all know evil is real, but not created, meaning it has no ontology. So one sec, re-examination. Are you saying that cold has no ontology? Grant evil is real, not ontology. Yeah, but you're saying evil is real, but it doesn't exist. GT says, scholarly study of an ancient culture's belief system. Oh, hey. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's why I kind of like do the whole, like that there's the counter to this saying, why bother even looking at the ancient scripts and all this kind of shit? And like, why not just try to live your life and all this kind of shit? But it's like, when you realistically look at it, it's like if it has an interest, you know what I mean? There's something that's driving towards that interest. And oftentimes, like there's like modern breakthroughs can be spurred by historical revision. Do you know what I'm saying? By looking back on like old technologies or old ways of thinking, you know, say, oh, that was stupid that they're thinking like that, but they might have a point here, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? Ryan Lopez says, okay, so now I said that unclear. I grant evil is real. I will not grant that nature of a thing is not. Okay, so I said that unclear. I grant evil is real. I will not grant that a nature of a thing is not. I will not grant that the nature of a thing is not. Wait, what? Because like, there's some cunt screaming out the fucking window. Because if you're to make the point that like there are no characteristics to evil, that like we cannot define evil, etc., etc., etc. You know what I mean? To say that, you're... One sec. Yeah, so to say that evil has no ontology is to say that there's no relationship between evil and good. That is it doesn't exist. It's just an inverse of good. But that's still something that you're pointing to. It's like when we say, think of nothing. Or nothing. Like nothing literally has has no ontology. Sorry, nothingness. Nothingness. Do you know what I mean? Then we're getting into Heidegger apparently and all this kind of shit as well. Oh shit, the chat. One sec. Roman Catholics also. So I'm just going to blitz through chat. So people cannot be evil then. I disagree. I believe that people can be bad. It's not their nature. Yeah, but saying that humans' ontology is not evil is not the same as saying evil has no ontology, or part of humans' ontology that part of human ontology does not contain evil is not the same as saying evil has no ontology. You know what I mean? I think again, like I said, we're getting philosophical with the theological right now and everything. Is Acts 17:11 sola scriptura? Now the Berean Jews were more noble character than those in Thessalonica, for they received the message with great eagerness and examined the scriptures every day to see if what Paul said was true. So one sec. One sec. Chat is on fire. Oh my lord. Yeah, so like it is going back to this commentary examination where you're saying Acts 17 lets people know that the Bible is understandable upon reading and study. And then you said even apostles must take a back seat to scripture. So then when it comes to like interpretation, if you're saying that it's like the apostles need to take a back seat to the interpretation of the scriptures, then whose interpretation are you going back to? Then if again apostles can be wrong, etc., etc. That's basically that. But I think there's like I've done 3 different arguments, so I do apologize, chat, that I've thrown 3 completely different things at you at the same time. But it is what it is. I agree with sola scriptura. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to be noble to verify teaching of Apostle Paul. Wait, what? So are you? One sec. This be more clever. Are you Orthodox or are you Protestant? For example, because I thought that the Orthodox denied sola scriptura. Like we don't like that Latin bullshit. We don't like Rome. Not Rome, but we don't like the Eastern Western Rome. We're all about the Byzantine Empire here. Talking about the Byzantine Empire here. So bad, good, or known are no inherent nature, but more so nurture. What am I missing here? Okay, so the capacity for something doesn't mean it is that thing. Is ice water? No. It's frozen water. Ice equals frozen water, which is not the same as water. Ontology is the study of being not the same as an on-off switch for what God created or didn't create. The study of ontology is multifaceted. I get that, but what I'm addressing though is that claim that evil has no ontology. If you were to make that claim, you are saying that evil does not exist. Like, the study of being is the study of existence. I think you were misusing the word. Maybe. I could be. So evil cannot be a state of being, even if capable of it. So yeah, now I think you're missing it. No ontology means it does not exist. No ontology means it does not exist. Yeah. Double negative. True. True. Ontology. If something has an ontology, it means it exists. So if you're to reverse that, you're to say if something has no ontology, it means it does not exist. So again, the nature or ontology of something is its being. Yes, but if you're to say that there is no ontology, you're to say there is no being, there is no existence. To be or not to be. Evil does not be. If you're to say evil has no ontology, you're to say evil does not be. But evil does be. One of us for sure. One of us is for sure, but help us understand why you think with anything with no ontology can exist in any way, shape, or form. Water is ice and ice is water. What? Water is H2O and ice is H2O. Both water and ice are H2O. I can give you that. I can grant you that. But to say water is ice and ice is water, they're not the same thing. I believe man has capacity for both. Yeah, but that's not what we're saying. Like, when you make the claim of like ontology evil has no ontology, you are making the claim that evil does not exist. Which again, it is technically a way. Like I would, I would be able to make that argument because I'm not personifying God. I don't have the problem of evil. But in terms of Jews, Christians, Muslims, are Hindus included in that? I think the Hindus would be included in that as well. But yeah, like that's basically how it comes to pass. They say. And we got Crystal Hughes saying, "Hey again, what's the crack? What's the crack?" We're deep in theological discussion. Ryan says, "Okay, grant evil has ontological form. Okay, grant evil has ontological from choices. But what is the nature of man? Choice." Roman Catholic. I'm trying my best here, Ryan. And I do apologize. My mom did take Tylenol, okay? Crystal Hughes says, the Bible is one of the biggest debated books in history of man, and almost everything can be took as open-ended and open to interpretation. Well, yeah, every story technically is open to interpretation, but when you're talking about church or like governing bodies, for lack of a better terminology, like the church authority itself, like would argue it's like no, that there's no interpretation. It's like this is our interpretation. That's what we're going with. You know what I mean? GT says, is one cell merging with another considered evil? I mean, it's cannibalism in a way, no? We identify with our bodies/minds, then our mind breaks the oneness of existence into pieces. But like, this is the whole thing, GT, right? If I cut off my arm, I'm still me. If I cut off my like I could keep like one by one taking away cells and all this kind of shit until they would reach a point where I'm no longer me. At what point do we reach that? You know what I mean? Because like you are broken up into like a million different pieces essentially. Because when you look like the bacteria in your gut and all this kind of stuff, your microbiome, like they have an influence on how you think. You know what I mean? If you're hungry, you're going to be angrier or more grouchy or whatever. Like different things like that. If you're on a bad diet, you're going to have brain fog. Brain's not going to be working at 100%, etc., etc. So there's different parts to you that work harmoniously without, like, subconsciously. Like your immune system is another one. You know what I mean? You're not consciously, you know, like telling your immune system to fight off all these diseases and all this kind of shit. Your body just automatically does it. So there's that whole aspect to it as well, GT. Re-examination says, on Protestant interpretation games are red herrings to confuse people. Makes so much more sense now. Makes 100%. No, this is my bad. Re-examine. I do apologize. I made a prejudgment. I was wrong. I do apologize. My mom took Tylenol. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. Crystal says, evil is just there, like the primordials in Greek mythology, same as love. Ryan says, no, that's not what ontology means. But I don't know if he means that to you, Crystal, or if he means that to me. Creed says, yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, if I'm in fact using it wrong. Answer, I have no idea. Rudolph to Santa when Rudolph eye-antlered answer. Chancellor Sherlock. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, John. Crystal says, but do we not also speak things into existence? The whole self-fulfilling prophecy? Mm-hmm. To help define us better, for Ryan, ontology, so free will. I grant it. What's the argument? I was on fucking mute the whole time. Oh my god. Yeah, so fucking hell. Yeah, so help define us for a better, Ryan. So it's like ontology means existence and the study of how, why it does. That's my understanding. I grant that. Okay. So when re-examination earlier on said that evil has no ontology, re-examination is saying with that evil does not exist. Crystal says, I gotta go, y'all. Have a good day. You too, Crystal. If you chastise Miss Piggy, she would answer your question pronto. Fuzzy Bear. Hey, what can I say, boys? I think the South Africans are in the house. Ryan Lopez says, is it why you do bad things happen? Oh yeah, we went through that. That's your body, that's not you. Yes, but like this is what I'm saying. Like if I then start cutting off pieces of my brain, am I still going to be me? At what point will I cease to be me? Do you know what I mean? Creed says, I guess there is none, so we good, but evil does have an ontology, in my opinion. I define it as the nature of a thing. What is water? Yeah, body versus spirit. Then now, GT, you have a body and a mind, but neither of those things are you. Then what do we mean when we say you, or when we say me, or when we say I, or etc., etc.? You know what I mean? Unfrozen H2O and unvaporized too, by the way. Okay, fair. Okay, fair. What is man? Mind, body, soul. What does eyes have a choice? Absent a mind, no. Or others acting upon it. So man does have a choice. Yes. Correct. I think we're gonna get we're getting close to it here though. Like Ryan is leading us down the direction that will at least clarify what we're talking about. Folks, I am going to take a quick break. I do need to take a pee break. But like I think this actually might be, we're on track to actually doing a full solo episode. Well, it will be cool. Well, we did have re-examination pop in as well, but I mean in terms of the majority of it anyway. So folks, I'll see you in about a minute. I need to go take a piss within a minute.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One on one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
And I'm back, folks. I'm back. Back at it again. But yeah, hopefully, like I said, we crack down further in terms of this, like when we say ontology, when something does not have ontology. So man is about free will and water is not. A ontological distinction. Okay. What about a deer? Mind, right? Like, I'm not sure what you're getting at here, Ryan. Remember, like we're talking about the original claim where evil has no ontology. My interwebs keeps forking up. Hey, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Yeah, Ryan, talk to me here. We're talking about deers, we're talking about water and all this kind of shit. Yeah. Okay. I knew it was something like this. I knew I heard this phrase before. Christians. The Christians. And their Aquinas. Yeah, so like evil has no ontology is basically Aquinas is a way of getting around the problem of evil. You know what I mean? Saying, well, evil's not its own thing. Ergo, shut the fuck up about problem of evil. You know what I mean? Because if you're to say that evil is an absence of good, then you're to say that there are absence of God in the universe. That don't make no sense, boys. That don't make no motherfucking sense. Because by definition, then, what you're saying is evil is an absence of God. Ergo, there can be an absence of God. But God is also, what? Omniscient. Oh, no, sorry, not omniscient. Omnipresent. Like, first of all, like, again, correct me if I'm wrong. If this is the wrong argument, you're like, no, Tareyak, you fucking retard. We're not talking about Augustine or Aquinas. None of that shit. We're talking about something different. But, like, I'm pretty sure, like, re-examination, like, literally said this. It's like, it's the absence of, right? But again, if you're to say that it's not its own thing, it's just an absence of what good is, then you're to say that evil is an absence of God. Ergo, there's absence of God, then God cannot be ever present. That makes no sense. How can God be all present, ever present? Do you know what I mean? Because if I was to say, let's say a rock was to stop motion, you know what I mean? Even the atoms themselves would stop spinning and all this kind of shit. So then, how could the rock even hold itself together if there wasn't motion? It would like disintegrate down. Like that's why Thanos, when he snaps his finger, everybody disintegrates. You disintegrate into nothingness, into dust. The whole kind of thing where like pixelates and you just like turn into dust, all that kind of shit. It's literally you stop all motion. That's what everything would. It would all just be fucking like sand. Like it'd be like an etch sketch essentially. It'd all just be fucking sand. You know what I mean? So like I said, in terms of that whole aspect of like the absence of something, you cannot say it's like, oh, this is the absence of motion. Motion is constant. It's unchanging. You know what I mean? Ryan says something like, I just caught up on chat and these guys are pumping. You guys are pumping. Chat is on fire tonight. Yeah, I think this like the like yesterday's Madness of the Mods, the panel was absolutely crazy. It was, I think at one stage we got up to like 8 or 9 people and all this kind of shit. This one, it seems like the chat's crazy. You know what I mean? Yesterday's Mad Madness is about the panel. Today's Wheel of Madness is all about the chat. You know what I'm saying? Something like ontological means its base components. No, ontology is the study of what exists. Like when we say like ontology, we're talking about what exists, the study of existence. What is? You know what I mean? Creed says 3/4 of the planet does not exist. You one of them flat earthers? We got ourselves a flat earther here, boys. You know what I mean? Ryan says, I agree that man has the capacity for choice. I can see the horizon. Okay, get us there. Let's take me there, baby. GT says, when I say you, I mean consciousness. That thing that you are, but are not aware, conscious of. My claim is, you are currently experiencing your body and mind, but conscious of stuff is not your experience. Like GT, like you're throwing words around like consciousness and mind and being aware and not being aware and all this kind of shit. Do you not see how it's kind of like, it seems like you're not able to put it into words kind of thing? And I don't mean that like in a negative way. It's like sort of you're talking to the Tylenol baby himself. Tylenol boy would be my superhero name. You know what I'm saying? So again, in terms of that, like I understand what you're saying, but like you're kind of throwing like like consciousness and then experience. But like, what is the delineation between them? You know what I mean? Creed saying, so you trying to name that the trait on things then, like why we eat animals? Yeah, but I disagree. Not feeding a pet is not evil in and of itself. I died, my cats can't eat. Am I evil? Wait, they eat me. Well, that is true. That is true. That's why dogs are better than cats, folks. Creed says, yeah, if you planned it so they could eat, sure sounds evil enough. Favore. Favore. I wandered today through the hills. Magi. Val. Lunikin. Not sure what you mean, but thank you for the comments, Ronathan. Ryan says, you called out the mods. Wait, did I? Mods? Does starvation exist? And when did it come into existence? Yeah, starvation exists. I had to double check. But I wouldn't say that starvation has no ontology. You know what I mean? The study of the thing itself. No. No, Ryan. Actually, make sure I get the philosophical definition just in case. Branch of metaphysics studying being, existence, reality, and fundamental categories of entities, asking what is, what exists, and exploring the nature, structure, principle of reality, including concepts like being, essence, time, space, and properties, contrasting with specific science, looking at all that is rather than just a particular domain. So what exists? So if you're to say that evil has no ontology, you're to say evil does not exist. Evil is just a lack of good or the absence of good. But here's the problem. Here's the problem that when you're saying that, like, tying this to God, you're to say that evil is absence of God, which means God can be absent in the world. That makes no sense because God is ever present. Creed says, even if you can't see it, it can still exist. I can see clouds in the sky. Oh shit. Wait, that's ice run. My man. Finally, an agreement. Didn't you really infer Ming the Merciless, Princess Leia? We're getting Star Wars. Hey, are we going to be going into pop culture? Maybe. Madness of the Mods. That's why I bit. Is it a Harry Potter thing? Maybe. I think that I think what I typed makes sense, but I could be wrong. I'll try to use different words next time. Yeah, but define what you mean by existence. And then define what you mean by consciousness. And then define the difference between the two. What is the delineation between the two? Yup, I didn't say it. Ontology of man is choice. God says it's... Wait, what? I wanted to be a painter. Okay, let me phrase this way. If one makes the claim that that evil has no ontology, they are also making the claim that evil does not exist. And to go back to, where is it? Our boy Thomas Aquinas or Augustine, they're like, this is their whole thing of like how to explain how a good God can allow evil. Because it's basically saying it suggests evil arises from misused free will or defects in creation, not from God creating it, making it ontologically dependent on good rather than a parallel entity, hence no separate being or measure of its own. Okay. So if we're to take this, we're to say that, firstly, that there's a misuse of free will, but then also that there's defects in creation. Like, do you see how this starts to be like a snowball? It starts to roll down the hill and then it becomes unmanageable. Sorry, bad ice joke. I couldn't hold back. Hey, what can I say? I appreciate the dad joke myself. I appreciate a dad joke, David Ely, Dave says, can we be present and remove ourselves? Can we be present and remove ourselves at the same time? All right. Can we be non-participants in a conversation but be observing a conversation? Yeah, of course. Meaning. One sec. I got the clip, boys.
Meaning.
No, it doesn't. Defects in choice. No, this is the defects in creation. So, like, explaining psychopaths. You know what I mean? To be a fly on the wall. Study of primary and secondary cause in theology is good for this. Yes. Like the whole like God is the second cause, not the first cause, or God is the first cause, not the second cause, or the primary cause kind of thing. But again, we now have to throw in cause when like that's irrelevant to what we're talking about here. When you make the claim that evil isn't a thing, but then you're saying that we need like evil is a thing in the same breath. You're basically saying evil's not a thing; it's just an absence of God. But then you run into the problem of, okay, you're saying that God is ever present, but then you're saying God is not present in this circumstances, or not these circumstances, these immoral actions. God is not present in this. But if God is not present there, how can He be ever present? So remember, the whole issue that ties to this is that the reason why evil, the problem of evil exists, is because they're making the claim that God is personified, God is infallible, and God is all powerful, all knowing, and ever present. You know what I mean? So like, there's 5 key claims that lead us to this problem. I'm not sure if Ryan agrees with what I'm talking about, but he's saying yup, choice. Looking for a better word than ontology so we can move on and live in a world where that claim made sense. Well, folks, let me tell you, just to let you know, we have $10 in the spin bank, courtesy of our girl, Starship Alien, right there. Well, technically we've 17 in the bank. Apologize. I do apologize, gentlemen. We've 17 in the spin bank. So, what's that? We got 17 in the spin bank. So if you do want to move on, let me know. But this is the religious theme. We've 30 minutes left in this, and then we will be going on to pop culture, which again, it's a lot easier, a lot chiller, all the stuff, you know. Let me put it this way. Is Star Trek ontologically bad? I'm not even sure what that means. One sec. What does this mean? What does this mean? Is Star Trek ontology bad is a phrase often used in meme culture and critical discussions that questions whether the Star Trek universe, its characters, or recurrent villains are inherently, fundamentally, or by their very nature evil, rather than just committing bad actions due to circumstances. It is an ironic or hyperbolic application of the philosophical term ontology, the study of being resistance to fictional narratives, often used to describe villains that possess no redeeming qualities. Here's a breakdown, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so you're saying it's evil by its very nature. So when you're saying Star Trek, you're saying the show? Are you talking about a particular character in the show? You know what I mean? Because, like, by its nature, a villain of a story would be ontologically evil. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a villain. You know what I mean? We start to lose sight of the words, as they say, or we lose sight of the meaning of the words. Stephen Thomas says, why did the Aztec distillery Prince Albert his wife with a jaguar's tooth? Tequila. Tequila? I barely know her. I watched the first several iterations. Here we are with the Academy. Is the thing itself bad? So if you choose evil but meant good, are you okay being wrong and Jesus will accept you in the gate? Well, again, that's another question to it as well. Cain would have been good if he was able. This guy right here, dad jokes. I love him. I fucking love him, boys. But yeah, go ahead. GT says, when I say existence, I mean everything that exists in the physical space. Sun, moon, stars, planet. Okay, I might have said the wrong word, but like what I'm trying to get to is like when you're saying consciousness and then you're saying experience. And then Dave says, evil as the absence of God is more the absence of the participation in God. But then you get back to the problem of evil. You know what I mean? Because then why would have God created evil to begin with? Why would evil be even possible? You know what I mean? Brian says, that's a better idea. What if I do evil to do good? Well, exactly, Ryan. That's a fucking ingenious question. There is a problem where if we think that bad things should happen to bad people and good things should happen to good people, by definition, good people must be capable of bad things, of doing bad things. Because who's going to do the bad things to the bad people? That's why you had that scene in True Detective where Marty and Russ are in the car, and Marty says to Matthew McConaughey, like, do you ever wonder if you're a bad man? And then Russ, while lighting a cigarette, says, shit, Marty, the world needs bad men. We keep other bad men at the door. You know what I mean? I'd say Roman Catholics are not outcome based. Well, yeah, like this is the whole deontology versus utilitarianism. You either think you have duty, or there is no duty, and it's just outcome dependent. And both have flaws. Both have flaws. People, like I said, there's no perfect answer, as they say. Steven says, to be honest, it's a rhetorical question. I do like the random quotes, I'm not going to lie. Remember, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. GT says, the thing that is you that exists outside of the physical space realm, that thing that's not in your current experience of brain, yeah, your potential or your potentiality. You have your actuality, which is like your physical body and all the physical and all this kind of shit, but then you also have your potential, which is guiding the actual. You know what I mean? Creed says, Adam asked God, what would it cost for the perfect woman? His reply was an arm and a leg. Adam, damn, that's too much. What can I get for a rib? But my man. Creed came up with it. I'm trying my best, chat. I'm trying my best. Creed says, yeah, sure, blame the guy. That guy, fucking jerk. Yeah, that Creed, that guy. Yeah, fuck that guy. I see what you're doing, Creed. I see what you're doing. Stephen Thomas says, why do Venus whaling canines have flat faces? Because they chase parked cars. Hey, my man. What can I get for a rib? My man. But yeah, like I said, in terms of like this aspect, this is where it gets very, very deep and then precise, because then we start to slip between like truth and morality. You know what I mean? And because people would say, what is true is moral, and what is moral is true. Then, if that is the case, and the SS comes to your door and Anne Frank's in your attic, are you telling me that's the right thing to do? Say, yeah, she's upstairs, little bitch. Been creaking all day. You know what I mean? Because in an essence, you know, like ontology, well, philosophy itself is the study of wisdom, or the study of truth, or the lovers of wisdom and the lovers of truth. When you're talking about like what exists, what is, like you are by definition talking about truth. And isn't it funny that like all these philosophers write fiction stories to teach us these truths? You know what I mean? Truth comes from lies. Like I said, the Dr. House quote. We're going full circle, baby. But yeah, like to get back to the wheel. Chat, are we spinning the wheel or not? Let me know. Let me know, chat. Because to get back to the question, because we went off in the whole ontology, what is good, what is evil. etc., etc. We got Ryan coming in saying, enough of this. Enough of these shenanigans. Let's spin that wheel. And we have the next one. Are miracles real today? And again, this is an interesting one because, like, what is a miracle? An extraordinary and welcome event that is not explicable by natural or scientific laws and is therefore attributed to divine agency. Like, to me, a miracle is just lazy thinking. I know, hot take, but if we are to say that everything is logical and everything is rational and everything can be explained, then even these miraculous events should have some sort of logical or rational explanation. You know what I mean? Now, if you want to go technical on the definition, like anything that science couldn't explain at the time would then have to be defined as a miracle until science explained it. So in that essence, miracles technically are real. But if we were to adhere strictly to the definition, it is to say that we are to attribute that to a divine agency. Which again, you know, sure, and the logic is creation itself. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, if someone came down to you and was like, "Oh, like my wife, got pregnant, and I didn't have sex with her, but it's my kid," that's a miracle, right? You know what I mean? But then people would say that's why the virgin birth of Jesus, like that's why it's so true. Is because in terms of like that aspect, you know what I mean? If that is the truth, then that literally would be a miracle. It's unexplained. The only way to explain it is true divine agency. But if we are to say that divine agency exists, that means we don't have control. We're just puppets on a stage. And at any time, you know what I mean? So if that's true, you are miracle Irish. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying, Ryan. In terms of technically, anything that cannot be explained with scientific law or with rationality or whatever is by definition a miracle. Because if you cannot attribute to science or rationale or whatever, what are you going to attribute it to? Because you have to be very careful here as well. Because if you're to make the claim that everything can be explained, what is your evidence for those? The critique goes both ways. Goes both ways. Literal miracle. Literally. GT says, in a way, a miracle is just something that you can't explain. A light bulb would seem like a miracle thousands of years ago. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, GT. Like anything that science cannot explain, by definition, would be a miracle. But are we going to make the claim? That's the thing. Creed says, sorry, I laughed too hard at my own jokes. Glad you enjoyed it. I hope it was half as good as it was for me. My man. We do love a good dad joke around here. Yup. So virgin birth is the arguments. So science is so advanced, it's magic. Fair for first cause. For first cause. No, but like the counter to that from the secularist would be, well, no, like Mary could have just cheated. You know what I mean? Like there is a possible explanation. You know what I mean? But then the counter would be for everything else. You know what I mean? Because it's not just one isolated event. It's not that Jesus, it was a virgin birth and okay, everyone just thought that Jesus was God. There's the whole shit with the Pharisees, you know, with going into the temple, flipping some tables, all this kind of shit. The whole thing with the apostles, gathering the following, and then the whole crucifixion, all this kind of stuff. The science so advanced, it's magic. But like that's the other thing as well. If you had access to the knowledge that we do now in terms of over chemistry, even just being able to combine certain plants to make certain remedies and elixirs and all this kind of shit, they were seen as magical people back in the days. And we know this from like the ancient Greeks. You know what I mean? Like, this is where we get like all our, you know, scientific words from, is from the Greeks. You know what I mean? Hypothesis comes from Greek, you know? A miracle is the DNA arrangement of my family lineage bestowed thine. From Bain. No, but logic, everything is a cause of a cause. There has to be a first. Yeah. Otherwise, you get infinite regression. Life itself is a miracle. You are a miracle because what we call as you cannot be explored. But again, are you making the claim that that cannot be explored? It's like that's what I'm saying in terms of it, like for both the secularists to be careful in terms of the claims they make around this. Because if you're to say it is to be explained, everything can be explained, you then have to provide evidence. And then whatever claim they have, you must be able to prove. Equally, in terms of the religious, it goes both ways. If you're to say it cannot be explained, or it can never be explained, that is also a claim they would need to prove. You know what I mean? So I agree, nothing exists from nothing. Yeah, it's this whole thing of like something cannot come from nothing. And even science agrees with this. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It just transforms from one to another. What came before? The Big Bang, they say the Big Bang, but then what came before the Big Bang? And even with the Big Bang, they would claim that there was like motion before that as well. So then what's causing that motion? You know what I mean? Creed says, yeah, if my wife came at me with a knife, it would be a miracle if she was making me a sandwich. Yeah, if my wife came at me with a knife, it would be a miracle if she was making me a sandwich. Still does not mean I'm not going to throw a loaf of bread at her and pray. That's not what I'm trying to get at. Like the saying that it's like, oh, it would be a miracle if she all of a sudden was to make me a sandwich. There would still be a rational thought process behind that. You know what I mean? That, oh, she was clearly joking that she was going to stab you. And then when you threw the loaf of bread at her, she started making a sandwich kind of thing. You know what I mean? There would still be a rationale or a logic behind it. But if she's the case where she's coming to moida you, then that would be the rational explanation for that as well. You know what I mean? I'm giving the argument for something before nothing. Yeah. Because even if you were to grant them that something came from nothing, then what became before nothing? They'd have to say nothing. You know what I mean? Hence first cause. Henceforth. Because it doesn't make sense. The impossibility to the contrary, my dear Watson. As they would say in Sherlock terms. You know, or unmoved mover, or divine intellect, or what have you. You know what I mean? There needs to be something. Otherwise, oh, it was the Big Bang, and then it was before the Big Bang, it would be the quantum waves, and before the quantum waves, that there will always be the question of, well, then what caused that, or what caused this? Do you know what I mean? That's the conundrum that I think I feel safe enough to say we find ourselves. And by we, I mean like those who are actually genuinely looking for truth and not just, playing the team games. You know what I mean? Because that's probably the most interesting thing that I've seen across this whole divide. That like the atheists grew up on the likes of Richard Dawkins, Hitchens, all these the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Those atheists, right? They grew up on that, and like mainly they grew up on the clips of that. I mean, like the YouTube clips, and it was usually a couple of minutes, maybe 5, 5 minutes total. But usually it's like a quick, like 1 minute, 2 minute, kind of like back and forth, and it's like a witty jab or something like that. And it seems as though, oh yes, and like the atheists laugh and all this kind of shit. But when you go back and watch the full debate, you'll see it's like they absolutely got themselves like spit roasted essentially, because what they want to do is say, well, I'm not making any claims here, folks. I'm not the one that's making the claim that that there is a God. It's the religious that are making the claim that is the God. Well, my dear Watson, you've just done the fatal flaw that the likes of Destiny and all his fans went ballistic over that Andrew Wilson done to you. Well, Andrew Wilson sat back and says, well, Destiny, you're the one who's making the claim that it is an insurrection. I'm not making a claim whether it is or it isn't. You have to prove it, and where's your evidence? And then Andrew destroyed his evidence. So this is the same thing that in terms of the atheists versus the theists is the theist can actually make a rational argument. You know what I mean? And there's a reason why I'm saying theist rather than Christian. You know what I mean? I'm saying across the board here, there's multiple different arguments for a quote unquote higher power. That to me, like the whole unmoved mover argument. What like the only other possibility here is infinite regression. So are we taking an infinite regression then? And then to that we're saying it's impossible to determine what the beginning is. So then why is science even trying to come up with a Big Bang theory? You're to make the claim that's impossible. Or that it's infinite regression. And then if you're to make that as infinite regression, then you're to say that this is infinite. That this always has and always will be. And if you're to make that claim, then you're saying that this is eternal. That the cosmos is eternal. In constant motion, but infinite. Which you then have to explain, like to do the same thing that we're doing to Thomas Aquinas and the whole problem revealed to the Christians, we can do to the scientists and we can do it to the atheists as well. If you're to say that like this always has been and always will be, you're to say that this creation is infinite. And this just spontaneously came to be, apparently. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm the dude that has problems with everybody. You know what I mean? I never trust anyone that agrees with me 100%. Or that I can't disagree with. You know what I mean? This is my anti-atheist argument. Say we can't decide on which God. Can we decide that same God? This is my anti-atheist argument. Say we can't decide on which God. Can we decide that some God? Some God, we can fight about the details. I believe 2 hippies in a forest was the threshold for that argument. I think I cut you off mid-points, Ryan. Are you saying that, like, can we decide that that it at least is a God? Like, do you mean that, like, this is my anti-atheist argument? Say we can't decide on which God, can we at least decide that there is some God? Creed saying, yeah, my problem with atheists is if you break it down and get them to agree with the Big Bang Theory, then they void their argument because they will admit there was a beginning. Exactly. But even if you're to grant them all that, Creed, and you say, well, what came before the Big Bang? Well, nothing came before the Big Bang. Really? In this paper, they're saying there was even before the Big Bang, there would have been some sort of things to it. Do you know what I mean? There was still some motion. There was still something happening. I used to, GT says, I used to cheer on the atheist in those debates because I feel like it's easier to turn an atheist into a seeker than to turn a religious person into a seeker. What do you mean by a seeker? We playing Quidditch? Brian says, yup, I'd say first cause logically proves some divine creation. Yeah. And then even just motion. Like the whole like unmoved mover argument, I believe it was from Aristotle. Like that argument is taken from Plato, which is in turn taken from Heraclitus' motion. You know what I mean? Or the flux, as Heraclitus would put it. How can you explain the flux? That everything we see is in constant flux, and this flux is constant. Ergo, whatever causes the flux, motion, must be unchanging. What the Christians call God. What the Muslims call Allah. What the Buddhists call Dharma. What the Hindus call, whatever the fuck they call it. You know what I mean? Call it what you will. We can wrangle with details. Well, yeah, like that's what I'm saying, Ryan. Like my main cause now is the one clear thing I can fully realize or fully see is that atheism needs to go. Do you know what I mean? Because way too many people are like, I'm an atheist and will support all these atheists. But when you sit them on panel on Swords of Reason, they'll sit there and say, "Oh no, well I'm an agnostic. I'm an agnostic atheist, whatever the fuck that means." You know what I'm saying? Like there's this whole kind of club that's going on with the atheist thing, and realistically, it's starting to look like a religion. You know what I mean? Call me crazy, but it's starting to look like a religion. You know what I mean? GT says, because a believer will not seek out the answer to a question she thinks will already have the answer to. Oh yeah. That's what I mean when I'm talking about the script. And how like you can't fully trust people who follow a script. Because they're not thinking for themselves. You know what I mean? The reason why logic is so powerful, or like truth is so powerful, is like that you can get there on your own rationality. Because rationality is objective. You know what I mean? Ryan says anti-atheist and the magnet argument or the Odestone. What are those arguments? Let me know. Pete says, now let's do an allegory of the cave. I love that one. It's a good one. What is reality? Is it not just shadows on the wall, what we see? Or is there some deeper meaning that we should pursue? I do love the ancient Greeks. I do have to say. A seeker is someone who's looking, yes, like basically someone who's thinking for themselves. A believer is someone who just follows the script. If only I could speak. Let's go, Creed. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Looking for truth. Hey, my man. My man. Truth is not invented. It is discovered. Brian says, I see a cave and some light. What are those shadows? Are you seeing the illusion or are you seeing the truth? That is the question. Creed says, you should get a load of these trees outside, bro. Touch grass. True. I touched grass once. One time in band camp. I went out. Everyone was telling me, no, Tareyak, don't leave the band camp. Bears will come for you. The bears. I said, fuck them. I went off. I seen a nice patch of grass. I gave it a little touch. It was a beautiful experience. I'm not going to lie. It was a beautiful experience. I think more people make the effort to go out there and touch grass. Oh my God, the memes that we see. Holy shit. Like X, like I said, for all the bad things people say about X, you know, for me, the one undeniable thing is it just wouldn't be as funny. Life would not be as funny. It is what it is. So a natural earth magnet can make an iron magnet. Sorry. So a natural earth magnet can make iron a magnet. Okay. What's a copy but a wheel creation of its source? Okay, guys, you're not giving me a lot to go on here. Ah, yes. Yeah. Ryan, like what you're talking about is like magnetism. Like what causes magnetism? I'm picking up what you're putting down. Like that's the same thing. What I'm talking about with the flux or the motion. Like there's these forces. Like what is causing gravity? You know what I mean? Like this is where we say like 0-point energy. You might hear in like the UFO circles or like probably some scientific communities are now finally starting to actually be open with this. Like 0-point energy. What is the 0 point to gravity? Because if you can work out what causes gravity, bro, you literally have all power. You know what I mean? Like if I could switch off gravity on the earth, I can go anywhere. I can be anywhere. You know what I mean? I'm not bound by the limits of gravity. I can skip across skyscrapers and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like that's the power potentially of what 0 point, like what's called 0-point energy is. You know what I mean? And hey, we got Belinda coming in with $2 saying, Anto, out here touching clover fields, not grass. Exactly. We touching. This is what we touching right here. We touching our shamrocks, baby. Right there. See? Exactly. I have been touching grass. See that? Pepe is literally touching grass right there, bro. You see him touching the green? That's why I am so green. You know what I'm saying? But thank you very kindly, Belinda. 1 sec. Let me update the spin bang totals. I think we're up to $9, folks. Un momento, por favor. So let me get this in the chat as well. So we're only $1 away from the spin, folks. So let us know. Welcome in. It's the idea of divinity being reflected in man. What, magnetism? I just want to make sure I'm 100% on this, Ryan. Because I think, like I said, and again, it's in my apologies. Typically what happens, you know?
Gar, blame me, son. The seas be a cruel mistress, they do be. Arr. The Belinda not be cruel, she be a kind mistress, she do be.
But again, thank you very kindly for the one gifted. That puts us up to $12, folks. So we have a spin whenever you want. But we are going to be going for a grift break in a bit. Belinda, just 1 sec, because we're going to be changing themes to a bit of pop culture. We're going to get a bit pop culture-y. You know what I'm saying? We're under religion. But just before Creed says, yes, the only thing faster than the speed of light, in my honest opinion, gravity is already there when you try to measure it. Exactly. So, folks, like I said, we're going to go on a little bit of a grift break. Okay? Get the donations up. Okay, that was my bad. Me a culpa on my end. I forgot to reset the goal. So the goal is set back in chat. So $2 or higher. We got to reach 5. Folks, I'll see you in about 3 minutes. I need to go down, take a pee, refill my water, all the stuff. So I'll see you in about 3 minutes, folks.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
And shout out to you guys. By the time I got back, he's basically reached the goal. Belinda's sitting here saying it ain't much, but it's honest donos, and Pepe appreciates every single one, Belinda. Let me tell you. So let me just make sure we get through all this. So we had, I think we're up to 22 in the spin banks. We got 2 free spins for the pop culture wheel. So don't worry, folks. Don't worry. 1 sec. Let me add this in. We're at 22 for the spin bank. Okay, so let me sure we do this. Hit us with that. We had obviously Belinda hitting us with the 4-leaf clovers, the shamrocks, all this with the big hands. Creed saying, how about 1/6 of a spin? Let's fucking go. Like I said, all the little $2 ones can add up into a spin. Like I said, that's where we have a spin bank. You know what I'm saying? Belinda just hitting us with the 2, then saying I don't have much, but it's honest work. It's honest donos. And yes, it is, Belinda. Appreciate you kindly. So, spin banks at 22. Now, we have a decision, folks. We have a decision. Which premium meme are we going to go for? Do we want a bit of Joey Diaz? Do we want a bit of Andrew Wilson? Do we want a Rhythm with the Tism? Do we want the black pasta? Or the black preacher, sorry, not the pastor. The black preacher. Let me know. Let me know in chats. So, we have that running in. We have this. We have the spin bank up at 22. And folks, Wilson or Pepe, I'll hit you with a little bit of Andrew Wilson. You know what I'm saying? Because we got the dating earlier on. Let's hit him with a little bit of Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half. I like this one because of the music playing. Yeah, like I said, it's just sometimes you get the perfect thing being said with the perfect soundtrack, and you're like, oh my God, por favor. I think I've done that. Actually, we might as well, because like I said, this is the chill. Wheel of Madness today. We're just chilling with chat. You know what I'm saying? I think you guys like the chat and chill. That's why. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing the whole chat and chill. And you guys like, maybe we have a chat and chill for the Wheel of Madness too. You know what I mean? Don't worry, I got this. So let me hit you with this one. All right, this one's an oldie. This one's over a year old, I think, at this stage. Oh my word, as they say. So let me dig this one out of the old school memes, as they say. Yeah. So let me know what you think of this one, Belinda. Okay. Again, this is an oldie, but a goldie. Okay.
No, I don't disagree there. The video that I did about.
Oh wait, wrong video. There we go. This one.
I'm not saying that anyone needs to kiss Nala's ass. I'm just saying that as Christians, we cannot make a judgment as to whether or not she has been saved, and it is possible that she has been saved. That's my position on Nala.
That wasn't just your position. Your position in your video was also to attack people like Pearl Davis, who is the only one out of you sea of harpies, that's my words, okay, who wasn't kissing this woman's ass. She was the only one who actually didn't get on her knees and kiss this prostitute's ass because she got dunked at heresychurch.com. The only one.
They're my favorite TradCon women talking points. I'll pray for you. Bitch, we know you're not praying for shit. You never tell me you'll pray for me when things are going good. When I'm having a great time and we're getting along fine, you never say you'll pray for me.
Is this not the room?
How crazy is it that whenever you're mad, that's when you're going to pray for me? How? Using God to be passive aggressive.
This is why we say we're done. This is why we say you're full of shit. And the funniest thing about this is, every single one of you bitches rather defend a fellow whore than support the good woman. So the question then becomes, what does that make you?
Boom! Right, and again, like I said, not the best at it. That was over a year. Exactly, Belinda. We shall conquer. Pepe, rise up. Pepe, rise up. You know what I mean? But like I said, the right edit with the right music, oof, it makes a huge difference. Even like the scene there where it's like I was blacking it out and then I was hitting your back as soon as the beat drops and all this kind of shit. A lot of stuff goes in the old editing process. But as they say on the Wheel of Madness. Spin that wheel, white boy. So, greatest female singer ever. Now, again, see, this is the thing why I can't answer my own questions and all this kind of stuff. We run a bit of conflict because you all know who I'm going to say here. Tay Tay, our girl Tay Tay. Do you know what I mean? And just to prove it as well, right? Greatest female singer ever. Let's ask Google. There is no. Oh, look at this. This is why Google is shit. There's no single greatest, but who the fuck is this bitch? Aretha Franklin, Queen of Soul, is consistently ranked #1 by critics like Rolling Stone for her power and emotion, while artists like Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Madonna, Beyonce, and Dolly Parton are also legendary for the vocal talent, influence, and success. Often, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? YouTube. One sec. Hang on a sec. I'm about to write a strongly worded letter to whoever the fuck runs Google. What are we doing here, folks? What are we fucking doing here? This is unbelievable. You don't know Aretha Franklin? Really? Hey, first of all, okay, I've got an excuse. Okay? My mom took a shit ton of Tylenol. Okay? That's first thing. Okay? Second of all, there's no excuse. There's no excuse for what? Tay-Tay's not even mentioned. She's not even mentioned by Grok. The question of greatest female ever is one of the most passionate debates in music, and that's why I chose her for the Wheel of Madness, baby. But there's no single objective answer because it depends. Ah, here we go. Grok's doing the whole depends. Oh my god, here we go, chat. There's no single objective answer because it depends on what you value most. Raw emotional power, technical range, influence, live performance ability, innovation, or pure vocal beauty. That said, when you look across fan votes, critic lists, vocal rankings, and consensus from the last few decades, including recent 2024, 2025 discussions, a few names rise to the very top again and again. Aretha Franklin, often called the Queen of Soul and the greatest by many, including Whitney Houston herself. Holy shit. Whitney Houston, frequently #1 in massive fan vote polls. Like, what the fuck? And widely regarded as having the most perfect voice in pop R&B history. Oh my god. This is blasphemy. They aren't wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chad is mutiny against me. You know what I'm saying? So unbelievable. Unbelievable. You guys are bringing tears to my eyes, okay? It's okay. You do know her. You just don't realize it's one of them artists, timeless. Yeah. RESPCT. That is what I want from me. You know what I mean? I get that. But like, I don't know. Wait, what did they put as the male singer then? If that bitch is #1. Yeah, splendid. But do you believe in life after love? That's the question Cher asks, you know? The debate over the greatest male singer ever is even fiercer than the female one. Bit sexist Grok, not gonna lie, bit of mahogany here. It spans rock, pop, soul, opera, crooning. The fuck is crooning? And beyond. Criteria like vocal range, emotion, live power, innovation, influence, blah blah blah, sheer charisma come into play. How about the list there? Sheer thing. Freddie Mercury. See what I'm saying? You see the problem here? What's the problem with Freddie Mercury being #1? Chat. What's the problem here? Because remember, this bitch, because she's Queen of Pop or Queen of Soul, not even Queen of Pop. This bitch ain't even Queen of Pop. She's Queen of Soul, okay? And she's #1. Freddie Mercury #1 for the men. What is the problem here? What is the problem? Belinda says, I believe in love after love. or life after love, whichever. It's tough, but I do. But I do. I think that was Dolly Parton, you know? But yeah, so hang on a second, right? Anita Franklin is number one female artist because she's Queen of Soul. But then Freddie Mercury is not king of rock, not king of pop, but he's number one. Michael, did you see? Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Yeah, if he's king of pop, why is he number one? His voice had silky falsetto, gritty edge, emotional depth, and perfect control. Plus, he reinvented live and performance, pure magic and motion. Like, but this is what I'm saying. Pavarotti. Wait. For Pavarotti, they just put another picture of Freddie Mercury. An AI is supposed to take over? Get the fuck, yeah. This is unbelievable. This is sacrilege, heresies, and all this shit mash into one. Firstly, Queen of Pop, Taylor Swift. King of Pop, Michael Jackson. Simple, easy, elegant, to the point. You know? Like, these motherfuckers are mentioning Beyonce before Taylor Swift. It makes no sense. Right? Most, was it songs sold or whatever the fuck by an artist? Like, this is the thing with the modern era, like they're saying here. Like, the whole physical versus digital. Like, back in the day, you had to buy, like, you know, a CD, and before that, you had to buy a fucking a vinyl and all this kind of shit. Now you have, like, the digital downloads, and everything's like $1 and all this kind of shit. You don't have to, like, actually maintain the music and all this kind of shit. So there is an aspect to that possibility to it, but I mean, like, one sec. Most digital sales by an artist. Let's say most digital sales songs, I guess. Okay, so then most digital and physical. Then why is this? Oh my God. Digital and physical combined. Okay. So if we do this and go back into Grok, and we say top female artists. Come on, Grok, don't fail me now. Don't fail me now, baby. Well, Queen's music is very embodies everybody's kind of music. I like Avril's first and second album only. I still have all my CDs. Impressive. Combined digital and physical sales often measured by equivalent album sales or EAS, which includes physical albums. The digital download singles and streaming equivalents reflect the blend of historical legends from the physical era and modern streaming powerhouse. Reliable up-to-date rankings are early as 2026 come primarily from sources like chartmaster.org. Blah, blah, blah. Top female artists. See what I'm saying? Right? Taylor Swift is almost there. She's almost there. 250 million EAS. Compared to Madonna, who has 300 million, okay? And the only reason why Madonna is getting up there, or has been keeping this, is because she's been, what's the word? Like, her corpse is literally being animated by Hollywood, essentially. You know what I mean? She's a dead artist. No one listens to her shit anymore. The only reason why she was back in the charts briefly was because of Deadpool. If it wasn't for Ryan Reynolds, bitch wouldn't be even like mentioned in modern day. You know what I mean? But again, like a prayer, quality song. You have to admit, it is a quality song. All right. Rapidly closing the gap or potentially surpassing in some metrics by 2026, with figures around 235, 250 plus million EAS or higher. Her dominance comes from massive streaming, over 140 million EAS from streams and recent updates, re-recordings, and huge pure sales from recent albums like The Life of a Showgirl. You know what I mean? So when we look at it, Taylor Swift is going to surpass Madonna, and Taylor Swift is going to be numero uno. Okay, I don't want to hear no shit. And do you know what I mean? And like I said, some of the artists underneath Taylor Swift, like Celine Dion, Mariah Carey, Rihanna, Whitney Houston. You know what I'm saying? So where is this other bitch? What's her name again? Madonna and the fried fish. That's a good image. I'd imagine it smells like fried fish down there. I'm not gonna lie. Sounds like a fucking fish market. Creed says she was singing before she went full jigsaw look. Bro, what is happening to Hollywood in general? Okay, because again, we're still technically on theme. For anyone who's wondering, still technically on theme. And just to let you remind you, we've got 22 on the spin bank. So if you do want to move on from this, let me know. But holy shit, bro, Madonna. Like, what is Madonna at this stage? Is she even human? Do you know what I mean? Because like this is what like a lot of the women's do. No offense to the women's, okay? Open image, new tab, right? So again, like a lot of people look at this and go, like, let's zoom in and go, I don't know, eyes a bit dodgy, neck definitely covering up a lot around the neck area here. Like even you can kind of tell that like this is heavily makeup. You know what I mean? Now, like that, like I said, like you're not going to be able to like zoom into someone's like forehead and all this kind of shit, like when you're actually seeing them in real person. Like that, you kind of say it's like, you know, not the worst looking, not the worst. Like there are worse looking things, okay? I mean, especially when you say it's like, well, it's very similar.
Per favore.
Do you know what I mean? A lot of uncanny characteristics.
Per favore.
Do you know what I mean? Like definitely in the eyes are different.
Per favore.
You can tell, like it's kind of similar. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to go with no. Reed saying no. She actually sang a song about fried fish. Belinda. Thank you very kindly for that information. That is going to lead to quite a few roasts of Madonna, just to have in my back pocket, just in case the topic comes up again. Appreciate you kindly, Belinda. Creed saying no, but like this is what I'm saying. Like obviously, like I said, like just even looking at the neck and all this kind of shit, we can see past a lot of this shit. But then, bro, holy shit, look at this. What is going on here? Oh, what is Oh shit, Belinda, my bad. I forgot to set another goal. That is my bad. Do you know what? I apologize. I do apologize. I can't really say anything else other than I please take my apologies. So I've set a new goal. Thanks for reminding me, Belinda. Belinda says, YouTube fried fish, Madonna, it's 27 seconds, please. Okay, but like I said, look at this on the screen. I would rather the Italian one. Sorry. Yeah, no worries. Like I said, there's no wrong answers here. But this is what I'm saying. Like what is that on the right? You know what I mean? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Zilce Senserone. So, fried fish, Madonna. It better not be copyright, Belinda. I don't want the stream taken down. You know what I mean? You gotta protect the stream at all costs. Fried fish, Madonna. Okay, here we go. Per favore.
Come on, go. Let's go eat some fried fish. Fried fish. Come on, road and go. Let's go eat some fried fish. Fried fish. Cause there's no more pasta. Oh no. So we're gonna eat some fried fish. Fried fish. Yeah.
Yeah, so Hollywood is clearly emotionally stable. You know what I mean? Clearly. What the actual fuck? People covered it. I don't think it's copyrighted. Yeah, no, I thought this was like an actual proper song with like a beat and, you know, like instruments being played and all shit. It's like, what the fuck was that, Belinda? Holy shit. And then there's this bitch as well, Belinda. Look at this. Look at this. What's her fucking name again? Like, bro. What is this? Do you know what I mean? Look at it. Look at it! I had to, you will too! I mean, like, what are they doing to themselves? This is not, like, when you see shit like this is not, like, not mentally healthy individuals. Do you know what I mean? Creed says, looks like the Kingston zombie trolls. Oh, shit. This came out at the start. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. The Yellow Rona. Yep. Britney looks bad there. That ain't Britney, bitch. That was Madonna. This, yep. Ariana is suffering, bro. She is on that, what do they call that diet again? Oh, yeah, the Auschwitz diet. That's what they have them on. The fucking Auschwitz diets. She did go through Nickelodeon. Holy shit. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, oh, bro, I wish I could have been like Macaulay Culkin and all these child actors, and they have such wonderful lives. Then I found out what actually went down and the whole Harvey Weinstein, well, technically Jeffrey Epstein too, Michael Jackson, all this kind of shit. You're like, fuck that. Do you know what I mean? I'd take my childhood every single fucking time. Fucking hell. Him on a diet. Bro. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is like when when Vintage came on and was doing the fear porn shit, and he was like, people are starving in the streets. He actually has a point in Hollywood. People are starving in Hollywood. But it's not lack of resources or funding or anything like that. Like, this is body dysmorphia. Do you know what I mean? This is the same thing that the trans thing has. Do you know what I mean? That they'll destroy their body just to try and perceive as though they're something that they're not. Do you know what I mean? Like, this bitch like wants a zero slim waist or whatever the fuck. A size 0 dress, I think is what they call it, right? She wants a size 0 dress, which means she'll do this to herself just so she can say, I fit into a size 0 dress. Do you know what I mean? And again, this is the one thing where like the whole beauty subjective argument, where it's like, just because you're fat doesn't mean that you're ugly, okay? But like weight or a lot of people say like, oh, like weight got to do with beauty, which is not necessarily true. In terms of like a general sense, like the fatter you are, but it's more so because you're so fat, it's because like that's unhealthy. That's what you perceive it to be. You know what I mean? So in terms of like what you're seeing play out in this picture is clearly she was more beautiful, let's say, on the right when she had quote unquote more fat. But that's why it's like the distinction is like health. That's what determines beauty. It's like, is she healthy or not? You know what I mean? Belinda says, yeah, it's insane stuff. She claims nothing bad happened to her, so she's staying quiet, in my opinion. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's not just the women's. In case there's anyone sitting there trying to do the whole, that's mahogany. You know what I mean? Shall we talk about our boy? What's his name? What's his face? Sec. Let me get the photo. Shall we talk about our boy Justin? Like, this ain't the look of someone who's healthy. You know what I'm saying? And then he's got like this, I don't know what the fuck this, like, why would you have sleeves for your shoes? You know what I mean? Oh, I don't want to get my shoes dirty, but then you're getting your trousers dirty. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand fashion in general. I'm not going to lie. You know what I mean? But clearly, something happened to this cunt. You know what I mean? And I don't mean cunt as he's a cunt. I'm just saying something happened to Justin. Something's happening to these people. And it's not moral, I can fucking tell you that. Because they do not have a high will to live, if you ask me. You know what I mean? Oh, definitely body dysmorphia is huge. Oh, all over Hollywood as well. Like it's like that's what I'm saying. Like Hollywood itself is mentally ill, or the vast majority of it is. Whatever they're doing to these people, it is causing mental illness. It is an unhealthy environment. Okay, and like I said, there's other stars like Margot Robbie where this does not happen. Do you know what I mean? Like Taylor Swift. This is not happening to Taylor Swift. This is only happening to the people who are continuing on the left-wing propaganda. Any of the artists that have switched to the right-wing propaganda, and the right-wing propaganda does exist, they're not getting put through all this shit. So again, this is like I said, there's a lot of shit here. There's a lot of meat to the bone in terms of like what Hollywood's eventually going to end up as. Like it always comes to ruin, etc., etc. But clearly there is something rotten in the state of Hollywood. Creed says, I met MJ when I was 11. Parents wouldn't let me hang out with him. Neither would Annette Bonicello? Bonicillo? Bonicillo? Or Funicello? Funicello. Facts. Did you hear he was streaking daily? Yeah. Because like this is the same thing that happens in war. There's certain things, it gets to a certain point that the human mind or the human person or the human individual either sees the shit happen to someone else, or it gets committed to them, or they do the action themselves, and it breaks their fucking minds. As in, like they can no longer like what's the word? They can no longer engage in a rational faculty for a consistent period of time. Do you know what I mean? And the only, like I said, this is why we need to have a serious discussion with drugs, specifically hallucinogens. Because the only way to fix that is by quote unquote breaking the ego or breaking the psyche, which is a risky situation. You know what I mean? There's plenty of people, we've all heard that story. It's like this one kid, he was a bright mind, all this kind of shit. Took a high dose of hallucinogen and his brain is fucked. He's a homeless person on the streets, all this kind of stuff. I get that, right? But there's a right way to do it. You know what I mean? If you push a kid in the deep end and you don't like have any safety measures, the kid's going to drown. Do you know what I mean? It's the same thing with this shit. But the solution to these people that like either have horrendous shit done to them or they do horrendous shit, the only treatment is to break their fucking mind. And like I said, that can go one of two ways. It can actually be the cure to them, or you know what I mean, you're throwing fucking fuel on a fire. And like I said, we need to have a serious discussion as a society about this, because there's a reason why the shamanistic practice was such a thing before and still is to this day. You know what I mean? Yep, Justin staying quiet, because what happens to these people if they try to speak out? What do you think happens? Because like anybody they try to run to in the public, like Justin Bieber trying to go to like a regular citizen or a regular dude or whatever the fuck, like they're not going to see the actual individual. They're going to see Justin Bieber. You know what I mean? Baby. That's what that's the design. Back to my question. What would happen if any of these artists tried to dare speak out against Hollywood? Well, I have a very astute man who, by the way, everyone forgets about this, who went on remember the Shay Shay show, Shannon Sharp, and he started saying all this shit about what was going to start coming out about Hollywood, and then all the shit started coming out about Hollywood, and he's sitting there kind of going, I fucking told you. I told you. But here's Cat Williams to explain what happens if you're to speak out against what's going on in Hollywood.
What is like the craziest?
Is he more controversial than Richard Pryor?
For this time, he is. For this era.
Okay, talk to me.
Which
she would know.
Is the most outrageous thing you've heard about yourself, true or false, in media, whatever, that was just like, wow?
Honestly?
Yeah.
Okay, so technically the story doesn't have anything to do with me.
Okay.
Because I've never been the funniest person on the planet at any point. So now, it doesn't matter if people have a different opinion, and it doesn't matter if my fans think differently. They're biased. They should think differently. But now, Dave Chappelle has always been funnier than me. And Chris Rock has always been funnier than me. I've always been aware of who was funnier than me. I've just also been aware of who wasn't. So now I know the real Bernie Mac stories, and I know that the people that made money off Bernie Mac didn't like him. They hated his guts. And that was our king. That was our real king for all of those of us who was out there doing it for $20 for 45 minutes on some almost a hoe.
Well, I know what you're saying. I know Bernie Mac. I'm from Chicago.
I'm saying that was our real comedy king.
You gave him his first job.
Not how it went down, not how it ended up, because sometimes the victors rewrite history, but by the same token, God is there for us, and sometimes his best gift to us is getting us out. So right when Bernie had proven his point, and right when Bernie showed everybody who he actually was, and curtain scene. Just like Rick James. Rick James was in obscurity, and then God said, you know what? You can run them bases one more time. And he ran them bases one more time, and that's what it was. I'm saying Heavy D I was with him every day before he went. Yvette Wilson was living in my house when, I'm saying,
Talk to us.
It's a different Hollywood than the Hollywood. And the reason you don't know these stories is there's no one to tell you these stories. Because you can't make me tell them.
That's right. Yeah, but I'm saying it's always like what is that controversial cat?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Should be.
Where Cat being? Is he better than Jamie? Is he is he better than Kevin Hart?
No.
Is he better than Dave Chappelle?
Absolutely.
Cold. Well, I like that you say that. But your
we
fans
take it
have a
another way.
difference of opinion.
We your fans. We think you cold.
Prove my points.
Well, that's why I said your fans have a difference of opinion.
But Dave Chappelle was decapitated in front of us. And until we deal with that, until we deal with the fact that a devout Muslim who doesn't eat bacon was accused of being a crackhead, until we establish the fact that they said that he went to Africa to smoke cocaine when we know they don't have running water and food over there, when they don't have paved roads over there. You saying he flew past Chicago and Miami and LA and New York and Detroit. You saying he went past Cleveland and Fort Pierce, Florida, and he went past Okeechobee and Oakland.
The reason why he's listing all these places, like, think about all these like fucking ghettos and projects, all this kind of shit that he could have went smoke crack. But we were all told he's going to Africa because he's a crackhead.
You say he went to another country where they're not eating?
Right.
You talking about somebody who has a wife and children, 5 children, and lives on a farm, doesn't live here in Hollywood. You saying you convince people that person was an insane crackhead, and he hasn't been on movies and TV for 8 years? Is that correct? Okay, then don't tell me about what you want to tell me about. I just watched you decapitate the king in front of me, and then act like he's supposed to catch up and be a regular comedian like everybody else. But no.
He didn't go for that.
That's not how it went. He was out there with us for 20 years. They called him Pilot Boy because he had 19 pilots in Hollywood, and everybody passed on him and said his show wasn't worth it.
What do you think of
Then when he made $500 million, they said even though his contract said he should get half of it, they said he made too much for the contract to be valid, so we'll offer you 10% of what you made. You mean he made $500 million and they offered him 50? Yes. And he said, what do you think my fans are gonna say when they find out you offered me 10% of what I made you? And they
Fuckers, I'm a mute. Bollocks. But yes, so here's the key thing. Dave Chappelle, the executive said to Dave, the elites of Hollywood, puppet masters. He said to them, he had the balls to say to them, what do you think my fans are going to say when they find out how much of a cheap bastard you guys are? You guys are taking 90% of the payment of my work, of the value that I offered to use, that you told me that you wouldn't give me a fucking pilot to begin with. I had to beg to get this chance. And it turned out that this idea was worth 500 million. And we signed a contract, and you told me you would give me 50% of whatever it made because you had such little faith in me. And now when the payment comes due, you are telling me that the contract is void, that I outperformed your expectation, and now you're only going to give me 10%? Go fuck yourselves. What do you think my fans are going to say when they find out the truth? Well, Hollywood has an interesting way to approach that.
They said your fans will believe that you're a crazy crackhead by the time you get home. And my nigga got on a flight in LA, and by the time he got to Ohio, it was so. And 8 years later, he hasn't been in a movie and or television. Is just now trying to do his real comeback at Radio City Music Hall. It bees like that sometimes. So now you can be the fake king or you can be the real king, but heavy is the head.
Mm-hmm. And that's the power of Hollywood. And that's over a dispute on payment. Could you imagine the lengths that these executives will go to protect the likes of Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, all these other nefarious characters? Hollywood is a very, very dangerous place. But we do have Belinda coming in. Before that, I do apologize, Belinda. Like I said, it's a clip that I like playing. 1 sec, let me take the dead away because Belinda says,
shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here, Tareyak. Talking about female singers and shit, Tareyak. What are you doing? What are you doing, Tareyak? Yeah, Spin Bank is down to 12. Oh my lord. This one could cause actual global conflict. PC or console? Now, again, this is why we need Vanta. I forgot to do the Vanta. But I think at this stage, I actually really would prefer if no one wants to actually come on the show, because then I could say I've done a full show solo. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. So, again, like what Vanta would say is, oh, of course, the Xbox 360, legendary console moment in terms of the console gaming. Xbox 360 has such exclusives and all this kind of shit. But here's the thing. This whole Xbox exclusive doth butter no parsnips when it comes to console, my dear. When it comes to PC, my dearies. Because PC did not apply the exclusivity. Because if we all know, Xbox is owned by Microsoft, and Microsoft... Exactly. So in terms of the whole like console versus PC, my dear ladies and gentlemen, is clearly amplitudes better than console. Because just think about like the add-ons that you can use. You know, like the downloadable content, all stuff like the homemade downloadable content kind of thing. You know what I mean, putting in your own ads and mods into the game kind of thing. A whole lot easier on PC and a whole lot more accessible, available, and community driven on PC. When you look at even just like hardware mods that you can make, like for example, like certain games like first-person shooters and stuff, people have make the claim that having a mouse to aim and shoot is way easier and way better than console. Having a controller and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So that's one aspect to it as well. You know, but let me just catch up and chat real quick before we get into the meat and potatoes, I should say, of it. But it says, I have to dip soon, switching to lurk mode. No worries, Belinda. Appreciate you kindly. Thank you very kindly for the donations. We have Creed saying, Corey comes to mind. Laters, have a good night. Belinda, all the childhood actors, every single one of them is like a crackhead. They look like a crackhead nowadays. Bar maybe a few, and those are the ones that would have been on the periphery or like wouldn't have been the main kind of stars when they were kids and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Breed.org says, put the tinfoil out if you're ready for it. Hell yeah. Belinda, let me know I was muted. Thank you very kindly, Belinda. Why do you think the Biden transgender was stealing luggage? Just saying. Good. I actually get into that. Explore more on that, Creed, because I didn't really look too much into that. I was just like, bro, this is just a fucking embarrassment. You know what I mean? Could you imagine like Kash Patel getting caught like fucking like dealing a fucking Snicker bars at a fucking 7-Eleven? Like that's what that was. I was like, bro, this is just a fucking embarrassment. You know what I mean? But apparently there was more to it, where there was like actual like breaches of authority. What's the something got to do with power, misuse of power kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? With those shenanigans. But yeah, like we do have, like I said, spin back is at 12, folks. If we want another spin, let me know. But like I said, this is my time to nerd out. So I don't mind in terms of doing this for. I could do the rest of the show on this one topic alone. Let me know. Creed says, haven't had a console since Sega Genesis. You can put a controller on a PC, so there it is. There it is, boys. There it is. What? And this is the main question I think that destroys console versus PC is, what can a console offer that a PC cannot? You know what I mean? Like fundamentally think about it. Because like people were saying, oh, like Xbox 360 is so much better than Xbox because like I can actually browse the web. You know what I mean? Or like PlayStation 3 is better than PlayStation 2 because I can browse the web, I can go on social media or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like there's that aspect to it. You know what I mean? But you're already able to do that with a PC. You know what I mean? Now the counter, I guess, that the consoles would say is like, yes, but it's a plug and play. You don't need to do any modifications. You don't need to do any of this stuff. You can just plug and play. Which, again, ignoring the whole Red Ring of Death, which some people did, there were unfortunate Christmases where that did happen. Where like the kids, oh my god, we got an Xbox 360 off Santa, and then they'd be like, ah, woo, and then they'd like run over the TV, they'd plug it all in, and then they'd turn it on, and then they'd see like the 3/4 of a circle, the red light, and ooh, dreams were shattered, childhoods were ruined. It is what it is. But the main point still stands. Like they would argue that like I don't need to do any setup and all this kind of shit. But when you look at like modern gaming on PC now as well, like look at Steam, for example, it's all incorporated into one app. And like I said, in terms of the performance as well, what happens if you're like, PS, but my PlayStation, like my PC's not able to run the game or whatever. Like I think, was it Crisis 3? I think was the game. I think it still is one of the games. Crisis 3. Yeah, it was this game. This was like, when was this released? Yeah, this was released back in 2013, and it's still being used as a standard way to test GPUs and graphics cards and all this kind of shit. That's how well designed, at least the graphics were in this game. Do you know what I mean? Like, I remember that like barely anybody could even fucking run this game. I mean, back in the day, as they say. Welcome in, Fredo. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. We got ourselves a PC or console. Like I said, at this stage, I don't want anyone else to join the panel because we've done basically 4 hours and 48 minutes solo. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure that like I basically go through the rest of the show with no one on panel to say I've done a full Wheel of Madness 100% solo. You know what I'm saying? Creed says they was shipping cash out to the country in the luggage, so how are you going to complain they stole my stolen monies from Minnesota fraud or Sam Bankman-Fried with FTS and a 69 billion he scammed? True that. You know what I mean? If it's all fraud and it's all scams anyway, you know what I mean? It's difficult to see where everything lies. We got Shiva back at chat. Welcome in, Shiva. PC Master Race all the way. Man after my own heart. PC Master Race, baby. Yep. Because like this is what I'm saying, boys. Like, what does a console offer that a PC doesn't? You know what I mean? And a PC, a computer, Like you've got like your regular apps and all the stuff they use for computers anyway. You know what I mean? So it don't make a lot of sense to like this whole console thing, in my opinion anyway, needs to die out. I'm just saying. Freed says from Ukraine, so weird people would be accused of stealing luggage with a great government job like that. Oh, you're talking about the aid, the Biden's aid. Yeah, they were shipping cash, so they punched us so hard they're going to complain. Yeah. That's actually, I've completely forgot about that. It was luggage of money. You know what I mean? Like, what is going on there? Like, what? Like, we have the fucking daycares, the fucking leering centers, fucking, like, what can only be described as Wolf of Wall Street level fucking scenes or comedy where they're literally, like sellotaping fucking cash to some bitch's tits to try and get it out of the country. Like, that's why I was like, bro, this is just a complete embarrassment. Like, they're literally just, like, copying the script. You know what I mean? Of Wolf of Wall Street right now. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm firmly in the camp of PC, and that's not because I play well, okay? But World of Warcraft would be another example of, if you want to talk about exclusives, you know what I mean? World of Warcraft ain't on console. Wait 1 sec, let me check. Is on console. Hey, see, exactly. It's not natively. It's not natively on consoles like PlayStation or Xbox. But rumors and reports from late 2025 suggest an upcoming generation of Xbox might function like a Windows PC, potentially allowing you to install and play WoW via Battle.net on your console. Yes, but this is the problem. Oh, sorry, 1 sec. Not sharing the screen. The base just asked, is World of Warcraft, can you get it on console? Right? And it made this interesting thing here where it says, reports from late 25 suggest the upcoming generation Xbox might function like a Windows PC. So why would you buy an Xbox? Just buy a Windows PC. You know what I mean? Yeah, they'll shoot up quick. Why? Exactly. Because of what you're seeing in Minnesota right now. What's going to come to pass? Because one has to ask yourself, right? You look at downtown LA, Chicago, New York City, right? Shitholes. But the people that are in power, the powers that be, are saying, well, no, we need all this money for all these things, for all these social services, whatever, list off whatever social services you want, right? But if they're doing that with the money, like, you would see a change, like, things would have to necessarily get better. If they're actually spending money on trying to combat homelessness, you would assume that you would see less homeless people, but we see this to the contrary. We see, in fact, more homeless people. So then the question must be, what are they doing with the money? Where's the money going? You know what I mean? And if we're to believe Elon Musk and Donald Trump, apparently the system is being siphoned off the system and then redirected back into not only Democrat, but also Republican campaigns to make sure that they get their guy in office. So tax money is being used to make sure that the people who are in power stay in power. That don't make a lot of sense to me. That ain't a policy that can last, to say the least. You know what I mean? SBF got 35 years, but he's been put away for think Trump should pardon him, so we'll talk. Stars off topic. No worries. Like I said, this is Wheel of Madness. Sometimes we get drawn off into tangents. Beautiful tangents, as they say. Fredo says, Waltz, Fry, and Omar should be... Waltz, Fry, and Omar should all be... Omar. Ilan Omar. I was like, Omar? Who the fuck's Omar? Should all be charged with sedition, and if it's found out they were working with Somalia explicitly to get the funds out of the country, then they should be charged with treason. Sick. Just asking, like, what is the federal punishment for treason? Federal punishment for treason in the US is severe, allowing for the death penalty or imprisonment for at least 5 years and a minimum of 10 grand fine plus permanent disqualification from holding U.S. office. Though death sentences are rare and often commuted. Conviction requires proving an overt act supporting by 2 witnesses or confession in open court as per the Constitution. Yeah, like I said, here's the thing though, Fredo. Like, it gets messy. And what do I mean by that? Like, Tim Walz is not like the mastermind behind the Democratic Party. Can we agree on that? I think we can. A lot of these Democrat politicians are like the front men. They're like the front of house. You know what I mean? You look at like Gordon Ramsay. He's a Michelin star chef. If he was to do the front of house and start screaming at customers and all this kind of shit, he wouldn't be a Michelin star chef. You know what I mean? That's why he needs to hire people who are good at putting up with shit. You know what I mean? That they could be getting the absolute shit reamed out of them by the customer, and somehow by the end of the discussion or the disagreement or the yelling from the customer to the maitre d', customer is somehow thanking them. You know what I mean? That's a rare skill to have and a skill that you need. But this is basically what the Democratic candidates, that's what they all are. They're all basically influencers. The real kind of like brainchild or the think tank behind the Democratic Party, that's what you really need to go after. That's what you need to get rid of. Because you get rid of Waltz 2.0 comes in, and he's all clean, and you can't get him, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, you need to be able to think about this tactically, because unless you're willing to literally lock up all of these influencer politicians, charge them all with treason and all this kind of shit, and the nightmare that would be optically, you're in a tough situation here. Because you basically have people who are subverting or playing this whole game of puppets. They're like puppeteers. You can't actually see, like the George Soros, for example. He's never going to run for office, but he'll control the politicians to get what he needs done. You know what I mean? So it's the whole sphere. But Shiva says, speaking of PC, bringing it back to the topic, I just relocated mine into the living room. Took ages taking the desk down and reassembling it. But it feels good after doing stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? When you have like a big task, I have to lift all this heavy shit over and all this kind of stuff. But eventually, once you get up and running, you know what I'm saying? Going to use your room, going to use the room the PC was in as storage. Not bad, not bad. Preet says, yeah, I'm going into Dearborn this week, so pray for me that you so that I don't get man, what can I say? Dearborn, Michigan.
Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
Ham salami bacon to your brother. Preet says, I's going to do some leering. My man. Fredo saying, you grabbing GTA 6, Shiva? Interesting. Unlikely, I'm not paying £100 for a game. I did fire up GTA 5 though. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, you can do it masterfully. I mean, if you're willing to wait like the year after, or at least wait until the next well, it's probably going to be a November release, I think. Wait, one sec. When is GTA 6's release date? We talking about the real shit now, boys. We talking about the real shit. Yeah, fucking like November 19, 2016. So they're going to have a thing. So if you wait till the following Christmas, you'll probably get a good deal on it. When you look at GTA 5 and the amount of DLC they put in afterwards, you're almost probably better off waiting the year anyway. Do you know what I mean? But I am in the same mind as Shiva, where it's like, bro, they're going to overcharge like fuck for that game. You know what I mean? So food for thought. No one that I can just play IRL here soon in Detroit, just saying. What can I say? I got 5, but I barely played it, so I'm low level. So I'm waiting for 6, and GTA would probably be the only game I pay 100 for. But that's a dangerous piece in the set. when did GTA 5 come out? Like, here's the thing, like, GTA, I think, is one of the only games that can actually justify this, right? Because, like, September, thing, so, like, late 2013 versus 2016. So, like, even if GTA 5 cost £100, right? Realistically, in terms of, like, the length you could have potentially gotten out of that game, like, that's, like, less than £10 a year. You know what I mean? Like, that's, like, £8 a year. That ain't bad value. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, the only reason why I say this to GTA specifically is because, like, Rockstar exceeds expectation. Like, that's their motto. One sec. Rockstar. Okay, they don't have a formal thing, but one of their thing. Avoid what other companies are doing. Motto exceed expectation. It's something like that, I think. Yeah, so like basically they've emphasized on commitment to, like, their commitment is to exceed players' expectations. So anytime they're releasing, like, they would rather let a game wait for an extra year just so they're making sure that they're exceeding expectation, that in every single area fields of the game's potentiality. So, for example, like the water physics, making sure that the water physics is the best water physics in any game, including fishing games, including swimming games, and all this kind of shit. That they're what would it be called? That they're shooting the whole kind of like gun mechanics and all this kind of stuff. That's like one of the best things that any game could possibly offer. And then when you amalgamate all these different things into one game, then you basically have the quote unquote ultimate game. But in order to do that, you need to exceed expectation in so many different facets. You know what I mean? But like I said, in terms of the way, like, I would justify paying £100 for GTA is that you're gonna get at least a decade out of it. So it comes down to like $10 a year. You know what I mean? We got Starship Alien saying, I can't sleep, just lurking and enjoying the stream. Hey, Belinda's got a little partner to lurk with. You know what I mean? Yeah, I judge it from if I made minimum wage playing it, would it pay for itself by the time I'm done with it? Just how I do them to quantify the price. But yeah, like that's what I'm saying as well. And like, when to get back to the topic as well, like if you're to say like I cannot justify buying a console, because any game I can get on a console, I can get on a PC. And there's also games I can get on the PC that I cannot get on the console. You know what I mean? And like we mentioned as well, like, even in terms of like the hardware as well, if you prefer keyboards, PC's your thing. If you prefer controllers, again, PC can be your thing. Because you can just plug in a USB controller into your PC and Bob's your uncle, Mary's your auntie. You know what I mean? So, like I said, there's a lot of meat in terms of the bones here that we're getting, that we're digging through and all this kind of shit. But like fundamentally, I don't think, I cannot see like any argument that you could actually use for the consoles. You know what I mean? Because the console is just a shit computer. Like, think about the computer you have. Console, well, maybe not the computer, the exact computer you have. Think about the computer one could get in, let's say, the desktop markets compared to what you can get in the console markets. It is what it is. But folks, we still have $12 left in the spin bank, and just to remind you all, it's use it or lose it. Okay. One sec. I made sure I got. Yeah, I think I have that correct. But let me know if I don't, Belinda. But yeah, spin bank's at 12, folks. So we have a free spin. If you want to talk more about the PC and console, then you can just chill back. You know, grab yourself a drink. You know what I mean? Maybe grab some popcorn. You know, perhaps something stronger. But yeah, like I said, I don't think there's anything console can offer that a PC can't. One second, let me actually check that out as well. Console games that are not on PC. Console games not on PC often what? Console games not on PC often include Sony's first-party titles like Bloodborne, The Last Guardian, and Demon Souls, plus older Xbox classics like Halo 5, Gears of War 2 and 3, Fable, and Red Dead Redemption, alongside specific Japanese Metal Gear Solid 4 and Sly Cooper. Wait, what? Sick. Microsoft exclusives. Many are on PC now, but some remain. Okay, technical reasons, all this kind of shit. One sec. Let me hit him with a little ghetto gospel. All right. Let's see what Grok says. Because I've noticed Grok and Halo do not see eye to eye whatsoever. There's some things where it's completely the opposite thing being told. So again, we can do that. Holy shit, Grok. Come on. We got a stream to do here, Grok. Okay. Okay, so apparently there are. With official PC ports, okay. Even 2026. And like I think this is the key determining line here. Right? It says PlayStation still has a solid lineup. Here we go. Yeah, so PlayStation still has a solid lineup of major exclusives without official PC ports. And this is the thing, without official PC ports. But this is what we're speaking about earlier with the with personal computers, is that there's so much modding that you can do. Like you can go directly into the source code, start fudging with a lot of this shit. Do you know what I mean? Even in 2026. These are primarily console-only titles, no PC release as of now. Note that Sony often ports games after 1 to 2 years. You see what I'm saying? Spider-Man 2 in 2025. But the ones below remain unavailable. Here's a curated list of notable ones from recent sources. So Astrobot, never heard of it. Demon Souls, never heard of it. Bloodborne, well, it's a PS4 cult classic apparently. Stellar Blade, never heard of it. Uncharted, the Nathan Drake collection. But that's just a remaster of the trilogy. So again, that's not even an official one right here. You know what I mean? Infamous Second Son. Ooh. Infamous was a good franchise. I'm not gonna lie. So Infamous, but like Infamous 1 was available on the PC. Do you know what I mean? Gran Turismo 7. No PC. As of yet, upcoming PS5 exclusives timed or full. Not on PC at launch. Ghost of Yet. But see, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not on launch, but you can just wait a bit. You know what I mean? Fredo saying Stellar Blade looks sick, to be honest. One sec. I shall be the judge of that, sir. Let me check that out. Stellar Blades. I don't know, Fredo. Seems very anime to me. I see this stuff and I'm like, nah, this is like Japanese propaganda. This is like the old, the axis of evil, you know? They're trying to get us with the anime girls and shit, Fredo. Turn away! Do not be blinded by their temptations. Fredo's making a good point here as well, saying Nintendo probably the only one because of the exclusivity of their titles. I get that. And it's like that argument often works against like when you're doing just solely the console argument. When it's like, okay, let's say PlayStation versus Xbox. Oh, PlayStation doesn't have these titles, or oh, Xbox doesn't have these titles, right? But when you look at PC is able to bypass that from doing like unofficial ports. You know what I mean? Like what's it called, like cracked games or something like that. Like they cracked the thing and they're basically able to play it on PC and all this kind of shit. So that's something that plays well, but it does feel as though it's a bit of a gambit or a bait because you're kind of saying, "Oh no, Teriyaki, you're just saying like the fact that you can hack it doesn't mean that it's the whole thing." I get that. Okay, I'm just saying, it's trying to give it as much kind of perspective here as possible, you know. Reed saying, "Think they're going to have to do more for your stuff to make it viable, but even then, you will never get back the price for the hardware for the game." Exactly. You know what I mean? In order for virtual reality to be to actually make a foothold, there needs to be some base case absent games. Because games are seen as recreational, right? And just because they're recreation does not mean that they don't have a use. Okay? Let's clarify that real quick. You know what I mean? When you look at, let's say, Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic the Gathering, you cannot play Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless you're able to read and unless you're able to do mathematics. You know what I mean? Simple mathematics. Add, subtract, divide, multiply, etc. You know what I mean? Also, to be able to inform of logic, to be able to follow logic, not logic, to be able to follow, what do they call it again? To be able to follow linear steps or back and forth in terms of the game. I can't forget the proper terminology for it, but that kind of aspect to it. You know what I mean? Fredo saying, looks sick. I played the first Infamous and I loved it. Yeah, the first Infamous was absolute beast. And the more moral you are, the more blue your lightning becomes. And you start off with white lightning, and the more immoral you become, the more the redder your lightning becomes. Absolute beast of a game. You know what I mean? You see them remaking the All Prince of Persia. I was bringing this up, I think, either on the last show or the show before, where it's there does seem to be across media in general. There seems to be a yearn for the classics, a yearn for the a yearn for the classics kind of a vibe. And in terms of Prince of Persia, well, we see what's going down in modern day Persia. It would be good timing if they could release a remake of the All Prince of Persia. Put modern graphics on it. Put modern what would be gameplay mechanics into it. Could be interesting. Very anime coded. See what I'm saying? Japanese are based. Shiva says, it would seem like anime. Fredo's on his gay arc. Oh shit, Fredo. Shiva's firing shots. Screw you, Shiva. He's got the rainbow flag and everything. Hey, that's my rainbow, Shiva. That's the leprechaun rainbows. Fredo, when you were on VK, I had to really, really resist the urge to make the joke. It is what it is. Yep. Fredo is never going to financially recover from this. It is what it is, boys. Meta tried, but all it came was Roblox, and we all know what that's used for. Exactly. So we went full circle. We finally came full circle. We got Trench in chat as well. Welcome in, Trench. Welcome in. I've basically been solo the whole show. You know what I'm saying? People thought I was talking shit when I said I designed Wheel of Madness so I could literally do it solo. Just in case I had a moment like today where no one shows up. Well, people showed up in the chat and all this kind of shit, but I mean, no one shows up for the panel. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, this is an achievement in and of itself. Eli did pop on to talk a bit about morality, objective morality, and try to pick my brains in terms of why the fuck aren't you Christian, Tareyak, all this kind of shit. That was 10-20 minutes. In terms of the broad scheme of the show, this has been done solo, baby. You know what I'm saying? We're going for the record tonight, baby. Trench says, Yak, I'm still pissed off. Yeah, so is everybody. Trench, this is what you got to understand about Teriyak. You know, she will vouch for it. Fredo will vouch for it. I piss off everybody. You know what I mean? When I look at, let's say, the gender war of the men and the women, I'll say shit that will not only piss off the women, but will always also piss off the men. You know what I mean? And I think that's a beautiful position. You know? But, folks, I'm just going to go on a quick griff break, so I do need to take a piss, unfortunately. That's the one disadvantage to not having guests. It's a lot harder to slip off and take. It's a lot more obvious when I slip off and take a piss. So, folks, I'll see you in about 2 minutes.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
And we're back. Don't bother Fredo because we only have like 40 minutes left in the show. And like I said, I wanna finish out this one to say it's like I've done the whole show solo, baby. I told you I designed this thing so I could work, or it could work even if no one showed up. You know what I'm saying? I fucking told yous. I told yous. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, like even though like this is the weird thing about me as well, chat. Like there's some situation, like if I was to say to someone, it's like, oh, like I done Wheel of Madness there, and no one actually showed up to the Wheel of Madness. No one came on panel. Everyone would be like, oh my god, Tareyak, this is like that's so terrible. It's like, no, that's a good thing. Like, wait, what? You created a show called Wheel of Madness, and no one showed up to it. No one showed up to the panel. And you think that's a good thing? It's like, yes, it proves that the design works. It proves, like I've been saying, I can do this show solo, baby. You not know how much shit I can talk. Have you not seen me on VK chat? I know everyone's sitting in chat going, yeah, we all knew you could, Tareyak. We've all heard you talk shite for fucking multiple different hours. You know what I mean? Well, I love you, chat. Creed says, you know, if you piss everyone off, you're doing something right. Exactly. I don't trust none of yous. Okay? I'm gonna piss off every single one of yous. You know? But yeah, like in terms of the kind of dynamic. Actually, no, sorry, 1 sec, chat. We have 40 minutes left, okay? And we still have $12 in the spin bank. Okay, are we going to use it or are we going to lose it? That is the question. Creed also saying ramen only takes 3 minutes. Bro, you need more than ramen. You need some proteins. 1 sec. Let's actually go down through this. Because that's actually one thing that I haven't spoken about in a long time, which is like the the one thing that I haven't really talked about in a while is basically, what's it called? Like the whole carnivore diet and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Which is something that I kind of low-key want to get back into. But, bro, what is this? What is this? Oh, it's 25 grams. per... Wait, per 325 grams, you're only getting 25 grams of protein, bro. What is going on? Something wrong there, bro. There is something wrong there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But Shazzy comes in and says, Teriyak, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing, Teriyak?
Oh no. Anyway, last week.
Anyway, spin that wheel, Shazzy. And again, bear in mind, mods do get free spins, so we still have $12 in the spin bank, folks. Avengers or Justice League? Are you a Batman and Superman kind of person? Or are you an Iron Man and a Captain America kind of person? And again, this is phrased in a very particular way. Because a lot of people would say, oh, you know, like Justice League, because like think about, you know, Batman, but you also have the Joker and all this kind of stuff, and they try to do the whole wait, what the fuck's that called again? The DC universe, as opposed to the Marvel universe. You know what I mean? Like, no. We are purely just talking about the heroes. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, Shazzy says,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Jazzy don't care about no superheroes. You know? Why are men dressing up in tights? Asks Shazzy, you know? Is The Simpsons still relevant after all these years? So again, how many? Sec. How many years has The Simpsons been on? For over 35 years. The first appearance was April 19th, 1987. Holy shit. Oh, sorry, no, that first appearance was shorts on the Tracy Ullman Show. First series debut was December 1989, 2 years later. Just over 2 years later. With the Christmas special, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire. Been the longest running scripted primetime show in US history, surpassing 35 years and continuing into its 37th season by late 2025. Holy shit. I thought it was like 20 or 25 years. What, 35 years? That's impressive. 100%. Guess I need to skip. Think both are gay. Gay. Nope, it's just gay now. A lot of people saying boys wanting to be men. Interesting. Seems so. They predict everything. But this, Creed, this is the thing, right? When we say that, right, when the Simpsons quote unquote predict all this stuff happening, bear in mind that the Simpsons is written by authors. Do you think that those authors have some sort of like secret technique to tap into, you know, the secrets of the universe kind of thing? Do you think that they're like channeling the zeitgeist and then like writing a script on stuff? Or do you think that a lot of these people, these like hang around with the same people, like all these elites are all in the same group? And if they are all in the same group and they're having all these conversations, what happens if they hear, oh, we actually have this plan, and what's really going to go down is, you know, Hawaii's going to burn, and then we put it into the blue. You know what I mean? Is this predictions, or is this just letting you know what they've been told? You know what I mean? Men are assholes, so I'll forever remain a boy in a man's body. What? Bro, no! Oh my god. Per favore! Per favore! What are we talking about?
Per favore! Per favore! perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa, rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo, ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo, vi prego.
Vi prego, Creed. This is like the whole hero story. It's like the Peter Pan and like all this kind of shit where it's like the boy becoming the man. It's like the most noblest story there is. You know what I mean? This whole thing of like being able to rise up. You know what I mean? Because like fundamentally, and I know like this whole thing of like I don't want to be the bad man. You know what I mean? So I'd rather be Peter Pan. I don't want to be the bad man. But like part of being a man is being willing to be the villain for a noble purpose. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Jack saying, sorry, just woke up quite a bit late now, eh? No worries, Jack. This has actually led to probably, I would argue, one of the greatest Wheel of Madness shows ever produced. I dare say, my dear Watson, my dear Jack. I've literally basically done this whole show solo. Eli came on for I think like 20 minutes to talk about objective morality and tried to pick my brain in terms of like what do I mean when I say God. But other than that, I've done this all solo, baby. You know what I'm saying? Creed saying, yeah, how did they come up with my bud? The shaman showing up at the Capitol June 6th. Weird. Because if The Simpsons is scripted, what would that mean January 6th was? Oh, we're not allowed to talk about that. We're not allowed to talk about that. The alphabet people will be all over us, and I'm not talking about the LGBTs. Jazzy with the big £5 coming in. £5, I shall remind you. The £5 coming in. One sec, Shazzy, I got a special clip for you. Where is it?
Black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right.
What is a woman? It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy. Shazzy says, sorry, Teriyaki, bad day. Mind not in it. No worries, Shazzy. No worries. That's why we're here with the memes. You know what I'm saying? We're here with Pepe. You know, here with a cup of coffee, a little blankie. You know, it's a bit cold outside. Bit of sleet and snow outside. But we're inside. Got a nice warm cup of coffee. A nice little chill, snug blankets on. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Waiting for the summer so we can go out to the yards, do a bit of digging. You know what I'm saying? A man can pray. Pepe can pray. But yeah. Free says, I'm a real boy. I can't do high. Like I used to be able to like nail that. But hey, it is what it is. Starship Alien saying, news just in. Australia. News just in Australia. Don't trust. NATO have sent 50 troops, yes, 50 to Greenland in readiness for Trump. Equals one man and his dog. Good luck, EU. We've seen the captors going into Greenland. One sec. Because like that is well, geopolitics. Geopolitics is the greatest stage. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Tories or Us kid. It is what it is. No worries. Like I said, just like take the load off. Don't let these fuckers get on top of your minds. Give them the 2 fingers. Tell them to go fuck themselves. You know what I mean? But yeah, to go back to this, I haven't seen anything in terms of my newsfeed. But again, I've obviously been streaming, doing this show solo, baby. Okay, I think Giorgiani's going on a mad one. That's the one thing where like a lot of people think that like I just believe Jason Giorgiani 100% and all this kind of shit. And it's like, no, you fundamentally don't get what I'm trying to show you with Giorgiani. But it is what it is. I'm not seeing anything here in terms of the reports, but like this whole thing of like we're gonna send 50 troops to Greenland, bro. Like that's basically like how I would look at that. And again, like you're saying, like can't really believe anything we're being told in terms of the media because in case anyone wants the confirmation, I'll fucking give it. We are in a global war, so it is what it is. The like this to me seems as though like this is Europe based saying, "Oh no, we're going to stop Trump from capturing Greenland," all this kind of shit. But at the same time, they're like, "We're going to send 50 troops, so hopefully they take it quick and fast, just like they did with Maduro in Venezuela, and then we can say to Russia, we tried to stop it, but we just didn't get there in time," kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's my kind of like quick like first hearing of it. What would make most sense to me? But again, let me know what you think. Yeah, we got to that again. Make sure you tell them to go fuck themselves, Shazzy. You know what I'm saying? Starship saying, haven't watched Simpsons for years, but watched the first ever episode. Yup, Bart is still relevant. Hey. An OG. Creed saying, and hey, I was offering the full 2 minute Shazzy. You're missing out. Just kidding. Later, I hope your day gets better. Easy for you, Shazzy. Now, like I said, tease a piece for Shazzy. But my advice to it is like tell them to go fuck themselves. And like the whole kind of thing of like drawing it out as long as possible, making it as most difficult as it possibly can. Like the whole what's it called? Like what the Russians done in World War II. They basically seeded the ground but burnt all their crops, burnt all their houses, burnt all their shit. So the Germans couldn't use it. Like this whole thing of like, I would rather let this motherfucker burn to the ground rather than let you have it kind of thing. I'm not saying anything in terms of that. I'm just saying in terms of mentality, in terms of the legal system, all this kind of shit. You can't twist it and make it work for yourself. Do you know what I mean? Got 56 days to move. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's 2 months. You have 2 months, Shazzy. And like I said, the legal system can be used in your favor too. Do you know what I mean? Well, one sec. Okay, so yeah. So we're technically at $19 in the spin bank. And of course, Shazzy has free spins. All the mods have free spins. So to let you know, we have about 30 minutes left in the show as well, folks. And like I said, I think this has been one of the greatest. Because it was basically like the test. Like, okay, can you actually do the show solo, Tarek? You've been talking a lot of shit saying that you can do Wheel of Madness solo. Wheel of Madness was designed to be solo. Yeah, motherfuckers. Hell yeah, brother. You know what I mean? Spin it, boy! Spin that wheel, white boy! What's that?
Spin it!
Wheel! You want me to drop the surprise next Wheel of Madness? 100%, Jack. 100%. I love the surprises. But gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, is fashion subjective nonsense? Like when they say fashion, we want fashion, or you must be fashionable. Isn't fashion just subjective? When they say, oh, you know, gold is the new black, or orange is the new black. I mean, like these kind of like things. You know what I mean? Like when you look at modern, let's look at like modern. Do we have any catwalk footage we could go through? Maybe. Oh my god. Is this something? Or what even is this shit? Okay, this is actual Dolce. Oh, I need to mute it. This is actual Dolce & Gabbana. This is actually put out on the Rex and everything. So I don't want to hear any excuses. You know what I mean? And playful, cool girls. Playful layering defines the silhouettes of the DGFW25's Women's Fashion Show, composed of technical prints, maxi dresses, soft lines, and cozy knitwear. DJ set Victoria de Angelis. Rewatch the Dolce Gabbana Show, etc., etc. Now, chat. What the fuck is this? Like, bro. Like, what is this shit? This isn't even gay, Trench. Or Big Red. This isn't even gay. Or gay. Or gay. This is literally like she's wearing a cloud. What? Exactly. Even Shazzy's saying it's gay. Purple is always in. Well, if purple's always in, what the fuck is this bitch wearing a cloud, bro? Or a duster. She looks like a duster. Do you know what I mean? It makes no sense. Starship saying fashion, of course, but the fashion industry is worth a couple of billions. It's structured, but also subjective. That's awful. Exactly. All this shit is awful. You know what I mean? And now, shout out to Jack. Thank you very kindly for the $1. That puts us up to a perfect $20 in the spin bank. So we have, chat, we have 2 spins in the spin bank if you want to get to the next topic. But until then, we shall be roasting the fashion industry. What the fuck is this? This is a cloud. And we got Mr. E in the chat. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. It's called, it's called fashion. Lol. Like, that's basically what they do. They do the whole, like gaslighting shit. You know what I mean? What is a woman? Did we really just get asked, what is a woman?
Black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right.
It sure ain't your daddy. I can tell you that. I can tell you that, boys. Welcome in, Mr. E. Pull up a chair, get comfy. We only got about 25 minutes left. Starship saying I could sweep my floor with that. Exactly. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is this supposed to be? It's supposed to be fashion, baby. Oh shit, did you see that fish one that looked like a vagina? Wait, what? Wait, this one's kind of like, bro, you're missing your pants. Where are your pants? Okay, there's no pants. Again, the hat, what the fuck is this? Right? This one, again, the bitch with the cloud. I don't get the whole fucking duster look. Again, don't understand this whole thing. It's like she's trying to be a dude. Again, trying to be a dude. Cloud. Like, bitch, like, how are we supposed to wear that in winter? Right? Because you're wearing the scarf as if this is like for winter weather. But like you have no shirt on. The skirt is like fucking transparent. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Like, this is dog shit. And where's the color? You know what I mean? This is lingerie. And she's wearing a hat. Who the fuck wears a hat with lingerie? Do you know what I mean? Oh my god. Oh, bro. What the fuck is this? Like, this outfit makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. Because, first of all, why the fuck are you wearing denim jeans with all these fucking tears and rips and all this kind of shit on it, right? Second of all, why the fuck is the belt halfway down the pants? You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Again, why are you wearing lingerie and then an overcoat and then a hat on the lingerie? It makes no sense. What the fuck was that? That bitch wasn't even in the show. She just hopped up on stage. Okay, man, a question. Is that sexy? Is this sexy, man? With a fucking condom hat? Fucking... I don't even know. Like, it's usually like a random shirt you pulled, like, from the kids section, apparently, and then some weird leopard print for some reason. What is with all the hats? Why are they wearing balaclavas on their heads? Like, these are literally balaclavas. That's the only reason why the hat length is this much, because you're supposed to pull it down in front of your face. What is with all the hats? It's a condom hat. Look, one sec. Let me get see. One sec. Do I need to pull back? No, we need to pull back. Right. Please explain. Like, half the hat is not even sitting on his head. You know what I mean? Fucking gross skeleton. Well, that's the other thing as well. Like, look at how skinny this bitch's arms are. That makes... Oh, my God. Condom hat. You know what I mean? No, it's not sexy. 100% check. 100%. Creed saying, okay. Look up Miss Universe 2025. Miss Norway goes viral after salmon-inspired national costume. It's not fake. Okay. Miss Universe 2025. Was it this bitch? Is this who we're talking about, Creed? Are you saying Miss Norway 2025? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my sweet baby Jesus. Oh my God. What the fuck is this? What have you just put on my screen, Creed? Am I dreaming with this fashion? In my opinion, it looks more like a taco than anything else. Do you know what I mean? You got your lettuce on the side. There's your slice of cheese. Do you know what I mean? And then you wrap it all up. And like she's supposed to be like the minced meat in the middle, or the ground beef in the middle. What do we think? Fish or taco? Should we do a vote? Let's do a vote. What is on the screen? Fish or taco? And you're not allowed to say a fish taco. Okay. Miss Universe, you need to see the outfit. Is this not the outfit? Is this not the fish thing? Yep, that's it. I'm for real. This guy. This Fredo. Rub you dick. I knew someone was gonna say it. What way is the poll looking? We got one vote so far saying fish, and then we got two, and it's 50-50. Okay, we got three, and fish is in the slight lead here with 2 votes to 1. So people are saying fish. Oh, or could it be a burrito? Creed, if that looks like a vagina, seek medical professional help. Okay? Like, go to a hospital or something. Okay? Because if that's what you're seeing when you're down there, Mamma mia, Mamma Bear says, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's the fashion. No, I'm not convinced. I'm genuinely... I'd kind of be in the majority that, like, modern day fashion is just a gaslight. It's just one big fucking gaslight. You cannot explain to me how that is attractive in any way, shape, or form. And if you even were to even try, I'd accuse you of being a fed. To be honest. I mean, Starship Alien saying it's fish, but don't dare eat it or go down. Unbelievable. Mamma mia. Gentlemen, gentlemen. Look for the video of her walking in it. Okay, Miss Norway. $20.25. We see the videos. Well, it technically is a fish. I have to give you that. But why? 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 Or maybe burritos next year. Or maybe burrito was the Mexican, Miss Mexico 2025. Maybe she done the burrito. Maybe that could be it. And then America probably done the hot dog. And then Germany done the hamburger. Makes sense. It actually makes sense now. But anyways, folks, we do have $20 in the bank. Do we want any spins? Or do we want to keep talking about the fashion? Do we want to keep talking about the fish and the tacos? Fish tacos? Oh, folks, the poll has ended. I can tell you that fish lost to taco. Although it had it took an early lead and it was up there, 66 or 67 to 33. It is now reversed, and fish is the one. Or sorry, taco is the one that has won. So the Mexicans win. And so does Shazzy, because she says, spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy. Now this, to me, is the heart and essence of food culture. Do you prefer big buns or small ones? Gentlemen, talking about burgers. Well, unfortunately, Jantix and Starship both said, we ain't talking about this shit. We ain't talking about this shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
Spin the fucking wheel, Tereyak'S. Ooh, any Harry Potter nerds in chat? This is the question. Was Dumbledore actually a bad guy? Just think about it. Dumbledore knew what Voldemort's plan was all along. And he knew that Harry ended up being a Horcrux. So he knew that Harry was inevitably going to have to die at the hands of Voldemort. And that was his plan. Was to make sure that happened. In the right way, of course. See what chat says. We got Starship Alien saying, we got Creed saying, Miss Universe was their chance at the prize. It is what it is. It is what it is. Are we talking bread, hits, or balls? No, we're I'm talking about burgers. Like some people who want like you see the smash burger now, and the patty is like twice the size of the bun or 3 times the size of the bun, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Serious question in terms of burger ethics. Burger ethics. But hey, it is what it is. He spun the wheel. Next topic. Nah, Dumbledore was based till they hated him. Oh, Gade. Okay. But even then, Fredo, I think Snape says it in the film where it's you just basically just fed him to a lamb to slaughter. You know what I mean? Because bear in mind, Dumbledore had the Elder Wand. So at any point, Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard on the face of the planet. He could have, like I said, could have went versus Voldemort 1v1, but he chose not to. Chose to get Harry to fight his battle for him. Starship Alien said, is that Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter? Never, not seen either. Over to the chat. And like I said, Seems like Starship Alien is saying it's a bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
See if it pays off. Backwards is still backwards, I guess. Kronos is saying, was Dumbledore evil or anti-hero? Doing fucked up shit, but why? But why? Why? You know what I mean? Like, this to me is kind of one of the unanswered questions, or it's like the question being begged here. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, Kronos says he's going to use that last $10 of credit and he's going to say, spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy.
Yes, very sad. Anyway,
next topic. I'm a Game of Thrones guy myself. Never got into Game of Thrones. Well, to me, it was kind of like, I've already seen Lord of the Rings. Why do we need to do the whole thing again? You know what I'm saying? The Jantic saying, only men like big buns. Hey. I think she's right. Gentlemen. Jack says, no, but I can see why he would be considered a villain. Interesting. We have Creed saying, Harry Potter, yeah, for sure. Was diddling all the cribbage groupies. Not sure I understand that, but hey, it is what it is. What is the all-time greatest video game, gentlemen? I know we mentioned GTA earlier on. Halo would obviously be a title that would be up for grabs there, like being like the quote-unquote Xbox representative. Metal Gear Solid, another one there. BioShock, great franchise. The greatest. You know, obviously, like World of Warcraft, you know, goes without saying. If someone was to say FIFA, I'd be like, come on, bro. You know? So, like in terms of, like, what kind of, what would be our listings for, or criteria, the word I was looking for. What would be our criterias for, like, the greatest game of all time? And again, like, story would have to be a big part of it. Or, like, lore, in terms of that. Or would it need to be? That's something, like, one could argue. Because, like, for example, like, Minecraft didn't necessarily have, like, any story to it, really. You know what I mean? But it was just the main mechanics of the game, which is what, like, furthered on, all this kind of stuff. The whole aspect that you could have. Like, the world's your oyster. You can create whatever you want. So it's very difficult to even pin down what the criteria would be or would necessitate to be. And like another example would be, like there's many people who would prefer the classic version of World of Warcraft than the retail version. Whereas like the retail version has better graphics, better mechanics, gameplay, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But there's something about that cartoonish looking classic where everything just comes together. Is a beautiful, beautiful synthesis. We have Dracula 1998, Bite Me. Okay, interesting. We got Kokomo with GoldenEye 64. Ooh, that's probably one of the best soundtracks ever put into a game. The pause menu. Doom 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 doom. Got that little trap beat going. You know what I'm saying? Final Fantasy number 1, replayability. Replayability is a good aspect to it as well. Because like a lot of people would say, oh, if a game can't be speed run, then it's not a good game. Which I disagree with. Kronos would say Final Fantasy got weird depending on number, but mostly fun as a series. I think that's why Fredo's saying Final Fantasy number 1. You know what I mean? Because I guess we could give it to like a franchise of games. You know what I mean? Mario Kart 64. Interesting. What about Crash Team Racing? Or Crash Bandicoot in general. Creed saying Resident Evil was def top 5 for me. Potentiality. Trent saying Age of Empires. That's a good one. Real-time strategy. And even Warcraft as well had its real-time strategy to it as well. How dare Giantix? GoldenEye 64, not Mario Kart 64. Good at Kronos. Yeah. Yeah, Kronos.
Shut up, bitch!
Gotta hit him with one of them. You gotta hit him with the memes before we fade out. We only got about 7 minutes left, or 6 minutes left in the show, folks. Just to let you know. Tomb Raider gets 0 votes. Creed saying it might. I don't know what the greatest game of all time is, but the worst game of all time, you know, process of elimination could also get you there too. Ultima Online, because that's obviously a simple kind of like distinction we could make. You know what I mean? There's clearly single player games like Pokemon, all this kind of stuff, versus like the like online games and multiplayer games like World of Warcraft per se. You know what I mean? So in terms of like those two are completely two different experiences in and of themselves. You know what I mean? Because like even trying to come up with the criteria, I think is like that's why like questions like this might seem like it's a throwaway kind of a question, whatever, but there's a lot of meat to it because there's this whole aspect of the same thing with like the reason why I asked the greatest female singers or the greatest male singers or the greatest actors, etc., is like to discover like what is the criteria that people develop or the criteria that people have to make these claims that this is the greatest or this is the best. Because when we think of greatest or best, what are the categories? What are the definitions? What are the terms? You know what I mean? Or the requirements? Jacket Blade saying Mass Effect was my favorite, but I think Final Fantasy X was revolutionary to its time. Interesting. Chrono saying Mario Kart is great, but I only play on DS and Wii. No, I meant Final Fantasy as a franchise is number one. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, especially like with things like Final Fantasy or like games that have like a long, like for example, like FIFA. Like you'd be hard pressed to say which was the greatest FIFA of all time, kind of thing. So we can just kind of take FIFA as like that's because it's basically the same game. They're just like slowly improving the graphics and the mechanics in the game. That's the only real thing that's ever going to change in the likes of FIFA and all this kind of shit. I like Rust right now. Rust is another good one. I have to say I've never played Rust myself, but I've heard really, really good words. That like a lot of people would say it's like it's an actual proper like Minecraft. It's like a proper game as opposed to like Minecraft. It's like a developed Minecraft kind of thing. I think it's built on the same engine too. Starship saying I haven't played Final Fantasy, but fuck off Mario. Lego shite for kids. Rather play World Cup soccer. I don't really disagree, Starship. I don't really disagree. It is what it is. Fredo says, go till 12 and raid Andrew. Where are we at? Let me actually take a look at that. Let me take a look at this. Well, I could just raid straight away. Will I not just raid into JS? And then JS raid into Andrew? You know what I mean? One sec. Sec. I've just popped onto JS's stream to ask him. Just to get through the chat while we finish. Super Mario and Duck Hunt 100%. Interesting. Never heard of Duck Hunt. What the duck? Simcopter. OG right here. Pong. Where everybody going after this? Like I said, I can raid into JS and then JS goes to Andrew. Three, those are good ones. What can I say? Pong. OG. Starship saying Jantix, is that from the film? Interesting. I've been stuck on PoE 2 off a recent, but none said Diablo. Perfect. Perfect. So I sent that over to JS. I think he's gone another half an hour anyway, so we can go to basically just slingshot it to Andrew Wilson and all this kind of stuff, or to the Crucible. Bruno saying Mass Effect was broken between its numbers. The story went to shit. Just not even though it's a good game. like that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Kronos makes a good point here in terms of what I was saying about the story. Is the story important? Because, like, you could say Minecraft doesn't have a story, but it was a great game. I get that. But what Kronos is bringing up here is that it's like a story can ruin a game. So if a story can ruin a game, a story can also make a game. So in terms of like, and I'm not saying like just for a particular game, I'm just saying as like for the methodology that we're going to apply, try and even find the greatest game. You would think that story has something to do with it. You know what I mean? Food for thought, at least. Anyway, Creed saying Zelda. Creed is just like whipping. He's like a connoisseur in terms of the gaming. You know what I mean? Zelda is solid. Or sorry, sold mech tender. Oh, okay. Zelda is a solid contender. Is that what that means, Fredo? Zelda is a solid contender? I think that's what it is. I think that, like, because half the, like, this is what I love about chat. Like, half of it is sometimes like I read comments, I'm like, it's almost like a little game. It's like, what is the meaning? You're like, Sherlock Holmes. What is the meaning there, sir? For the game, Ghislaine Maxwell that developed Tetris. But isn't it so funny that like all these like weird things that are coming to the head, like with the whole like Epstein shit, and like not even with Epstein, but like the Giselle Maxwell, where the fuck Ghislaine Maxwell, like all the toys that her dad has, and then like her dad like basically being a pseudo James Bond or a real life version of James Bond, all this kind of shit, bro. I'm ready to be booed. Zelda's overrated. It is what it is. It is what Jack's there saying. Fuck you guys. You'll never take me alive. You Zelda loving motherfuckers. Starship Air saying debatable take. I bought a licensed Zelda skirt, great skirt, style game. What do I do? Wait, if it's a good skirt, it's a good skirt. You know what I'm saying? Go skirt. Space Invaders. Creed, you're just listing off OG titles. You're just listing off the OG titles. You know what I mean? Trying to say do it. Fucking do it. I will. Okay, so, folks, we have reached the end of the show. I would like to thank all of yous. I would like to thank the panelists, or lack thereof. But seriously, I would like to give a shout out to the chat, of course, get me through this. This was the first official solo Wheel of Madness show, and I told you motherfuckers I could do the whole show solo. It was designed so that it could be done solo. It's obviously better with a group and a crowd, but hey, it is what it is. Like I said, even when things go bad, that can also be a good thing. Also, shout out to Joe, Irish Pimp. Thank you kindly, my friend. Skirt, as they say. Skirt. And we've got Starship Baron saying, will the next James Bond be a fucking female cook? Shit, my part words. I will die if so. It is what it is. It is what it is. Why are you sorry, Jack? Why are you sorry? Don't be sorry, my friend. Like I said, to me, this is a great thing that this has happened. Because it proves, without a shadow of a doubt, that I'm not talking shit. That we're doing this for realsies. And we can do this shit solo. And like I said, it proves the concept. It proves the design. Because I knew that it was inevitable that there was going to be one of these days that nobody's going to be showing up like, I don't know, like fucking civil war breaks out in America or some crazy, you know what I mean? And like Fanta is off, like Europe cracks onto war. Some crazy happens and basically no one's around. You know what I mean? Would Wheel of Madness still to be able to go through if there was no guest? And the answer is a definitive yes, of course. Like I said, one of the greats. It will go down as one of the greats episodes. But like I said, let me get you rated over to JS and TAREYAK'S. Stop talking shit, as they say. You know what I mean? So let me get this over there. Make sure you give JS a big warm welcome, a big wave hello, maybe a hug, give him a like and a sub. Help the boys out. Been a great show. It's been a damn good show. And I'll see you on Monday, folks, for some film room. Till then, have a good one.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.